Section 0 of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer for the Rugeley poisonings, which lasted 12 days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The most extraordinary trial of William Palmer for the Rugeley poisonings. By Anonymous. Section 0. Counsel for the Crown. The Attorney General, Mr. James Q.C., Mr. Bodkin, Mr. Welsby, and Mr. Huddleston. Counsel for the prisoner, Mr. Serjeant Shee, Mr. Grove Q.C., Mr. Gray, and Mr. Kenealy. The following gentlemen were sworn on the jury: Thomas Knight of Leytonstone, Richard Dumbrell of Fore Street, William Mavor of Park Street, William Newman of Coleshill Street, George Miller of Duke Street, Grosvenor Square, George Oakshott of Ham Lane, West Ham, Charles Bates of Borough Road, William Ecclestone of Ham Lane, Samuel Mullet of Great Portland Street, John Over of Grosvenor Road, Pimlico, William Nash of Conduit Street, William Fletcher of Fore Street. The prisoner, William Palmer, surgeon, of Rugeley, aged 31, was indicted for having at Rugeley, county of Stafford, on November 21st, 1855, feloniously, wilfully, and with malice aforethought, committed murder on the person of John Parsons Cook. Memoir of William Palmer. William Palmer is a member of a wealthy family and is 31 years of age. He was educated for the medical profession, was a pupil at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, London, received the diploma of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1846, and shortly afterwards settled at Rugeley, his native place. He seems, however, to have paid more attention to the turf and what are commonly called sporting pursuits than to his profession, and to have confined his practice to his own family and friends. His name appears in the London and Provincial Medical Directory of 1851, and again in 1855, as that of one of the persons who had neglected to inform the editor of that work of the nature of their qualifications. He married, in 1847, Anne, the natural daughter of Colonel William Brooks and Mary Thornton, his housekeeper. Colonel Brooks, who, after quitting the East India Service, took up his residence at Stafford, died in 1834, leaving considerable property and more than one natural child. To Anne Thornton he bequeathed, by a will dated July 27, 1833, 9 houses at Stafford, besides land and the interest of 20,000 Sikher rupees, for herself and her children, and appointed Dr. Edward Knight, a physician of Stafford, and Mr. Dawson, her guardians and trustees. To Mary Thornton, the mother of Anne, the Colonel bequeathed certain property, which was to pass to her daughter at the decease of the mother. Mary Thornton departed this life, it is said while a guest at Mr. Palmer's house, in 1848 or 1849. Now, although the will of Colonel Brooks would seem clear enough to any one who was ignorant of law, and although in the present state of the law, as we are informed, it would be sufficient, yet it was discovered by the legal fraternity some years since that the language conveying the bequest to Anne Thornton was not sufficiently forcible to convey it to her absolutely, but only to give her a life interest in it, insomuch as at her decease it was liable to be claimed by the heir at law to Colonel Brooks. Under these circumstances there was nothing unnatural or unusual in the idea that Palmer should insure his wife's life in order to protect himself from the inevitable loss which must ensue in case of her decease, and since her property consisted of 17 acres of land valued at between £300 and £400 per acre, besides 9 houses and the interest of the Sikher rupees, probably altogether worth at least £400 per annum, upon which he had borrowed largely from his mother, there could be no doubt of his having such an interest in his wife's life as would justify insurance. Accordingly, in January 1854, he insured her life for £3,000 in the Norwich Union, and in March in the Sun for £5,000. There was also an insurance in the Scottish Equitable for £5,000. Mrs. Palmer died on September 29, 1854, leaving only one surviving child, a boy of 7 years, and, as if to justify the husband in effecting an insurance, an action was brought within a month by Colonel Brooks's heir at law to obtain possession of Mrs. Palmer's property. Palmer brought up the life policies on the Sun and Norwich Union on the 16th of October 1854, and employed Mr. Pratt, the solicitor, to obtain the money from the offices. Mr. Pratt, who seems to have acted with entire bona fides and the caution usual among lawyers, required to be furnished with evidence of the husband's pecuniary interest in his wife's life, took counsel's opinion on every step, and obtained the £8,000 from the offices on the 6th of February 1855. Strangely enough, the £5,000 from the Scottish Equitable was paid through a banker unknown to Pratt. Great excitement prevailed in reference to the trial, and large bodies of persons, who could have no possible chance of admission, crowded the avenues of the court. Day after day, notices have appeared in the papers that only those who have obtained tickets of admission from the sheriffs would be admitted, and the under-sheriffs very wisely adhered to that determination. In consequence of their very excellent arrangements, the court was at no time inconveniently crowded. At 10 o'clock the judges appointed to try the case entered the court, and took their seats on the bench. They were Lord Campbell, the Lord Chief Justice of the Queen's Bench, Mr. Baron Alderson, and Mr. Justice Cresswell. End of section 0. Section 1. Of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Central Criminal Court, May 14, 1856. The long-deferred trial of William Palmer, which, owing to the necessity of passing a special Act of Parliament to enable it to take place in this court, has been delayed for a period of several months since the finding of a true bill by the Grand Jury of Staffordshire, commenced to-day at the Old Bailey, and notwithstanding the interval which has elapsed since this extraordinary case was first brought under the notice of the public, the intense interest and excitement which it then occasioned seem in no degree to have abated. Indeed, if the applications for admission to the court, which were made so soon as the trial was appointed, and the eager endeavours of large crowds to gain an entrance to-day, may be regarded as a criterion of the public anxiety upon the progress and issue of the trial, the interest would seem to have augmented rather than diminished. At a very early hour every entrance to the court was besieged by persons of respectable appearance, who were favoured with cards giving them a right of entrance. Without such cards no admittance could on any pretence be obtained, and even the fortunate holders of them found that they had many difficulties to overcome, and many stern janitors to encounter, before an entrance to the much coveted precincts could be obtained. On the whole, however, the arrangements of the under-sheriffs Stone and Ross were excellent, and although there may be individual cases of complaint, as there always will be when delicate and important functions have to be performed with firmness, it is but justice to testify to the general completeness and propriety of the regulations which the sheriffs had laid down. Among the distinguished persons who were present at the opening of the court were the Earl of Derby, Earl Grey, the Marquis of Anglesey, Lord Lucan, Lord Denbigh, Prince Edward of Saxe-Weimar, Lord W. Lennox, Lord G. G. Lennox, and Lord H. Lennox. The Lord Advocate of Scotland sat by the side of the Attorney General during the trial. At 5 minutes to 10 o'clock, the learned judges, Lord Chief Justice Campbell, Mr. Baron Alderson, and Mr. Justice Cresswell, accompanied by the Lord Mayor and Aldermen Sir G. Carroll, Humphrey, Sir R. W. Carden, Finnis, Sir F. G. Moon and Sidney, Mr. Sheriff Kennedy, Mr. Sheriff Rose, Mr. Under Sheriff Stone, and Mr. Under Sheriff Rose, took their seats on the bench. The prisoner, William Palmer, was immediately placed in the dock, and to the indictment which charged him with the wilful murder of John Parsons Cook, who died at Rugeley upon the 21st of November last, he pleaded, in a clear, low, but perfectly audible and distinct tone, not guilty. The prisoner is described in the calendar as William Palmer, 31, surgeon, of superior degree of instruction. In appearance Palmer is much older, and although there are no marks of care about his face, there are the set expression and rounded frame which belong to the man of 40 or 45. His countenance is clear and open, the forehead high, the complexion ruddy, and the general impression which one would form from his appearance would be rather favourable than otherwise, although his features are of a common and somewhat mean cast. There is certainly nothing to indicate to the ordinary observer the presence either of ferocity or cunning, and one would expect to find in him more of the boon companion than the subtle adversary. His manner was remarkably calm and collected throughout the whole of the day. It was altogether devoid of bravado, but was respectful and attentive, and was calculated to create a favourable impression. He frequently conversed with Mr. Smith, his professional adviser, and remained standing until the close of the speech for the prosecution, when at his request his counsel asked that he might be permitted to sit, an application which was at once acceded to by Lord Campbell. The counsel engaged in the case were the Attorney General, Mr. E. James, Q.C., Mr. Bodkin, Mr. Welsby, and Mr. Huddleston, for the Crown, and Mr. Serjeant Shee, Mr. Grove, Q.C., Mr. Gray, and Mr. Kenealy for the prisoner. The most respectable jury having been impanelled, and all the witnesses, with the exception of the medical men, having been ordered out of court, the Attorney General proceeded, amid breathless silence, to open the case on the part of the prosecution. He said, "Gentlemen of the jury, the duty you are called upon to discharge is the most solemn which a man can by possibility have to perform. It is to sit in judgment and to decide an issue on which depends the life of a fellow human being who stands charged with the highest crime for which a man can be arraigned before a worldly tribunal. I am sure that I need not ask your most anxious and earnest attention to such a case. But there is one thing I feel it incumbent on me to urge upon you. The peculiar circumstances of this case have given it a profound and painful interest throughout the whole country. There is scarcely a man, perhaps, who has not come to some conclusion on the issue which you are now to decide. All the details have been seized on with eager avidity, and there is, perhaps, no one who is not more or less acquainted with those details. Standing here as a minister of justice, with no interest and no desire save that justice shall be done impartially, I feel it incumbent on me to warn you not to allow any preconceived opinion to operate on your judgment this day. Your duty, your bounden duty, is to try this case according to the evidence which shall be brought before you, and according to that alone. You must discard from your minds anything that you may have read or heard, or any opinion that you may have formed. If the evidence shall satisfy you of the prisoner's guilt, you will discharge your duty to society, to your consciences, and to the oaths which you have taken, by fearlessly pronouncing your verdict accordingly. But if the evidence fail to produce a reasonable conviction of guilt in your minds, God forbid that the scale of justice should be inclined against the prisoner by anything of prejudice or preconceived opinion. My duty, gentlemen, will be a simple one. It will be to lay before you the facts on which the prosecution is based, and in doing so I must ask for your most patient attention. They are of a somewhat complicated character, and they range over a considerable period of time, so that it will be necessary not merely to look to circumstances which are immediately connected with the accusation, but to go back to matters of an antecedent date. I may safely say, however, that in my conscience I believe there is not a fact to which I am about to ask your patient attention which has not an immediate and most important bearing on this case. The prisoner at the bar, William Palmer, was by profession a medical practitioner, and he carried on that profession in the town of Rugeley in Staffordshire for several years. In later years, however, he became addicted to turf pursuits, which gradually drew off his attention and weaned him from his profession. Within the last 2 or 3 years he made over his business to a person named Thirlby, formerly his assistant, who now carries it on. In the course of his pursuits connected with the turf, Palmer became intimate with the man whose death forms the subject of this inquiry, Mr. John Parsons Cook. Now Mr. Cook was a young man of decent family, who originally had been intended for the profession of the law. He was articled to a solicitor, but after a time, inheriting some property, to the extent, I think, of some £12,000 or £15,000, he abandoned the laborious profession of the law, and betook himself also to the turf. He kept race-horses, and betted considerably, and in the course of his operations he became much connected and familiarly intimate with the prisoner, William Palmer. It is for the murder of that Mr. John Parsons Cook that the prisoner stands indicted to-day, the charge against him being that he took away that man's life by poison. It will be necessary to show you the circumstances in which the prisoner Palmer was then placed, and the position in which he stood relatively to the deceased Cook. It will be impossible thoroughly to understand this case in all its bearings without those circumstances being laid before you, and it will be necessary, therefore, that I should go into them particularly. The case which, on the part of the prosecution, I have to urge against Palmer is this, that being in desperate circumstances, with ruin, disgrace, and punishment staring him in the face, which could only be averted by means of money, he took advantage of his intimacy with Cook, when Cook had become the winner of a considerable sum, to destroy him, in order to obtain possession of his money. Out of the circumstances of Palmer at that time arose, as we say, the motive which induced him to commit this crime. If I show you upon evidence which can leave no reasonable doubt in your minds that he committed that crime, motives become a matter of secondary importance. Nevertheless, in inquiries of this kind it is natural and right to look to see what may have been the motives by which a man has been induced to commit the crime charged against him, and if we find strong motives, the more readily shall we be able to believe in the probability of the crime having been committed. But if we find an absence of motive, the probability is the other way. In this case, the motive will be matter for serious consideration, and inasmuch as the circumstances out of which we say that the motive arose come first in order of time, I will deal with them before I come to that which is the more immediate subject matter of our inquiry. It seems to me that it would be most convenient that I should follow the chronological order of events, and I will therefore pursue that course. It appears that as early as the year 1853 Palmer had got into difficulties, and that he began to raise money upon bills. In 1854 his circumstances became worse, and he was at that time indebted to different persons in a large sum of money. He then had recourse to an expedient which it is important that I should bring before you. But as it will become necessary for me to detail to you transactions involving fraud and, what is worse, forgery, I wish to make a few observations to you before I detail those transactions. Although I am anxious, where I feel it to be absolutely necessary for the elucidation of the truth, that those circumstances should be brought before you, I wish that they should not have more than their fair and legitimate weight. You must not allow them to prejudice your minds against the prisoner with reference to that which is the real matter of inquiry. I cannot avoid bringing them forward, but I would anxiously caution you and pray you not to allow any prejudice by reason of those transactions to operate against the prisoner, for though a man may be guilty of fraud and forgery, it does not follow, therefore, that he is guilty of murder. Among the bills on which Palmer raised money in 1853 was one for £2,000, which he had discounted by a person named Padwick. That bill bore the acceptance of Sarah Palmer, the mother of the prisoner. She was, and is, a woman of considerable property, and her acceptance being believed to be genuine, was a security upon which money could readily be raised. The prisoner forged that acceptance, and that was, if not the first, at all events one of the earliest transactions of that nature by means of which for a long period of time money was obtained by him upon bills with his mother's acceptance forged by him. This shows how, when things came to a climax, and he found himself involved in a position of great peril and emergency, he had recourse to a desperate expedient to avoid the consequences which seemed inevitably to press upon him. He owed in 1854 a very large sum of money. On the 29th of September in that year his wife died. He had effected an insurance upon her life for £13,000, and the proceeds of that insurance were realized, and by means of them he discharged some of his most pressing liabilities. In dealing with a portion of these liabilities he employed a gentleman named Pratt, a solicitor in London, who was in the habit of discounting bills. Mr. Pratt received from him £8,000, and Mr. Wright, a solicitor in Birmingham, received £5,000, and with those two sums £13,000 of debt was disposed of, but that still left Palmer with considerable liabilities, and among other things the bill of £2,000 which was discounted by Padwick remained unpaid. In the course of the same year he effected an insurance on his brother's life, and upon the strength of that policy Palmer proceeded to issue fresh bills, which were discounted by Pratt at the rate of 60 per cent, who kept the policy as collateral security. The bills which were discounted in the course of that year amounted in the whole to £12,500. I find that there were two bills discounted as early as June 1854, which were held over from month to month. In March 1855 two bills were discounted for £2,000 each, with the proceeds of which Palmer bought two racehorses called Nettle and Chicken. Those bills were renewed in June, and one became due on the 28th of September, and the other on the 2nd of October, when they were again renewed. The result of the bill proceedings of the year was that in November, when the Shrewsbury races took place, there were in Pratt's hands one bill for £2,000 due the 25th of October, another for £2,000 due the 27th of October, two for the joint sum of £1,500 due on the 9th of November, one for £1,000 due on the 30th of September, one for £2,000 due on the 1st of January, one for £2,000 due on the 5th of January, and another for £2,000 due on the 15th of January, making altogether £12,500. £1,000 of this sum, however, he had contrived to pay off, so that there was due in November 1855 no less than £11,500 upon bills, every one of which bore the forged acceptance of the prisoner's mother. Under these circumstances a pressure naturally arose. The pressure of £11,500 of liabilities, with not a shilling in the world to meet them, and the still greater pressure resulting from a consciousness that the moment when he could no longer go on and his mother was resorted to for payment, the fact of those forgeries would at once become manifest, and would bring upon him the peril of the law for the crime of forgery. The prisoner's brother died in August 1855. His life had been insured, and the policy for £13,000 had been assigned to the prisoner, who, of course, expected that the proceeds of that insurance would pay off his liabilities. But the office in which the insurance was effected declined to pay, and consequently there was no assistance to be derived from that source. Now, in these transactions to which I have referred, the deceased, John Parsons Cook, had been to a certain extent concerned. It seems that in May 1855 Palmer was pressed to pay £500 to a person named Sargent. He had at that time in the hands of Palmer a balance upon bill transactions of £310 to his credit, and he wanted Pratt to advance the £190 necessary to make up £500. Pratt declined to do that, except upon security, upon which Palmer offered him the acceptance of Cook, representing him to be a man of substance. Accordingly, the acceptance of Cook for £200 was sent up, and upon that Pratt advanced the money. When that bill for £200 became due, Palmer failed to provide for it, and Cook had to meet it himself. In August of the same year an occurrence took place to which I must call your particular attention. Palmer wrote to Pratt to say that he must have £1,000 by a day named. Pratt declined to advance it without security, upon which Palmer offered the security of Cook's acceptance for £500. Pratt still declined to advance the money without some more tangible security. Now Palmer represented this as a transaction in which Cook required the money, and it may be that such was the fact. I have no means of ascertaining how that was, but I will give him the credit of supposing it to be true. Pratt still declining to advance the money, Palmer proposed an assignment by Cook of 2 race-horses, one called Polestar, which won the Shrewsbury races, and another called Sirius. That assignment was afterwards executed by Cook in favour of Pratt, and Cook, therefore, was clearly entitled to the money which was raised upon that security, which realized £375 in cash and a wine warrant for £65. Palmer contrived, however, that the money and wine warrant should be sent to him and not to Cook. Mr. Pratt sent down his cheque to Palmer in the country on a stamp as the Act of Parliament required, and he availed himself of the opportunity now offered by law of striking out the word bearer and writing order, the effect of which was to necessitate the endorsement of Cook on the back of the cheque. It was not intended by Palmer that those proceeds should fall into Cook's hands, and accordingly he forged the name of John Parsons Cook on the back of that cheque. Cook never received the money, and you will see that, within 10 days from the period when he came to his end, the bill in respect to that transaction, which was at 3 months, would have fallen due, when it must have become apparent that Palmer received the money, and that, in order to obtain it, he had forged the endorsement of Cook. I wish these were the only transactions in which Cook had been at all mixed up with the prisoner Palmer, but there is another to which it is necessary to refer. In September 1855, Palmer's brother having died, and the proceeds of the insurance not having been realized, Palmer induced a person named Bates to propose his life for insurance. Palmer had succeeded in raising money upon previous policies, and I have no doubt that he persuaded Cook to assist him in that transaction, so that, by representing Bates as a man of wealth and substance, they might get a policy on his life, by which policy, deposited as a collateral security, they might obtain advances of money. Bates had been somewhat better off in the world, but he had fallen into decay, and he had accepted employment from Palmer as a sort of hanger-on in his stables. He was a healthy young man, and, being in the company of Palmer and Cook at Rugeley on the 5th of September, Palmer asked him to insure his life, and produced the form of proposal to the office. Bates declined, but Palmer pressed him, and Cook interposed and said, "You had better do it. It will be for your benefit, and you'll be quite safe with Palmer." At length they succeeded in persuading him to sign the proposal for no less a sum than £25,000, Cook attesting the proposal, which Palmer filled in, Palmer being referred to as medical attendant, and his former assistant, Thirlby, as general referee. That proposal was sent up to the Solicitors and General Insurance Office, and in the ensuing month, that office not being disposed to effect the insurance, they sent up another for £10,000 to the Midland office on that same life. That proposal also failed, and no money, therefore, could be obtained from that source. All these circumstances are important, because they show the desperate straits in which the prisoner at that time found himself. The learned counsel then read a series of letters from Mr. Pratt to the prisoner, all pressing upon the prisoner the importance of his meeting the numerous bills which Pratt held, bearing the acceptance of Mrs. Sarah Palmer; and these letters appeared to become more urgent when the writer found that the insurance office refused to pay the £13,000 upon the policy effected on the life of the prisoner's brother, and which Pratt held as collateral security. The letters were dated at intervals between the 10th of September and the 18th of October 1855. On the 6th of November 2 writs were issued by Pratt for £4,000, one against Palmer and the other against his mother, and Pratt wrote on the same day to say that he had sent the writs to Mr. Crabbe, but that they were not to be served until he sent further instructions, and he strongly urged Palmer to make immediate arrangements for meeting them, and also to arrange for the bills for £1,500 due on the 9th of November. Between the 10th and the 13th of November Palmer succeeded in paying £600, but on that day Pratt again wrote to him, urging him to raise £1,000, at all events to meet the bills due on the 9th. That being the state of things at that time, we now come to the events connected with Shrewsbury races. Cook was the owner of a mare called Polestar, which was entered for the Shrewsbury handicap. She had been advantageously weighted, and Cook, believing that the mare would win, betted largely upon the event. The race was run upon the 13th of November, the very day on which that last letter was written by Pratt, which would reach Palmer on the 14th. The result of the race was that Polestar won, and that Cook was entitled, in the first place, to the stakes, which amounted to £424, minus certain deductions, which left a net sum of £381 19s. His bets had also been successful, and he won, upon the whole, a total sum of £2,050. He had won also in the previous week at Worcester, and I shall show that at Shrewsbury he had in his pocket, besides the stakes and the money which he would be entitled to receive at Tattersall's, between £700 and £800. The stakes he would receive through Mr. Weatherby, a great racing agent in London, with whom he kept an account, and upon whom he would draw; and the race being run on a Tuesday, he would be entitled on the ensuing Monday to receive his bets at Tattersall's, which amounted to £1,020. Within a week from that time Mr. Cook died, and the important inquiry which we have now to make is how he came by his death, whether by natural causes or by the hand of man, and if the latter, by whose hand. It is important, in the first place, that I should show you what was his state of health when he went down to Shrewsbury. He was a young man, but 28 when he died. He was slightly disposed to a pulmonary complaint, and although delicate in that respect, he was in all other respects a hale and hearty young man. He had been in the habit, from time to time, especially with reference to his chest, of consulting a physician in London, Dr. Savage, who saw him a fortnight before his death. For 4 years he had occasionally consulted Dr. Savage, being at that time a little anxious about the state of his throat, in which there happened to be 1 or 2 slight eruptions. He had been taking mercury for these eruptions, having mistaken the character of the complaint. Dr. Savage at once saw that he had made a mistake, and desired him to discontinue the use of mercury, substituting for it a course of tonics. Mr. Cook's health immediately began to improve, but inasmuch as the new course of treatment might have involved serious consequences in case Dr. Savage had been mistaken in the diagnosis of the disease, he asked Cook to look in upon him from time to time, and Cook had, as recently as within a fortnight of his death, gone to call upon Dr. Savage. Dr. Savage then examined his throat and whole system carefully, and he will be prepared to tell you that at that time he had nothing on earth the matter with him except a certain degree of thickening of the tonsils, or some of the glands of the throat, to which any one is liable, and there was no symptom whatever of ulcerated sore throat or anything of the sort. Having then seen Dr. Savage, he went down to Shrewsbury races, and his horse won. After that he was somewhat excited, as a man might naturally be under the circumstances of having won a considerable sum of money, and he asked several friends to dine with him to celebrate the event. They dined together at the Raven, the hotel where he was staying, and had 2 or 3 bottles of wine, but there was no excess of any sort, and no foundation for saying that Cook was the worse for liquor. Indeed, he was not addicted to excesses, but was, on the contrary, an abstemious man on all occasions. He went to bed that night, and there was nothing the matter with him. He got up the next day, and went again on the course, as usual. That night, Wednesday, the 14th of November, a remarkable incident happened, to which I beg to draw your attention. A friend of his, a Mr. Fisher and a Mr. Herring, were at Shrewsbury races, and Fisher, who, besides being a sporting man, was an agent for receiving winnings, and who received Cook's bets at the settling day at Tattersall's, occupied the room next to that occupied by Cook. Late in the evening Fisher went into a room in which he found Palmer and Cook drinking brandy and water. Cook gave him something to drink, and said to Palmer, "You'll have some more, won't you?" Palmer replied, "Not unless you finish your glass." Cook said, "I'll soon do that," and he finished it at a gulp, leaving only about a teaspoonful at the bottom of the glass. He had hardly swallowed it when he exclaimed, "Good God, there's something in it! It burns my throat." Palmer immediately took up the glass, and drinking what remained, said, "Nonsense, there's nothing in it," and then pushed the glass to Fisher and another person who had come in, and said, "Cook fancies there is something in the brandy and water. There's nothing in it. Taste it." On which one of them replied, "How can we taste it? You've drunk it all." Cook suddenly rose and left the room, and called Fisher out, saying that he was taken seriously ill. He was seized with the most violent vomiting, and became so bad that after a little while it was necessary to take him to bed. He vomited there again and again in the most violent way, and as the sickness continued, after the lapse of a couple of hours a medical man was sent for. He came and proposed an emetic and other means for making the sick man eject what he had taken. After that medicine was given him, at first some stimulant of a comforting nature, and then a pill as a purgative dose. After 2 or 3 hours he became more tranquil, and about 2 o'clock he fell asleep and slept till next morning. Such was the state of the man's feelings all that time that I cannot tell what passed, but he gave Fisher the money which he had about him, desiring him to take care of it, and Mr. Fisher will tell you that the money amounted to between £800 and £900 in notes. The next morning, having passed a quiet night, as I have said, and feeling better, he went out on the course, and he saw Fisher, who gave him back his notes. That was the Thursday. He still looked very ill, and felt very ill, but the vomiting had ceased. On that day Palmer's horse, the Chicken, ran at Shrewsbury. He had backed his mare heavily, but she lost. When Palmer went to Shrewsbury he had no money, and was obliged to borrow £25 to take him there. His horse lost, and he lost bets upon the race. He and Cook then left Shrewsbury, and returned to Rugeley, Cook going to the Talbot Arms Hotel, directly opposite the prisoner's house. There is an incident, however, connected with the occurrence at Shrewsbury, which I must mention. About 11 o'clock that night, a Mrs. Brooks, who betted on commission and had an establishment of jockeys, went to speak to the deceased upon some racing business, and in the lobby she saw Palmer holding up a tumbler to the light, and having looked at it through the gas, he withdrew to an outer room and presently returned with the glass in his hand, and went into the room where Cook was, and in which room he drank the brandy and water, from which I suppose you will infer that the sickness came on. I do not charge that by anything which caused that sickness Cook's death was occasioned, but I shall show you that throughout the ensuing days at Rugeley he constantly received things from the prisoner, and that during those days that sickness was continued. I shall show you that after he died antimony was found in the tissues of his body and in his blood, antimony administered in the form of tartar emetic, which, if continued to be applied, will maintain sickness. It was not that, however, of which this man died. The charge is, that having been prepared by antimony, He was killed by strychnine. You have, no doubt, heard of the vegetable product known as nux vomica. In that nut or bean there resides a subtle and fatal poison which is capable of being extracted from it by the skill of an operative chemist, and of which the most minute quantity is fatal to animal life. From half to a quarter of a grain will destroy life. You may imagine, therefore, how minute is the dose. In the human organisation the nervous system may be divided into two main parts: the nerves of sensation, by which a consciousness of all external sensations is conveyed to the brain, and the nerves of motion, which are, as it were, the agents between the intellectual power of man and the physical action which arises from his organisation. Those are the two main branches having their origin in the immediate vicinity of the seat of man's intellectual existence. They are entirely distinct in their allocations, and one set of nerves may be affected while the other is left undisturbed. You may paralyse the nerves of sensation, and may leave the nerves which act upon the voluntary muscles of movement wholly unaffected, or you may reverse that state of things, and may affect the nerves and muscles of volition, leaving the nerves of sensation wholly unaffected. Strychnine affects the nerves which act on the voluntary muscles, and it leaves wholly unaffected the nerves on which human consciousness depends. And it is important to bear this in mind. Some poisons produce a total absence of consciousness, but the poison to which I refer affects the voluntary actions of the muscles of the body, and leaves unimpaired the power of consciousness. Now the way in which strychnine acting upon the voluntary muscles is fatal to life is, that it produces the most intense excitement of all those muscles. Violent convulsions take place, spasms which affect the whole body and which end in rigidity. All the muscles become fixed, and the respiratory muscles in which the lungs have play are fixed with the immovable rigidity. Respiration consequently is suspended, and death ensues. These symptoms are known to medical men under the term of tetanus. There are other forms of tetanus which produce death, and which arise from other causes than the taking of strychnine. But there is a wide difference between the various forms of the same disease, which prevents the possibility of mistake. The learned counsel then explained the different symptoms which characterise traumatic tetanus and idiopathic tetanus, which latter is of comparatively rare occurrence in this country. But as this is a matter which will be hereafter dwelt upon with great detail in the medical testimony, it is unnecessary to burden our report with it at any length here. He then continued, I have reason to believe that an attempt will be made to confound those different classes of disease, and it will be necessary therefore for the jury to watch with great minuteness the medical evidence upon this point. It will show that both in traumatic and idiopathic tetanus the disease commences with the milder symptoms, which gradually progress towards the development and final completion of the attack. When once the disease has commenced, it continues without intermission, although, as in every other form of malady, the paroxysms will be from time to time more or less intense. In the case of tetanus from strychnine it is not so. It commences with paroxysms which may subside for a time, but are renewed again, and, whereas other forms of tetanus almost always last during a certain number of hours or days, when we deal with strychnine we deal with cases not of hours but of minutes, in which we have no beginning of the disease, and then a gradual development to the climax, but in which the paroxysms commence with all their power at the very first, and terminate after a few short minutes of fearful agony and struggles in the dissolution of the victim. Palmer was a medical man, and it is clear that the effect of strychnine had not escaped his attention. For I have a book before me which was found in his house after his arrest, called Manual for Students Preparing for Examination at Apothecaries' Hall, and on the first page in his handwriting I observed this remark: Strychnine kills by causing tetanic fixing of the respiratory muscles. I don't wish to attach more importance to that circumstance than it deserves, because nothing is more natural than that, in a book of this kind belonging to a professional man, such notes should be made, but I refer to it to show that the effect of poison on human life had come within his notice. I now revert to what took place after the arrival of these people at Rugeley. They arrived on the night of Thursday, the 15th of November, between 10 and 11 o'clock, when Mr. Cook took some refreshment and went to bed. He rose next morning and went out, and dined that day with Palmer. He returned to the inn about 10 o'clock that evening, perfectly well and sober, and went to bed. The next morning, at an early hour, Palmer was with him, and from that time throughout the whole of Saturday and Sunday he was constantly in attendance on him. He ordered him coffee on Saturday morning. It was brought in by the chambermaid, Elizabeth Mills, and given to the prisoner, who had an opportunity of tampering with it before giving it to Cook. Immediately after taking it the same symptoms set in which had occurred at Shrewsbury. Throughout the whole of that day and the next the prisoner constantly administered various things to Cook, who continued to be tormented with that incessant and troublesome sickness. Again, toast and water was brought over from the prisoner's house, instead of being made at the inn, as it might have been, and again the sickness ensued. It seems also that Palmer desired a woman named Roney to procure some broth for Cook from the Albion. She obtained it and gave it to Palmer to warm, and when Palmer had done so, he told her to take it to the Talbot for Mr. Cook, and to say that Mr. Smith had sent it, there being a Mr. Jeremiah Smith, an intimate friend of Cook. Cook tried to swallow a spoonful of the broth, but it immediately made him sick, and he brought it off his stomach. The broth was then taken downstairs, and after a little while the prisoner came across and asked if Mr. Cook had had his broth. He was told, no, that he had tried to take it, but that it had made him sick, and that he could not retain it on his stomach. Palmer said that he must take it, and desired that the broth should be brought upstairs. Cook tried to take it again, but again he began to vomit and throw the whole off his stomach. It was then taken downstairs, and a woman at the inn, thinking that it looked nice, took a couple of tablespoons of it. Within half an hour she also was taken severely ill. Vomiting came on, and continued almost incessantly for 5 or 6 hours. She was obliged to go to bed, and she had exactly the same symptoms which manifested themselves in Cook's person after he drank the brandy and water at Shrewsbury. On that Saturday, about 3 o'clock, Dr. Bamford, a medical man at Rugeley, was called in, and Palmer told him that Cook had a bilious attack, that he had dined with him on the day before, and had drunk too freely of champagne, which had disordered his stomach. Now I shall show to you, by the evidence of medical men, both at Shrewsbury and Rugeley, that although Palmer had on 1 or 2 occasions represented Cook as suffering under bilious diarrhœa, there was not, during the continuance of the violent vomiting that I have mentioned, a single bilious symptom of any sort whatever. Mr. Bamford visited him at 3:30, and when he found Mr. Cook suffering from violent vomiting, and the stomach in so irritable a state that it would not retain a tablespoon of anything, he naturally tried to see what the symptoms were which could lead him to form a notion as to the cause of that state of things. He found to his surprise that the pulse of the patient was perfectly natural, that his tongue was quite clean, his skin quite moist, and that there was not the slightest trace of fever, or, in short, of any of those symptoms which might be expected in the case of a bilious man. Having heard from Palmer that he ascribed his illness to an excess of wine on the previous day, he informed Cook of it, and Cook then said, "Well, I suppose I must have taken too much, but it's very odd, for I only took 3 glasses." The representation, therefore, made by Palmer that Cook had taken an excess of champagne was not correct. Coffee was brought up to Cook at 4 o'clock, when Palmer was there, and he vomited immediately. At 6 some barley water was taken to him when Palmer was not there, and the barley water did not produce vomiting. At 8 some arrowroot was given him. Palmer was present, and vomiting took place again. These may, no doubt, be mere coincidences, but they are facts, which, of whatever interpretation they may be susceptible, are well deserving of attention, that during the whole of that Saturday Palmer was continually in and out of the house in which Cook was sojourning, and he gave him a variety of things, and that whenever he gave him anything, sickness invariably ensued. That evening Dr. Bamford called again, and finding that the sickness still continued, he prepared for the patient 2 pills containing half a grain of calomel, half a grain of morphia, and 4 grains of rhubarb. On the following day, Sunday, between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Bamford is again summoned to Cook's bedside, and finds the sickness still recurring, but fails to detect any symptoms of bile. He visited him repeatedly in the course of that day, and on leaving him in the evening found that though the sickness continued, the tongue was clean, and there was not the slightest indication of bile or fever. And so Sunday ended. On Monday the 19th Palmer left Rugeley for London, on what business I shall presently explain. Before starting, however, he called in the morning to see Cook, and ordered him a cup of coffee. He took it up himself, and after drinking it, Cook, as usual, vomited. After that Palmer took his departure. Presently Dr. Bamford called, and finding Cook still suffering from sickness of the stomach, gave him some medicine. Whether from the effect of that medicine, or from whatever other cause, I know not, but it is admitted that from that time a great improvement was observed in Cook. Palmer was not present, and during the whole of the day Cook was better. Between 12 and 1 o'clock he is visited by Dr. Bamford, who, perceiving the improvement, advised him to get up. He does so, washes, dresses, recovers his spirits, and sits up for several hours. 2 of his jockeys and his trainer called to see him, are admitted to his room, enter into conversation with him, and perceive that he is in a state of comparative ease and comfort, and so he continued till an hour later. I will now interrupt for a moment the consecutive narration of what passed afterwards at Rugeley, to follow Palmer through the events in which he was concerned in London. He had written to a person named Herring to meet him at Beaufort Buildings, where a boarding-house was kept by a lady named Hawkes. Herring was a man of the turf, and had been to Shrewsbury races. Immediately on seeing Palmer he inquired after Cook's health. "Oh," said Palmer, "he is all right. His medical man has given him a dose of calomel, and recommended him not to come out, but what I want to see you about is the settling of his accounts." Monday, it appears, was settling day at Tattersall's, and it was necessary that all accounts should be squared. Cook's usual agent for effecting that arrangement was a person named Fisher, and it seems not a little singular that Cook should not have told Palmer why Fisher should not have been employed on this as on all similar occasions. End of section 1. Section 2 of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Central Criminal Court, May the 14th, 1856, Part 2. On this point, however, Palmer offered no explanation. He was himself a defaulter, and could not show at Tattersall's. He produced a piece of paper which he said contained a list of the sums which Cook was entitled to receive, and he mentioned the names of the different persons who were indebted to Cook, and the amounts for which they were respectively liable. Herring held out his hand to take the paper, but Palmer said, "No, I will keep this document. Here is another piece of paper. Write down what I read to you, and what I have here I will retain, as it will be a check against you." He then dictated the names of the various persons, with the sums for which they were liable. Herring observed that it amounted to £1,020. "Very well," said Palmer, "pay yourself £6, Shelley £30, and if you see Bull, tell him Cook will pay him on Thursday or Friday. And now," he added, "how much do you make the balance?" Herring replied that he made it £984. Palmer replied that the tot was right, and then went on to say, "I will give you £16, which will make it £1,000. Pay yourself the £200 that I owe you for my bill. Pay Padwick £350, and Pratt £450. So we have it here established, beyond all controversy, that Palmer did not hesitate to apply Cook's money to the payment of his own debts. With regard to the debt due to Mr. Padwick, I am assured that it represents moneys won by that gentleman, partly from Cook and partly from Palmer, but that Mr. Padwick held Palmer to be the responsible party, and looked to him for payment. The debt to Pratt was Palmer's own affair. Such is the state of things as regard the disposition of the money. Palmer desired Herring to send cheques to Pratt and Padwick at once, and without waiting to draw the money from Tattersall's. To this Herring objected, observing that it would be most injudicious to send the cheques before he was sure of getting the money. "Ah, well," said Palmer, "never mind. It is all right, but come what will, Pratt must be paid, for his claim is on account of a bill of sale for a mare." Finding it impossible to overcome Herring's objection to send the cheques until he had got the money at Tattersall's, Palmer then proceeded to settle some small betting transactions between himself and that gentleman, amounting to £5 or thereabouts. He pulled out a £50 note, and Herring, not having full change, gave him a cheque for £20. Then they parted, Palmer directing him to send down word of his proceedings either to him, Palmer, or to Cook. With this injunction Herring complied, and I shall prove in the course of the trial that the letters he wrote to Cook were intercepted by the postmaster at Rugeley. Not having received as much as he expected at Tattersall's, Herring was unable to pay Padwick the £350, but it is not disputed that he paid £450 to Pratt. On the same day Palmer went himself to the latter gentleman and paid him other moneys, consisting of £30 in notes and the cheque for £20 which he had received from Herring, and a memorandum was drawn, and to which I shall hereafter have occasion to call attention. So much for Palmer's proceedings in London. On the evening of that same day, Monday, he returned home. Arriving at Rugeley about 9 o'clock at night, he at once proceeded to visit Cook at the Talbot Arms, and from that time till 10 or 11 o'clock he was continually in and out of Cook's room. In the course of the evening he went to a man named Newton, assistant to a surgeon named Salt, and applied for 3 grains of strychnine, which Newton, knowing Palmer to be a medical practitioner, did not hesitate to give him. Dr. Bamford had sent on this day the same kind of pills that he had sent on Saturday and Sunday. I believe it was the doctor's habit to take the pills himself to the Talbot Arms, and entrust them to the care of the housekeeper, who carried them upstairs, but it was Palmer's practice to come in afterwards, and evening after evening, to administer medicine to the patient. There is no doubt that Cook took pills on Monday night. Whether he took the pills prepared for him by Dr. Bamford, and similar to those which he had taken on Saturday and Sunday, or whether Palmer substituted for Dr. Bamford's pills some of his own concoction, consisting in some measure of strychnine, I must leave for the jury to determine. Certain it is that when he left Cook at 11 o'clock at night, the latter was still comparatively well and comfortable, and cheerful as in the morning, but he was not long to continue so. About 12 o'clock the female servants in the lower part of the house were alarmed by violent screams proceeding from Cook's room. They rushed up, and found him in great agony, shrieking dreadfully, shouting "Murder!" and calling on Christ to save his soul. He was in intense pain. The eyes were starting out of his head. He was flinging his arms wildly about him, and his whole body was convulsed. He was perfectly conscious, however, and desired that Palmer should be sent for without delay. One of the women ran to fetch him, and he attended in a few minutes. He found Cook still screaming, gasping for breath, and hardly able to speak. He ran back again to procure some medicine, and on his return Cook exclaimed, "Oh, dear doctor, I shall die." "No, my lad, you shall not," replied Palmer, and he then gave him some more medicine. The sick man vomited almost immediately, but there was no appearance of the pills in the utensil. Shortly afterwards he became more calm, and called on the women to rub his limbs. They did so, and found them cold and rigid. Presently the symptoms became still more tranquil, and he grew better, but the medical men will depose that the tetanus that affected him was that occasioned by strychnine. His frame, exhausted by the terrible agony it had endured, now fell gradually into repose. Nature asserted her claim to rest, and he began to doze. So matters remained till the morrow, Tuesday the 20th, the day of his death. On the morning of that day Cook was found comparatively comfortable, though still retaining a vivid impression of the horrors he had suffered the night before. He was quite collected, and conversed rationally with the chambermaid. Palmer, meeting Dr. Bamford that same day, told him that he did not want to have Cook disturbed, for that he was now at his ease, though he had had a fit the night before. This same morning, between the hours of 11 and 12 o'clock, there occurred a very remarkable incident. About that time Palmer went to the shop of a certain Mr. Hawkins, a druggist, at Rugeley. He had not dealt with him for 2 years before, it being his practice during that period to purchase such drugs as he required from Mr. Thirlby, a former assistant of Mr. Hawkins, who had set up business for himself. But on this day Palmer went to Mr. Hawkins' shop, and producing a bottle, informed the assistant that he wanted 2 drachms of prussic acid. While it was being prepared for him, Mr. Newton, the same man from whom he had on a former occasion obtained strychnine, came into the shop, whereupon Palmer seized him by the arm, and observing that he had something particular to say to him, hurried him into the street, where he kept talking to him on the matter of the smallest possible importance, relating to the precise period at which his employer's son meant to repair to a farm he had taken in the country. They continued to converse on this trivial topic until a gentleman named Brassington, or Grassington, came up, whereupon Mr. Newton turned aside to say a few words to him. Palmer, relieved by this accident, went back into the shop, and asked in addition for 6 grains of strychnine and a certain quantity of Batley's liquor of opium. He obtained them, paid for them, and went away. Presently Mr. Newton returned, and being struck with the fact that Palmer's dealing with Hawkins, asked out of passing curiosity what he had come for, and was informed. And here I must mention a fact of some importance respecting Mr. Newton. When examined before the coroner, that gentleman only deposed to 1 purchase of strychnine by Palmer at Mr. Salt's surgery, and it was only as recently as yesterday that, with many expressions of contrition for not having been more explicit, he communicated to the Crown the fact that Palmer had also bought strychnine on Monday night. It is for you, gentlemen, to decide the amount of credit to be attached to this evidence, but you will bear in mind that whatever you may think of Mr. Newton's testimony, that of Mr. Roberts, on whom there is no taint or shadow of suspicion, is decisive with respect to the purchases which the prisoner made on Tuesday at the shop of Mr. Hawkins. I now resume the story of Tuesday's proceedings, with the observation that Cook was entitled to receive the stakes he had won at Shrewsbury. On that day Palmer sent for Mr. Cheshire, the postmaster of Rugeley. He owed Cheshire £7 odd, and the latter, supposing that he was about to be paid, came with a stamped receipt in his hand. Palmer produced a paper, and remarking that Cook was too ill to write himself, told Cheshire to draw a cheque on Weatherby's in his (Palmer's) favour for £350. Cheshire thereupon filled up a piece of paper purporting to be the body of a cheque, addressed in the manner indicated to the Messrs. Weatherby, and concluding with the word, "and placed the same to my account." Palmer then took the document away, for the purpose, as he averred, of getting Cook's signature to it. What became of it I do not undertake to assert, but of this there is no question, that by that night's post Palmer sent up to Weatherby's a cheque which was returned dishonoured. Whether it was genuine, or, like so many other papers with which Palmer had to do, forged, is a question which you will have to determine. And now, returning to Cook, it may be observed that in the course of that morning coffee and broth were sent him by Palmer, and, as usual, vomiting ensued and continued through the whole of the afternoon. And now a new person makes his appearance on the stage. You must know that on Sunday Palmer wrote to Mr. W. H. Jones, a surgeon of Lutterworth, desiring him to come over to see Cook. Cook was a personal friend of Mr. Jones, and had occasionally been in the habit of residing at his house. It is deserving of remark that Palmer, in his letter to Jones, describes Cook as suffering from a severe bilious attack accompanied with diarrhœa, adding, "It is desirable for you to come and see him as soon as possible." Whether this communication is to be interpreted in a sense favourable to the prisoner, or whether it is to be taken as indicating a deep design to give colour to the idea that Cook died a natural death, it is at least certain that the statement that Cook had been suffering from a bilious attack attended with diarrhœa was utterly untrue. Mr. Jones, being himself unwell, did not come to Rugeley till Tuesday. He arrived at about 3 o'clock on that day, and immediately proceeded to see his sick friend. Palmer came in at the same moment, and they both examined the patient. Mr. Jones paid particular attention to the state of his tongue, remarked, "That is not the tongue of a bilious fever." About 7 o'clock that same evening Dr. Bamford called, and found the patient pretty well. Subsequently the three medical men, Palmer, Bamford, and Jones, held a consultation, but before leaving the bedroom for that purpose, Cook beckoned to Palmer and said, "Mind, I will have no more pills or medicine to-night." Then they withdrew and consulted. Palmer insisted on his taking pills, but added, "Let us not tell him what they contain, as he fears the same results that have already given him such pain." It was agreed that Dr. Bamford should make up the pills, which were to be composed of the same ingredients as those that had been administered on the 3 preceding evenings. The doctor repaired to his surgery, and made them up accordingly. He was followed by Palmer, who asked him to write the directions how they were to be taken. Mr. Bamford, though unable to understand the necessity of his doing so under the circumstances, complied with Palmer's request, and wrote on the box that the pills were to be taken at bedtime. Palmer then took them away, and gave either those pills or some others to Cook that night. It is remarkable, however, that half or three-quarters of an hour elapsed from the time he left Dr. Bamford's surgery until he brought the pills to Cook. When at length he came, he produced 2 pills, but before giving them to Cook he took especial care to call Mr. Jones's attention to the directions on the lid, observing that the writing was singularly distinct and vigorous for a man upwards of 80. If the prisoner be guilty, it is a natural presumption that he made this observation with the view of identifying the pill box as having come from Dr. Bamford, and so averting suspicion from himself. This was about 10:30 at night. The pills were then offered to Cook, who strongly objected to take them, remarking that they had made him ill at night before. Palmer insisted, and the sick man at last consented to take them. He vomited immediately after, but did not bring up the pills. Jones then went down and took his supper, and he will tell you that up to the period when the pills were administered, Cook had been easy and cheerful, and presented no symptom of the approach of disease, much less of death. It was arranged that Jones should sleep in the same room with Cook, and he did so, but he had not been more than 15 or 20 minutes in bed when he was aroused by a sudden exclamation and a frightful scream from Cook, who, starting up, said, "Send for the doctor immediately. I am going to be ill, as I was last night." The chambermaid ran across the road and rang the bell of Palmer's house, and in a moment Palmer was at the window. He was told that Cook was again ill. In 2 minutes he was by the bedside of the sick man, and, strangely, volunteered the observation, "I never dressed so quickly in my life." It is for you, gentlemen, to say whether you think he had time to dress at all. Cook was found in the same condition, and with the same symptoms as the night before, gasping for breath, screaming violently, his body convulsed with cramps and spasms, and his neck rigid. Jones raised him and rubbed his neck. When Palmer entered the room, Cook asked him for the same remedy that had relieved him the night before. "I will run back and fetch it," said Palmer, and he darted out of the room. In the passage he met two female servants, who remarked that Cook was as bad as he had been last night. "He is not within 50 times as bad as he was last night. And what a game is this to be at every night," was Palmer's reply. In a few minutes he returned with 2 pills, which he told Jones were ammonia, though I am assured that it is a drug that requires much time in the preparation, and can with difficulty be made into pills. The sick man swallowed these pills, but brought them up again immediately. And now ensued a terrible scene. He was instantly seized with violent convulsions. By degrees his body began to stiffen out, then suffocation commenced. Agonized with pain, he repeatedly entreated to be raised. They tried to raise him, but it was not possible. The body had become rigid as iron, and it could not be done. He then said, "Pray turn me over." They did turn him over on the right side. He gasped for breath, but could utter no more. In a few moments all was tranquil. The tide of life was ebbing fast. Jones leant over him to listen to the action of the heart. Gradually the pulse ceased. All was over. He was dead. Sensation. I will show you that his was a death referable in its symptoms to the tetanus produced by strychnine, and not to any other possible form of tetanus. Scarcely was the breath out of his body when Palmer begins to think of what is to be done. He engages 2 women to lay out the corpse, and these women, on entering the room, find him searching the pockets of a coat which, no doubt, belonged to Cook, and hunting under the pillows and bolsters. They saw some letters in the mantel-shelf, which, in all probability, had been taken out of the dead man's pocket. And what is very remarkable is, that from that day to this, nothing has been seen or heard either of the betting-book or of any of the papers connected with Cook's money affairs. On a subsequent day, Thursday, he returned, and, on the pretence of looking for some books and a paper-knife, rummaged again through the documents of the deceased. On the 25th of November he sent for Cheshire, and producing a paper purporting to bear the signature of Cook, asked him to attest it. Cheshire glanced over it. It was a document in which Cook acknowledged that certain bills to the amount of £4,000 or thereabouts were bills that had been negotiated for his, Cook's, benefit, and in respect of which Palmer had received no consideration. Such was the paper to which, 48 hours after the death of the man whose name it bore, Palmer did not hesitate to ask Cheshire to be an attesting witness. Cheshire, though unfortunately for himself, too much the slave of Palmer, peremptorily refused to comply with this request, whereupon Palmer carelessly observed, "It is of no consequence. I dare say the signature will not be disputed, but it occurred to me that it would look more regular if it were attested." On Friday, Mr. Stevens, Cook's father-in-law, came down to Rugeley, and after viewing the body of his relative, to whom he had been tenderly attached, asked Palmer about his affairs. Palmer assured him that he held a paper drawn up by a lawyer and signed by Cook, stating that, in respect of £4,000 worth of bills, he, Cook, was alone liable, and that Palmer had a claim to that amount against his estate. Mr. Stevens expressed his amazement, and replied that there would not be 4,000 shillings for the holders of the bills. Subsequently Palmer displayed an eager officiousness in the matter of the funeral, taking upon himself to order a shell and an oak coffin, without any directions to that effect from the relatives of the deceased, who were anxious to have the arrangements in their own hands. Mr. Stevens ordered dinner at the hotel for Bamford, Jones, and himself, and finding Palmer still hanging about him, thought it but civil to extend the invitation to him. Accordingly they all sat down together. After dinner, Mr. Stevens asked Jones to step upstairs and bring down all books and papers belonging to Cook. Jones left the room to do so, and Palmer followed him. They were absent about 10 minutes, and on their return Jones observed that they were unable to find the betting book or any of the papers belonging to the deceased. Palmer added The betting book would be of no use to you if you found it, for the bets are void by his death." Mr. Stevens replied, "The book must be found." And then Palmer, changing his tone, said, "Oh, I dare say it will turn up." Mr. Stevens then rang the bell, and told the housekeeper to take charge of whatever books and papers had belonged to Cook, and to be sure not to allow any one to meddle with them until he came back from London, which he would soon do, with his solicitor. He then departed, but, returning to Rugeley after a brief interval, declared his intention to have a post-mortem examination. Palmer volunteered to nominate the surgeons who would conduct it, but Mr. Stevens refused to employ any one whom he should recommend. On Sunday, the 26th, Palmer called on Dr. Bamford, and asked him for a certificate attesting the cause of Cook's death. The doctor expressed his surprise, and observed, "Why, he was your patient?" But Palmer importuned him, and Bamford, taking the pen, filled up the certificate, and entered the cause of death as apoplexy. Dr. Bamford is upwards of 80, and I hope that it is to some infirmity connected with his great age that this most unjustifiable act is to be attributed. However, he shall be produced in court, and he will tell you that apoplexy has never been known to produce tetanus. In the course of the day Palmer sent for Newton, and after they had had some brandy and water, asked him how much strychnine he would use to kill a dog. Newton replied, from half a grain to a grain. "And how much," inquired Palmer, "would be found in the tissues and intestines after death?" "None at all," was Newton's reply. But that is a point on which I will produce important evidence. The post-mortem examination took place the next day, and on that occasion Palmer assured the medical men, of whom there were many present, that Cook had had epileptic fits on Monday and Tuesday, and that they would find old disease in the heart and head. He added that the poor fellow was full of disease, and had all kinds of complaints. These statements were completely disproved by the post-mortem examinations. At the first of them, conducted by Dr. Devonshire, the liver, lungs, and kidneys were all found healthy. It was said that there were some slight indications of congestion of the kidneys, whether due to decomposition or to what other cause it was not certain, but it was admitted on all hands that they did not impair the general health of the system, or at all account for death. The stomach and intestines were examined, and they exhibited a few white spots in the large end of the stomach, but these marks were wholly insufficient to explain the cause of dissolution. Dr. Bamford contended that there was some slight congestion of the brain, but all the other medical men concurred in thinking that there was none at all. In the ensuing month of January the body was exhumed with a view to more accurate examination, and the body was then found to be in a perfectly normal and healthy condition. Palmer seemed rejoiced at the discovery, and, turning to Dr. Bamford, exclaimed, "Doctor, they won't hang us yet." The stomach and intestines were taken out and placed in a jar, and it was observed that Palmer pushed against the medical man who was engaged in the operation, and the jar was in danger of being upset. It escaped, however, and was covered with skins, tied down and sealed. Presently one of the medical men turned round, and finding that the jar had disappeared, asked what had become of it. It was found at a distance, near a different door from that through which people usually passed in and out, and Palmer exclaimed, "It's all right. It was I who removed it. I thought it would be more convenient for you to have it here, that you might lay your hands readily on it as you went out." When the jar was recovered it was found that 2 slits had been cut in the skins with a knife. The slits, however, were clean, so that, whatever his object may have been in making the incisions, it is certain that nothing was taken out of the jar. He goes to Dr. Bamford and remonstrates against the removal of the jars. He says, "I do not think we ought to allow them to be taken away." Now, if he had been an ignorant person, not familiar with the course likely to be pursued by medical men under such circumstances, there might be some excuse for this. But it is for you to ask yourselves whether Palmer, himself a medical man, knowing that the contents of the jars were to be submitted to an analysis, might not have relied with confidence on the honour and integrity of the profession to which he belonged. You must say whether his anxiety to prevent the removal of the jars was not a sign of a guilty conscience. Dr. Bamford was a most respectable physician, and his character and position were well known to Palmer. But the case does not stop here. The jar was delivered to Mr. Boycott, the clerk to Mr. Gardner, the solicitor. Palmer, finding that it was to be sent to London for chemical analysis, was extremely anxious that it should not reach its destination. It was going to be conveyed by Mr. Boycott to the Stafford station in a fly, driven by a postboy. Palmer goes to this postboy and asks him whether it is the fact that he is going to drive Boycott to Stafford. He is answered in the affirmative. He then asks, "Are the jars there?" He is told that they are. He says, "They have no business to take them. One does not know what they may put in them. Can't you manage to upset the fly and break them? I will give you £10 and make it all right for you." The man said, "I shall do no such thing. I must go and look after my fly." That man will be called before you, and he will have no interest to state anything but the truth. I have now gone through the painful history, yet there are some points of minor importance which I ought not altogether to pass over, as nothing connected with the conduct of a man conscious that an imputation of this kind rests upon him can be immaterial. After the post-mortem examination, it was thought right to hold a coroner's inquest. On 2 or 3 occasions in the course of that inquiry, Palmer sent presents to the coroner. The stomach of the deceased and its contents were sent to Dr. Taylor and Dr. Rees at Guy's Hospital, who were known to be in communication with Mr. Gardner. A letter was sent by Dr. Taylor to Mr. Gardner, stating the result of the investigation. That letter was betrayed to Palmer by the postmaster, Cheshire, and Palmer then wrote to the coroner, telling him that Dr. Taylor and Dr. Rees had failed in finding traces of poison, and asking him to take a certain course with respect to the evidence. Why should he have done this, if there had not been a feeling of uneasiness upon his mind? These matters must not be wholly overlooked, although I will not ask you to give them any undue importance. I should have told you, in addition, that the prisoner had no money prior to Shrewsbury races, while afterwards he was flush of cash. Sums of £100 and £150 were paid by him into the bank at Rugeley. 2 or 3 persons received sums of £10 each, and he seemed, in fact, to be giving away money right and left. I think I shall be able to show that he had something like £400 in his possession. Now Cook had £700 or £800 when he left Shrewsbury on the Thursday morning. None is found. It may be that Cook, who, whatever his faults, was a kind-hearted creature, compassionating Palmer's condition, and influenced by his representations, assisted him with money. That I do not know. I do not wish to strain the point too far, but one cannot imagine that Cook, who had no money but what he took with him to Shrewsbury, should have given Palmer everything and left himself destitute. The case then stands thus. Here is a man overwhelmed with pecuniary difficulties, obliged to resort to the desperate expedient of forging acceptances to raise money, hoping to meet them by the proceeds of the insurances he had effected upon a life. Disappointed in that expectation by the board, told by the gentleman through whom the bills had been discounted, "You must trifle with me no longer. If you cannot find money, writs will be served on you." Cook's name forged to an endorsement for £375, ruin staring him in the face. You, gentlemen, must say whether he had not sufficient inducement to commit the crime. He seems to have had a further object. No sooner is the breath out of the dead man's body than he says to Jones, "I had a claim of £3,000 or £4,000 against him on account of bills." Besides, he believed that Cook had more property than it turns out he really had. The valuable mare, Polestar, belonged to him when the assignment had been paid off, and Palmer would have been glad to obtain possession of her. The fact, too, that Cook was mixed up in the insurance of Bates may lead one to surmise that he was in possession of secrets relating to the desperate expedients to which this man has resorted to obtain money. I will leave you to say whether this combination of motives may not have led to the crime with which he is charged. This you will only have to consider, supposing the case to be balanced between probabilities. But if you believe the evidence that will be given as to what took place on the Monday and the Tuesday, if you believe the paroxysms of the Monday, the mortal agony of the Tuesday, I shall show that things were administered on both those days by the hand of Palmer by a degree of evidence almost amounting to certainty. The body was submitted to a careful analysis, and I am bound to say that no trace of strychnine was found. But I am told that, although the presence of strychnine may be detected by certain tests, and although indications of its presence lead irresistibly to the conclusion that it has been administered, the converse of that proposition does not hold. Sometimes it is found, at other times it is not. It depends upon circumstances. A most minute dose will destroy life. From half to 3/4 of a grain will lay the strongest man prostrate. But in order to produce that fatal effect it must be absorbed into the system, and the absorption takes place in a greater or less period according to the manner in which the poison is presented to the surfaces with which it comes in contact. If it is in a fluid form it is rapidly taken up and soon produces the effect. If not, it requires to be absorbed, and the effects are a longer time in showing themselves. But in either case there is a difficulty in discovering its presence. If it acts only on the nervous system through the circulation, an almost infinitesimal dose will be present. And, as it is a vegetable poison, the tests which alone can be employed are infinitely more delicate and difficult than those which are applied to other poisons. It is unlike a mineral poison, which can soon be detected and reproduced. If the dose has been a large one, death ensues before the whole has been absorbed, and a portion is left in the intestine. But if a minimum dose has been administered, a different consequence follows, and the whole is absorbed. Practical experience bears out the theory that I am enunciating. Experiments have been tried which show that where the same amount of poison has been administered to animals of the same species, death will ensue in the same number of minutes, accompanied by precisely the same kinds of symptoms, while in the analysis afterwards made, the presence of poison will be detected in one case and not in another. It has been repeated over and over again that the scientific men employed in this case had come to the conclusion that the presence of strychnine cannot be detected by any tests known to science. They have been grievously misunderstood. They never made any such assertion. What they have asserted is this: the detection of its presence, where its administration is a matter of certainty, is a matter of the greatest uncertainty. It would indeed be a fatal thing to sanction the notion that strychnine, administered for the purpose of taking away life, cannot afterwards be detected. Lamentable enough is the uncertainty of detection. Happily, Providence, which has placed this fatal agent at the disposition of man, has marked its effect with characteristic symptoms distinguishable from those of all other agents by the eye of science. It will be for you to say whether the testimony that will be laid before you with regard to those symptoms does not lead your mind to the conclusion that the deceased came to his death by poison administered to him by the prisoner. There is a circumstance which throws great light upon this part of the case. Some days before his death the man was constantly vomiting. The analysis made of his body failed to produce evidence of the presence of strychnine, but did not fail to produce evidence of the presence of antimony. Now antimony was not administered by the medical men, and unless taken in a considerable quantity it produces no effect and is perfectly soluble. It is an irritant which produces exactly the symptoms which were produced in this case. The man was sick for a week, and antimony was found in his body afterwards. But for what purpose can it have been administered? It may be that the original intention was to destroy him by means of antimony. It may be that the only object was to bring about an appearance of disease so as to account for death. One is lost in speculation. But the question is whether you have any doubt that strychnine was administered on the Monday, and still more on the Tuesday, when death ensued. And if you are satisfied with the evidence that will be adduced on that point, you must determine whether it was not administered by the prisoner's hand. I shall produce testimony before you in proof of the statements I have made, which I am afraid must occupy some considerable portion of your time, but in such an inquiry time cannot be wasted, and I am sure you will give it your most patient attention. I have the satisfaction of knowing that the prisoner will be defended by one of the most eloquent and able men who ever adorned the bar of this country or any other forum, and that everything will be done for him that can be done. If in the end all should fail in satisfying you of his guilt, in God's name let not the innocent suffer. If, on the other hand, the facts that will be presented to you should lead you to the conclusion that he is guilty, the best interests of society demand his conviction. The opening address of the Attorney General occupied upwards of 4 hours in its delivery. At its conclusion, at 2:15, the jury retired for a short time for refreshment, and upon their return the following witnesses were called in support of the prosecution. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Most Extraordinary Trial of William Palmer by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Central Criminal Court, May 14th, 1856. Part 3. Ismail Fisher examined by Mr. E. James. I am a wine merchant at 4 Victoria Street, City. I am in the habit of attending races and betting. I knew John Parsons Cook. I had known him for about 2 years before his death. I was at Shrewsbury races in November 1855. I remember the Shrewsbury handicap. It was won by the mare called Polestar, the property of Cook. It took place on Tuesday, November 13th. I saw Cook upon the course. He looked as well as he had looked at any time since I had known him. I was stopping at the Raven Hotel in Shrewsbury. I know Palmer, the prisoner, very well. I have known him rather more than 2 years. Cook and Palmer were stopping at the same hotel and occupied a room separated from mine only by a wooden partition. It was a sitting room, and they occupied it jointly. On the Wednesday night, between 11 and 12 o'clock, I went into the sitting room. I found there Cook, Palmer, and Mr. Myatt, a saddler at Rugeley, a friend of Palmer's. They had grog before them. I was asked to sit down by Cook, and I sat down. Cook asked Palmer to have some more brandy and water. Palmer said, "I will not have any more till you have drunk yours." Cook said, "Then I will drink mine." He took up his glass and drank the grog off immediately. He said within a minute afterwards, "There is something in it. It burns my throat dreadfully." Palmer then got up, took the glass, sipped up what was left in it, and said, "There is nothing in it." There was not more than a teaspoonful in the glass when he emptied it. In the meantime Mr. Reed had come in. Palmer handed the glass to Reed and to me, and asked if we thought there was anything in it. We both said the glass was so empty that we could not recognise anything. I said I thought there was rather a strong scent upon it, but I could not say it arose from anything but brandy. Lord Campbell: Did you put your lips to it? Witness: I did not. It was completely drained. Within 10 minutes I retired. Cook had left the room, and then came back and called me from it. We went to my own sitting room. He there told me he was very ill and very sick, and asked me to take his money. Mr. E. James: Did he state what he was suffering from? Mr. Serjeant SHEE objected to this question. Lord Campbell: Surely his statement of the effect produced on him by what he had just swallowed is admissible. Witness: He said he was very sick, and he thought that Palmer had dosed him. He handed me over some money, between £700 and £800, in bank notes, to take care of. He did not sleep in the same room with Palmer. He was seized with vomiting after he had given me the money, and left the room. He afterwards came back to my room, and again complained of what he had been suffering. He asked me to go to his bedroom. I went with him. Mr. Jones, a law stationer, went with me. He then vomited again violently, and was so ill that I sent for a doctor, Mr. Gibson, who came about 12:30 or 1:45. I remained with Cook till 2 o'clock. I sent for Mr. Gibson a second time, and he sent some medicine, which Cook took. After seeing the doctor and taking the medicine, he became more composed. Mr. Jones and I gave him the medicine. Next morning, about 10 o'clock, I saw Palmer. I found him in my sitting room when I came downstairs. He said, "Cook has been stating that I gave him something in his brandy. I never play such tricks with people, but I can tell you what he was. He was drunk." I should say Cook was certainly not drunk. Lord Campbell: Was he affected by liquor? Witness: Not at all approaching drunkenness, my lord. Cook came into my bedroom before I was up the same morning. He was much better, but still looked ill. I gave him back the money. About 3 o'clock on that day, Thursday, I saw Cook on the racecourse. He looked very ill. I had always settled Cook's bets for him when he did not settle them himself. I saw his betting book in his hand. It was dark in colour and about half the size of this. The witness here produced a small black pocket-book. On the 17th of November, Saturday, by Cook's request, I paid Pratt £200. His account, in the ordinary course, would have been settled at Tattersall's on Monday, the 19th. I advanced the £200 to pay Pratt. I knew that Cook had won at Shrewsbury, and I should have been entitled to deduct that £200 from his winnings, if I settled his account at Tattersall's. I did not settle that account, and I have not been paid my advance. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee: I had known Cook about 2 years, and Palmer longer. They were a good deal connected in racing transactions. Do you know that they were partners? I don't remember settling any transactions in which they were jointly interested, and I don't know that they owned horses jointly. They appeared very intimate and were much together, generally staying at the same hotels. I was not at the Worcester meeting. I don't know whether Palmer won at Shrewsbury as well as Cook. The races began on the Tuesday about 2 o'clock. Polestar ran about an hour afterwards, but I cannot tell the exact time. I saw Cook on the course after the race, and he appeared much elated. Polestar won easily. In the evening, when I went into the sitting-room, there was a candle on the table. A glass was ordered for me when I sat down. I don't remember drinking anything, but I cannot swear that I did not. I am a good judge of brandy by the smell. I said there was nothing particular in the smell, but the glass was so completely drained that there was very little to smell. I counted the money Cook gave me. I had been at the Unicorn that evening quite an hour before. I dined at the Raven about 6 o'clock. I did not see Cook after the race on the Wednesday, till I saw him at the Unicorn between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening. I merely looked into the room. I saw Sanders, the trainer, Cook, Palmer, and a lady. I can't say whether they were drinking. Did it happen that a good many people were ill on that Wednesday at Shrewsbury? I mean people connected with the races. No, I don't know that there were. On the Wednesday it was damp underfoot, but I forget whether it rained. I saw Cook several times on the course. On the Thursday the weather was cold and damp. I don't know that Cook and Palmer breakfasted together on the Thursday morning. On the 17th of November I received a letter from Cook. The letter was read. It was dated Rugeley, November the 16th, and in it Cook said it was of very great importance to Palmer and to himself that £500 should be paid to Pratt on the next day, that £300 should be sent, and he would be greatly obliged if Fisher would pay the other £200 immediately on receipt of the letter, promising to give it him back on the following Monday at Tattersall's. He added that he was much better. Re-examined by the Attorney General: I never intended to say that Cook and Palmer were partners. Did you notice any change of feeling on the part of Cook towards Palmer? He never had any great respect for Palmer, but I did notice a change in him. It was a handicap race that Polestar won. Palmer had a horse called Chicken, which ran on the Thursday and lost. He had betted upon the race. Cook was not more elated at winning than people usually are. I am not sure that I drank any brandy and water while I was staying at the Raven. Thomas Jones, examined by Mr. Welsby, said, I am a law stationer in Carey Street, London. I was at Shrewsbury races last November, and I lodged at the Raven. I arrived there on a Monday night. I supped with Cook, Herring, Fisher, and Gravett. Cook appeared well. I saw him on the Tuesday and Wednesday, and he then also seemed quite well. Fisher and I went to the Raven between 11 and 12 o'clock on Wednesday night. Reed was there, and he invited Cook into my room. Palmer was also there. After the party broke up, Fisher came and told me something about Cook, in consequence of which I went with him to Cook's bedroom. He complained of something burning at his throat and of vomiting. Some medicine was brought, pills and a draught. Cook refused to take the pills. I then went to the doctor's and got some liquid medicine, and gave him a small quantity in a wineglass. He was in bed. About a quarter of an hour afterwards he took the pills also, and I left him. Between 6 and 7 o'clock next morning I saw him again. He said he felt easier and better. He looked pale. This witness was not cross-examined. George Reed, examined by Mr. Bodkin. I live in Victoria Street, near Farringdon Market. I keep a house frequented by sporting characters. I am acquainted with Palmer. I saw him at Shrewsbury races on Tuesday, as well as Cook. He appeared to be in his usual health. I saw him also the next day, and he was apparently in the same health. I stayed at the Raven. On the Wednesday night I went between 11 and 12 into the room in which were Palmer and Cook. There was more than one gentleman in the room. I had some brandy and water there. I saw that Cook was in pain almost immediately after I entered. He said to us, there is something in the brandy and water. Palmer handed me the glass after it had been emptied. I said, what is the use of examining a glass which is empty? I believe Cook left the room. I did not see him again. I saw him on the following morning at 11 o'clock. He was in the sitting-room. He said in my hearing that he was very ill. Cross-examined. On Tuesday he was well as usual. He never looked a strong man, but one having delicate health. He was not in the habit of complaining of ill health. By the Court. I had some of the brandy and water, and it did not make me ill. Re-examined by the Attorney General. My brandy was taken from another decanter, which was sent for when I went in. Cook appeared to be a delicate man, but I never knew anything to be the matter with him. He frequented races everywhere. I never knew him prevented by illness from going to races. William Scaife Gibson. I am assistant to Heathcote, surgeon, of Shrewsbury. On the 14th of November last I was sent for, and went to the Railway Hotel, Shrewsbury, between 12 and 1 o'clock at night. I saw Mr. Cook there. He was in his bedroom, but not in bed. He complained of pain in his stomach and heat in his throat. He also said he thought he had been poisoned. I felt his pulse and looked at his tongue, which was perfectly clean. He appeared much distended about the abdomen. I recommended an emetic. He said that he could make himself sick with warm water. I sent the waitress for some. She brought about a pint. I recommend him use a feather. He said he could do it with the handle of a toothbrush. He drank all the warm water. Having used the toothbrush he was sick. I examined the vomit. It was perfectly clear. I then told him I would send him some medicine. I sent him 2 pills and a draught. The pills were a compound rhubarb pill and a 3-grain calomel pill. They were ordered to be taken immediately, and the draught, which was Seneca, a compound of senna, magnesia, and aromatic spirit, was to be taken 20 minutes afterwards. It was what is called a black draught. Half an hour afterwards I gave to Jones, for Cook, an anodyne draught. I did not see Cook afterwards. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. Did you form any opinion as to what was the matter with Cook? I treated it as a case of poisoning. Did you observe anything in the vomit which led you to believe he had been poisoned? Nothing at all. Did he appear to have been drinking? He appeared to be a little excited, but he was quite sensible what he was doing and saying. By excited, do you mean to say he was tipsy? No, but his brain had been stimulated with brandy and water. The idea of having taken poison would have some effect upon it. In your judgment, was what you had prescribed a good thing, supposing Cook had taken poison? According to the symptoms, I should say it was. Would it not have been better to get the poison up at once, if possible? He threw up the warm water. Lord Campbell: Did that cleanse the stomach? Yes. Cross-examination continued. Yet you thought calomel necessary? Yes, on account of the distended state of the bowels. Did you see anything like bile in the basin? There was some on the edge of the basin, but it must have been thrown up before he took the warm water. Re-examined by the Attorney General. The piece of bile was about the size of a pea. The water thrown up was perfectly clean. Cook's tongue was quite clean. Is that usual in the case of a bilious attack? If the stomach had been wrong any length of time, the tongue would have been discoloured. Elizabeth Mills, examined by Mr. James. In November last I was chambermaid at the Talbot Arms, Rugeley. I had been so about 2 years. I knew the prisoner, Palmer, who was in the habit of coming to the Talbot Arms. I also knew Cook, the deceased. On Thursday, the 15th of November, he came to the Talbot Arms. He came between 9 and 10 o'clock at night. The prisoner was with him. They came in a fly. Cook went to bed at 10:30 o'clock. When Cook arrived, he said he had been poorly, and was poorly then. I don't remember seeing Palmer after he got out of the fly. About 12 o'clock on the following day I took Cook some hot water, and he went out about 1 o'clock. He then appeared poorly. He said he felt no worse, but was not well. He returned about 10 o'clock in the evening. In about half an hour he went to bed. I asked him if he felt any worse than when he went out in the morning. He said he did not. He said that he had been dining with Palmer. He was perfectly sober. He asked me for an extra piece of candle to read by. I saw no more of him that night. On Saturday morning, about 8 o'clock, I saw Palmer at the Talbot Arms. I do not know whether Cook had sent for him. Palmer ordered from me a cup of coffee for Cook. I gave it to Cook in the bedroom. I believe Palmer was then in the room. I left the coffee in Cook's hands, but did not see him drink it. Afterwards I went upstairs and found the coffee in the chamber utensil. That might be an hour, or it might be a couple of hours after I had taken up the coffee. The utensil was on the table by the side of the bed. I do not remember that I spoke to Palmer, nor he to me, about this. I did not see any toast and water in the bedroom, but a jug, not belonging to the inn, was, about 10 o'clock in the evening, sent down for some fresh toast and water. The waitress, Lavinia Barnes, brought it down. I am sure the jug, which was brought down from Cook's room, did not belong to the Talbot Arms. I saw Palmer go in and out of Cook's room perhaps 4 or 5 times on that Saturday. I heard Palmer tell Cook that he would send him over some broth. I saw some broth in the kitchen, which some person had brought there ready made. After Barnes had taken some broth up, 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour after the broth came over, I met Palmer going upstairs towards Cook's room. He asked if Mr. Cook had had his broth. I told him I was not aware that any had come for him. While I was speaking, Lavinia Barnes came out of the commercial room and said she had taken the broth up to Cook when it came, but that he refused to take it, saying it would not stay on his stomach. Palmer said that I must go and fetch the broth. He, Cook, must have it. I fetched the broth and took it into Cook's room. Palmer was there. I cannot say whether it was to him or Cook that I gave the broth, but I left it there. I am sure that this was some of the broth which had been sent in. Some time afterwards, about an hour or 2, I went up to Cook's room again, and found that the broth had been vomited. About 6 o'clock in the evening some barley water was made for Cook. I took it up to him. I cannot say whether Palmer was with him. I cannot say whether or not that barley water stayed upon Cook's stomach. At 8 o'clock in the evening some arrowroot was made in the kitchen. I took it up to Cook. I cannot say whether Palmer was there, nor can I remember whether the arrowroot remained on Cook's stomach. On Saturday, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I saw Mr. Bamford, the surgeon. On Sunday morning I went to Mr. Cook's room about 7 or 8 o'clock. Mr. Smith, called Jerry Smith, slept in Mr. Cook's room during Saturday night. He is a friend of the prisoner Palmer. I asked Cook if he was any worse. He said he felt pretty comfortable, and had slept well since 12 o'clock. On Sunday more broth, a large breakfast cupful, was brought over for Cook. That was between 12 and 1 o'clock. I believe Charles Hawley brought it. I took some of that broth up to Cook's room in the same cup in which it was brought. It was hot. I tasted it. I drank about 2 tablespoons. In about half an hour or an hour I was sick. I vomited violently during the whole afternoon till about 5 o'clock. I was obliged to go to bed. I vomited a great many times. During the morning I had felt perfectly well, and had not taken anything that could disagree with me. It was before dinner that I took the broth. I went down to work again about 6:15. On the Sunday evening I saw Mr. Cook. He did not appear to be any worse. He seemed to be in good spirits. The illness seemed to be confined to vomitings after taking food. On Sunday night I saw Cook last about 10 o'clock. On Monday morning I saw him between 7 and 8 o'clock, when I took up to him a cup of coffee. I did not remain to see him drink it. He did not vomit it. Palmer was coming downstairs, as though from Cook's room, about 7 o'clock. To my knowledge Palmer was not there on Monday. Cook got up about 1 o'clock, and appeared to be a great deal better. He shaved, washed, and dressed himself. He said he felt better, only exceedingly weak. He dressed as if he was going out. Ashmore, the jockey, and his brother, and Saunders, the trainer, came to see him. As soon as he got up I gave him some arrowroot, which remained on his stomach. He sat up until about 4 o'clock, when he returned to bed. Between 9 and 10 o'clock at night I saw Palmer. He was sitting down in Cook's room. I saw Cook about 10:30 o'clock, and not again until about 12 o'clock. On the Monday night, about 8 o'clock, a pill-box wrapped in white paper was brought from Mr. Bamford's. It was given to me by Miss Bond, the housekeeper, to take up to Cook's room. I took it up and placed the box on the dressing-table. That was before Palmer came. When I saw Palmer he was sitting by the fire in Cook's room. I went to bed between 10 and 11 o'clock. About 8 or 10 minutes before 12 o'clock the waitress, Lavinia Barnes, called me up. While I was dressing I twice heard screams from Cook's room. My room is above, but not immediately over Cook's. I went down to Cook's room. As soon as I entered the room I saw him sitting up in bed. He desired me to fetch Palmer directly. I told him Palmer was sent for, and walked to his bedside. I found the pillow upon the floor. There was one mould candle burning in the room. I picked up the pillow and asked Cook if he would lay his head down. He was sitting up, beating the bedclothes with both his hands and arms, which were stretched out. When I asked him to lay his head down, he said, "I can't lie down. I shall be suffocated if I lie down. Oh, fetch Mr. Palmer." The last words he said very loud. I did not observe his legs, but there was a sort of jumping or jerking about his head and neck, and his body. Sometimes he would throw back his head upon the pillow, and then raise it up again. He had much difficulty in breathing. The balls of his eyes projected very much. He screamed again 3 or 4 times while I was in the room. He was moving and knocking about all the time. Twice he called aloud, "Murder!" He asked me to rub one hand. I found it stiff. It was the left hand. By the court. It was stretched out. It did not move. The hand was about half shut. All the upper part seemed to be stiff. Examination resumed. I did not rub it long. As soon as he thought I had rubbed it sufficiently he thanked me, and I left off. Palmer was there while I was rubbing the hand. While I was rubbing it, the arm and also the body seemed to twitch. Cook was perfectly conscious. When Palmer came in he recognized him. He was throwing himself about the bed, and said to Palmer, "Oh, doctor, I shall die." Palmer replied, "Oh, my lad, you won't." Palmer just looked at Cook, and then left the room, asking me to stay by the bedside. In about 2 or 3 minutes he returned. He brought with him some pills. He gave Cook a draught in a wineglass, but I cannot say whether he brought that with him. He first gave the pills and then the draught. Cook said the pills stuck in his throat, and he could not swallow them. Palmer desired me to give him a teaspoonful of toast and water, and I did so. His body was still jerking and jumping. When I put the spoon to his mouth he snapped at it and got it fast between his teeth, and seemed to bite it very hard. In snapping at the spoon he threw forward his head and neck. He swallowed the toast and water, and with it the pills. Palmer then handed him a draught in a wineglass, which was about 3 parts full. It was a dark, thick, heavy-looking liquid. Cook drank this. He snapped at the glass as he had done at the spoon. He seemed as though he could not exactly control himself. He swallowed the draught, but vomited it immediately into the chamber utensil. I supported his forehead. The vomit smelt like opium. Palmer said he hoped either that the pills had stayed on his stomach or had not returned. He searched for the pills in the vomit with a quill. He said, "I can't find the pills," and he then desired me to take the utensil away and pour the contents out carefully to see if I could find the pills. I did so and brought back the utensil, and told him I could not see the pills at all. Cook afterwards seemed to be more easy. That was about half an hour or more after I had first gone into the room. During the whole of that time he appeared to be quite conscious. When Cook was lying more quiet he desired Palmer to come and feel how his heart beat, or something of that sort. Palmer went to the bedside and pressed his hand, I cannot say whether to the heart or to the side of the face, but he said it was all right. I left Cook about 3 o'clock in the morning. He was not asleep, but appeared to be dozing. Palmer was sitting in the easy-chair, and I believe he was asleep. I went into the next room and laid down. About 6 o'clock I saw Cook again. I asked if Palmer had gone, and Cook said he left at 5:15 o'clock. I asked if he felt any worse, and he said no, he had been no worse since I left him. I said, "You were asleep when I left." He replied, "No, I heard you go." He asked me if I had ever seen any one suffer such agony as he did last night. I said, no, I never had. He said he should think I should not like to see any one like it again. I said, what do you think was the cause of all that agony? He said, the pills which Palmer gave me at 10:30. I do not think anything more was said. I asked him if he would take anything, and he said no. I do not remember seeing Palmer on that day, Tuesday, until he was sent for. On that morning Cook seemed quite composed and quiet, but his eyes looked wild. There was no motion about the body. About 12 o'clock at noon he rang his bell, and desired me to send the Boots over to Palmer to ask if he might have a cup of coffee. Boots returned and said he might, and Palmer would be over immediately. I took the coffee up to Cook a little after 12 o'clock. Palmer was then in Cook's room. I gave the coffee to Palmer. He tasted it to see whether it was too strong, and I left the room. Mr. Jones arrived by the 3 o'clock train from Lutterworth. I saw him in Cook's room. About 4 o'clock I took Cook another cup of coffee. I cannot say whether Palmer was there. Afterwards I saw Palmer. He opened the bedroom door and gave me the chamber utensil, saying that Cook had vomited the coffee. There was coffee in the utensil. I saw Cook several times before I went to bed. He appeared to be in very good spirits, and talked about getting up next morning. He said he would have the barber sent for to shave him. I believe I gave him some arrowroot. I did not see him later than 10:30. Palmer was with him when I last saw him. I gave Palmer some toast and water for Cook at the door. Palmer then said to Cook, "Can this good girl do anything more for you to-night?" Cook said, "No, I shall want nothing more till morning." He spoke in a composed and cheerful manner. I remained in the kitchen all night to see how Cook went on, and did not go to sleep. About 10 minutes before 12 o'clock the bell of Cook's room was rung violently. Jones was sleeping in the second bed in the same room. On hearing the bell I went up to Cook's room. Cook was sitting up. I think Jones was supporting him, with his arms round his shoulders. Cook said, "Oh, Mary, fetch Mr. Palmer directly." I went to Palmer's and rang the surgery bell. As soon as I had rung I stepped off the steps to look at Palmer's bedroom window, where I expected him to appear, and he was there. He did not lift up the sash, but opened a small casement and spoke to me. I could not see whether he was dressed, but I heard and knew his voice. I asked him to come over to Mr. Cook directly, as he was much the same as he had been the night before. I don't remember what he replied. I went back to the hotel, and in 2 or 3 minutes Palmer came. I was then in the bedroom. Jones was there supporting Cook. Palmer said he had never dressed so quickly in his life. The question which elicited this answer was, did Palmer make any remark about his dress? After the answer had been given, Mr. Serjeant Shee objected to the form in which the question had been put. Lord CAMPBELL: It seems to me that the examination is conducted with perfect fairness. No leading question, nor any one which could be considered doubtful, has been put to the witness. Examination continued. I left the room, but remained on the landing. After I had been waiting there a short time, about a minute or two, Palmer came out. I said, "He is much the same as last night." Palmer said, "Oh, he is not so ill by a 50th part." He then went downstairs as though going to his own house. He was absent but a very short time, and then returned to Cook's room. I also went in. I believe Cook said, "Turn me over on my right side." I was then outside, but the door was open. I do not think I was in the room at the time he died. I went in just before, but came out again. Jones was there at the time, and had his right arm under Cook's head. Palmer was then feeling Cook's pulse, and said to Jones, "His pulse is gone." Jones pressed the side of his face to Cook's heart, lifted up his hands, but did not speak. Palmer asked me to fetch Mr. Bamford, and I went for him. Cook's death occurred about 3/4 of an hour after I had been called up. Mr. Bamford came over. I did not return to Cook's room. When Mr. Bamford came downstairs, he said, "He is dead. He was dead when I arrived." After Mr. Bamford had gone, I went up to the landing, and sat upon the stairs. I had sat there about 10 minutes when Jones came out of the room and said, "Mr. Palmer wants you," or "Will you go into the room?" I went into the room where Cook was lying dead. Palmer was there. I said to him, "It is not possible that Mr. Cook is dead." He said, "Oh yes, he is dead." He asked me who I thought would come and lay him out. I mentioned 2 women whom I thought Palmer knew. He said, "Those are just the women." I said, "Shall I fetch them?" and he said, "Yes." I had seen a betting book in Cook's room. It was a dark book with gold bands round the edges. It was not a very large book, rather more long than square, and had a clasp at one end. I saw Cook have this book when he stopped at Talbot Arms, as he went to the Liverpool races some months before. There was a case at the one side containing a pencil. I saw the book in Cook's room on Monday night. I took it off the dressing table and gave it to him in bed. He asked me to give him the book, pen and ink, and some paper. I gave him all. That was between 7 and 8 o'clock. He took a postage stamp from a pocket at one end of the book. I replaced the book on the frame of the looking glass on the dressing table. Palmer was in the room after that time. To my knowledge I never saw the book afterwards. I afterwards searched the room for it, but could not find it. When I went into the room after Cook's death, the clothes he had worn were lying on a chair. I saw Palmer searching the pockets of the coat. That was about 10 minutes after the death. When I went into the room, Palmer had in his hand, searching the pockets, the coat which I had seen Cook wear. Palmer also searched under the pillow and bolster. I saw 2 or 3 letters lying upon the chimney piece. I never saw them again, but I was not much in the room afterwards. I had not seen the letters before Cook's death. The examination in chief of this witness being concluded, the court adjourned at 20 minutes past 6 o'clock till next morning, when it met at 10 o'clock. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Most Extraordinary Trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Second day, May the 15th. Among the distinguished persons present were the Earl of Derby, Earl Grey, Lord W. Lennox, Lord G. G. Lennox, Lord H. Lennox, etc. The learned judges, Lord Chief Justice Campbell, and Mr. Baron Alderson, accompanied by the Recorder, the Sheriffs, the Under-Sheriffs, and several members of the Court of Aldermen, took their seats on the bench at 10 o'clock. The prisoner was then placed at the bar. The expression of his countenance was sadder and more subdued than on the preceding day. He maintained his usual tranquillity of demeanour, seldom changing his position, and gazing steadfastly at the witnesses. The same counsel were again in attendance. The Attorney General, Mr. E. James, Q.C., Mr. Bodkin, Mr. Welsby, and Mr. Huddleston for the Crown, Mr. Serjeant Shee, Mr. Grove, Q.C., Mr. Gray, and Mr. Kenealy for the prisoner. The jury, who had been all night at the London Coffee House, were conducted into court by the officer who had them in charge. Elizabeth Mills, who was under examination the previous evening, was again placed in the witness box. She deposed as follows: I had been engaged at the Talbot Arms for about 3 years previous to Cook's death. Cook first came to that inn in the month of May 1855, and was off and on for some months. I never heard him complain of any illness during that time, except of an affection in his throat. I heard him complain of a sore throat 2 or 3 months before his death. He said it resulted from a cold. He took a gargle for it. I believe he had it from Mr. Thirlby. I did not observe any sores about his mouth. I never heard him complain of a difficulty in swallowing. I have seen him with a loaded tongue occasionally, but I never heard him complain of a sore tongue, nor have I heard of caustic being applied to his tongue. It was a month, if not more, before his death that I heard him say that he had a sore throat. I never knew him to take medicine before his last illness. He had a slight cough through cold, but never to my knowledge a violent one. He had not been ailing just before he went to Shrewsbury. On his return from Shrewsbury he complained of being poorly. I left my situation at Christmas and went to my home in the Potteries. Since then I have been in another situation which I left in February. I have seen Mr. Stevens, Mr. Cook's father-in-law, since I have been in London. I cannot say how many times I have seen him, but it is not more than 6 or 7 times. Sometimes we conversed together in a private room. He only came to see whether I liked the place or whether I liked London. We used to converse together about Mr. Cook's death. I have talked to him about Mr. Cook's death at Rugeley. I cannot remember anything else that we talked about, except the death. He has never given me a farthing of money or promised to get me a place. I saw Mr. Stevens last Tuesday at Dolly's Hotel, where I had been in service. Lavinia Barnes was with us. She was the waitress at the Talbot Arms when Mr. Cook died. 2 other persons were present: Mr. Hatton, the chief officer of Rugeley, and Mr. Gardner, an attorney at the same place. Mr. Cook's death may have been mentioned at the meeting. Other things were talked of which I do not wish to mention. Serjeant Shee: But you must mention them. Witness: I cannot remember what they were. I don't know whether we talked about the trial. They did not ask me what I could prove. My deposition was not read over to me, and Mr. Stevens did not talk to me about the symptoms that were exhibited by Mr. Cook before his death. I had seen Mr. Hatton a few times before. I saw him at Dolly's. He merely dined there. I cannot remember whether he spoke to me about Cook's death. He might have done so. I cannot remember whether he did or not. I know he asked me how I did. A laugh. I saw Mr. Gardner once at Dolly's, and once in the street, and I swear these were the only occasions I ever saw him. I never went with him to a solicitor's office. At present I am living with my mother at Rugeley. Before that I have been living among my friends. I know a man named Dutton. He is a cousin of mine in the Potteries. I left Dolly's of my own accord because I did not like the place. I can read, and I read the newspapers. I have heard of the case of a person named Dove, who was supposed to have murdered his wife at Leeds. I merely heard that it was another strychnine case, but the symptoms of strychnine were not mentioned. I will swear that I mentioned twitching to the coroner. If I did not use the exact word, I said something to the same effect. I will swear that I have used the word twitching before I came to London. The words twitching and jerking were not first suggested to me. I did not say anything about the broth having made me sick before the coroner because it did not occur to me. I did tell the coroner that I tasted the broth, and that I did not observe anything particular about it. I was examined several times, and I was questioned particularly upon the subject of the broth, and I said on one occasion that I thought the broth was very good. I did not at the time think it was the broth that had caused the sickness. I was so ill that I was obliged to go to bed, but I could not at all account for it. I only took 2 tablespoonfuls, and the sickness came on in about half an hour. I never knew of Mr. Cook taking coffee in bed before those occasions. I have said that Mr. Palmer ordered coffee for Cook. I have no doubt that is correct. I cannot remember so well to-day as I did yesterday. I cannot remember whether I told the coroner that I had not seen Mr. Palmer when I gave the deceased the coffee. I don't remember whether I had said anything before the coroner about seeing a box of pills in the deceased's bedroom on the Monday night, and that Palmer was in the room at the time. Perhaps I was not asked the question. I did nothing but answer questions that were put to me. I am sure that Palmer was in the room on that night. I remember that he brought a jar of jelly, and I opened it. I swear that the deceased told me that the pills Palmer had given him had made him ill. I did not say this before the coroner. I was asked some questions by Dr. Collier with regard to what I had stated to the coroner, and I said that my evidence had been altered, as some things had occurred to me since, and I had made another statement to a gentleman. I gave this additional statement to a gentleman at Dolly's. I don't know who the gentleman was. I did not ask him, and he did not tell me. He did not ask me many questions. He put a few to me and wrote down my answers. He mentioned Mr. Stevens's name. Mr. Stevens was there. Sergeant SHE: Why did you not tell me that? Because you did not ask me. A laugh. Cross-examination continued. I did not tell the coroner that Mr. Cook was beating the bedclothes on the Monday night. I did say that he sometimes threw his head back, and then would raise himself up again, and I believe I also said that he could hardly speak for shortness of breath. I did not say that he called murder twice, and I do not remember saying that he twitched while I was rubbing his hands. I did not say anything about toast and water being given to Mr. Cook by order of Palmer in a spoon, or that he snapped at the spoon and bit it so hard that it was difficult to get it out of his mouth. The Lord Chief Justice here interposed and intimated his opinion that it would be a fairer course to read the witnesses' depositions. The other judges concurred. The Attorney General said he should have interposed, but it was his intention to adduce evidence to show the manner in which the case was conducted by the coroner, and that he was expostulated with upon omitting to put proper questions and also omitting to take down the answers that were given. Cross-examination continued. I should have answered all those questions if they had been put to me. I was not purposely recalled to state the symptoms of the deceased in the presence of Dr. Taylor. When the prisoner came to the Talbot on the Tuesday night he had a plaid dressing-gown on, but I cannot say whether he had a cap or not. I did not observe that the prisoner appeared at all confused at the time he was examining the clothes and the bed of the deceased. A model of the prisoner's house and of the hotel was here produced. The deposition of the witness was put in and read, for the purpose of showing that the statements made by her in the examination on Wednesday were omitted when she was examined by the coroner. The witness was re-examined by Mr. E. James. I was examined on a great many different days by the coroner. I was not asked to describe all the symptoms I saw. The coroner himself put the questions to me, and his clerk took down the answers. I merely answered the questions, and I was not told to describe all I saw. The coroner asked me if the broth had any effect upon me, and I said, "Not that I was aware of." I don't know what brought the sickness to my mind afterwards, but I think that someone else in the house brought the fact to my memory. I certainly did vomit after I took the broth, and was obliged to go to bed. I am quite sure the deceased told me that it was the pills Palmer had given him that had made him ill. When Mr. Collier came to see me, he said that he was for the Crown, and he then asked me questions about the inquest and the death of Mr. Cook. I answered all the questions he put to me, and he took them down in writing and carried the statement away with him. 2 other persons waited outside the house. I am engaged to be married to one of the Duttons. Serjeant SHEE: Did not Dr. Collier tell you that he was neither for the Crown nor for the defence, but for the truth? Witness: No, what he said was that he was for the Crown, but what he desired above all things was to know the truth, and that he asked me to tell him without fear, favour, or affection. Mr. Gardner, examined by the Attorney General: I am a member of the firm of Gardner and Company of Rugeley. I acted in this matter for the firm of Cookson and Company, the solicitors of Mr. Stevens, the father-in-law of Cook. I attended the inquest on the body of Cook, and occasionally put questions to the witnesses. Mr. Ward, an attorney, was the coroner. He put questions to the witnesses, and his clerk took down the answers. The inquest lasted 5 days, and several times upon each day I expostulated with the coroner on account of his omitting to put questions. Mr. Serjeant SHEE submitted that what was said by the coroner was no evidence against the prisoner. The Attorney General: It is not intended as evidence against the prisoner, but to rebut the effect of evidence that you have put in. I will ask, had you occasion to expostulate with the coroner as to the omission of his clerk to take down the answers of witnesses? Mr. Serjeant SHEE: I object to the question being put in that form. The Attorney General: Did you observe that the clerk omitted to take down the answers of Elizabeth Mills? Not in reference to that particular case. Mr. Baron Alderson: Her account of the matter is that the questions were not put. The Attorney General: Did Dr. Taylor object that questions were not put which ought to have been put? I do not recollect it. Lord Campbell: It is not suggested, as I understand, that the coroner refused to correct any mistakes that were made. The Attorney General: I am prepared to show that there was such misconduct on the part of the coroner as led to expostulation. Mr. Serjeant SHEE: Don't state that unless you are going to prove it. The Attorney General: It is suggested that a witness has given evidence here which she did not give before the coroner. My object is to show, first, that questions were not put to her which might and ought to have been put; secondly, that her answers to other questions were not taken down. Lord Campbell held that the evidence was not admissible. Witness, cross-examined by Serjeant SHEE: The jury put a great many questions. Re-examined: The jury made very strong observations as to the necessity of putting questions. The Attorney General: Did they assign any reason for interfering when they put questions? Mr. Serjeant SHEE objected to this question on the ground that it did not arise out of his cross-examination. Lord Campbell: My learned brethren think that evidence upon this point is not admissible. Mr. Justice Cresswell said the depositions which had been put in did not show that any questions had been put by the jurymen. If they had contained such questions they would have shown the motive of the jury in putting them, but the court was left totally in the dark as to whether questions had been put by the coroner or any other person. For anything that appeared to the contrary, the witnesses might have made a voluntary statement, without any questions at all being put to them. No foundation was laid, therefore, for the Attorney General's question. Mr. Baron Alderson concurred. Mrs. Ann Brooks, examined by the Attorney General: I live at Manchester. I am in the habit of attending races. I was at Shrewsbury races in November 1855. I saw Palmer there. On the 14th, Wednesday, about 8 o'clock in the evening, I met him in the street, and asked him whether he thought his horse, Chicken, would win. He desired me, if I heard anything further about a horse belonging to Lord Derby, which was also to run, to call and tell him on the following day. I went to the Raven to see him at 10:30 o'clock on the Thursday evening. Some friends waited for me in the road. I went upstairs and asked a servant to tell Palmer that I wished to speak to him. The servant said he was there. At the top of the stairs there are 2 passages, one facing the other. To the left. I saw Palmer standing by a small table in the passage. He had a tumbler glass in his hand, in which there appeared to be a small quantity of water. I did not see him put anything into it. There was a light between him and me, and he held it up to the light. He said to me, "I will be with you presently." He saw me the moment I got to the top of the stairs. He stood at the table a minute or 2 longer with the glass in his hand, holding it up to the light once or twice, and now and then shaking it. I made an observation about the fineness of the weather. The door of the sitting room, which I supposed was unoccupied, was partially open, and he went into it, taking the glass with him. In 2 or 3 minutes he came out again with the glass. What was in the glass was still the colour of water. He then carried it into his own sitting room, the door of which was shut. He afterwards came out and brought me a glass with brandy and water in it. It might have been the same glass. I had some of the brandy and water. It produced no unpleasant consequences. We had some conversation about the races. In the course of it he said he should go back to his own horse, Chicken. I was present at the race when Chicken ran and lost. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE: I am married. Brooks is the name of my husband. He never goes with me to races. I live with him. I don't attend many races in the course of a year. My husband has a high appointment, and does not sanction my going to races. A great number of racing men were ill at Shrewsbury on the Wednesday. There was a wonder as to what had caused their illness, and something was said about the water being poisoned. People were affected by sickness and purging. I knew some persons who were so affected. The passage in which I saw Palmer holding the glass led to a good many rooms. I think it was lighted by gas. I supposed that he was mixing some cooling drink. Re-examined: I was not examined before the coroner. The brandy and water which Palmer gave me was cold. I had been on friendly terms with him. I had known him a number of years as a racing man. Lavinia Barnes, examined by Mr. E. James: In November 1855 I was a waitress at the Talbot Arms. I knew Palmer and Cook. Cook called there on the 12th, Monday, as he was going to the races. He did not complain of illness. I saw him when he returned on the 15th. On the Friday he came between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening, after dining with Palmer. He spoke to me. He was sober. On the Saturday I saw him twice. Some broth was sent over and taken up to him by me. He could not take it. He was too sick. I carried it down and put it in the kitchen. I afterwards saw Palmer and told him Cook was too sick to take it. Palmer said he must have it. Elizabeth Mills afterwards took it up again. She was taken ill with violent vomiting on the Sunday between 12 and 1 o'clock. She went to bed and did not come down stairs till 4 or 5 o'clock. I saw some broth on that day in the kitchen. It was in a sick cup with 2 handles, not belonging to the house. I did not see it brought. The cup went back to Palmer's. On the Monday morning between 7 and 8 o'clock I saw Palmer, and he told Mills he was going to London. I also saw Cook during the day. Sanders came to see him, and I took him up some brandy and water. I slept that night in the next room to Cook's. Palmer came between 8 and 9 o'clock in the evening and went upstairs, but I did not see whether he went into Cook's room. About 12 o'clock I was in the kitchen, when Cook's bell rang violently. I went upstairs. Cook was very ill, and asked me to send for Palmer. He screamed out, "Murder!" He exclaimed that he was in violent pain, that he was suffocating. His eyes were wild-looking, standing a great way out of his head. He was beating the bed with his arms. He cried out, "Christ, have mercy on my soul!" I never saw a person in such a state. Having called up Mills, I left to send boots for Palmer. Palmer came, and I again went into the room. Cook was then more composed. He said, "Oh, doctor, I shall die." Palmer replied, "Don't be alarmed, my lad." I saw Cook drink a darkish mixture out of a glass. I don't know who gave it to him. I both saw and heard him snap at the glass. He brought up the draught. I left him between 12 and 1 o'clock, when he was much more composed. On the Tuesday he seemed a little better. At night, a little before 12 o'clock, the bell rang again. I was in the kitchen. Mills went upstairs. I followed her, and heard Cook screaming, but did not go into the room. I stood outside the door and saw Palmer come. He had been fetched. I said as he passed me, "Mr. Cook is ill again." He said, "Oh, is he?" and went into the room. He was dressed in his usual manner, and wore a black coat and a cap. I remained on the landing when Palmer came out. As he went downstairs, Mills asked him how Cook was. He said to her and to me, "He is not so bad by 50 parts as he was last night." I heard Cook ask to be turned over before I went in, while Palmer was there. I went in after Palmer had left, but I came out before Cook died. After he died on the Tuesday, I went into the room and found Palmer with a coat in his hand. He was clearing out the pockets of the coat and looking under the bolster. I said, "Oh, Mr. Cook can't be dead." Palmer said, "He is. I knew he would be," and then left the room. I saw him on the Thursday morning. He came into the body of the hall and asked for the key of Mr. Cook's bedroom, in which the body was lying. The key was in the bar. He said he wanted some books and papers and a paper knife, for they were to go back to the stationer's, or else he would have to pay for them. I went with him into the room. He then requested me to go to Miss Bond for some books. I went downstairs and fetched the books. When I returned, he was still in the room, looking for the paper knife on the top of the chest of drawers among books, papers, and clothes. He said, "I can't find the knife anywhere." Miss Bond, the housekeeper, afterwards came up, and I left. On the Friday, between 3 and 4 o'clock, I saw Mr. Jones with Palmer. Jones said he thought Palmer knew where the betting book was. Palmer asked me to go and look for it, and said it was sure to be found, but it was not worth anything to any one but Cook. Mills and I went up to look for it, but we could not find it. We searched everywhere. In the bed and all round the room, but not in the drawers. We went down and told Palmer and Jones that we could not find it. Palmer said, "Oh, it will be found somewhere. I'll go with you and look myself." He did not go with us, but left the house. I did not see him come out of the room on the Thursday. There was no reason for our not looking in the drawers. Some people were in the room at the time, nailing the coffin. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. Cook had some coffee on the Saturday between 12 and 1. I did not pay any particular attention to the time when Palmer went up on the Monday. I am not sure it was before 9:30, but I am sure it was before 10. I don't remember whether Cook touched the glass from which he drank the mixture. I think some one else was holding it. There was some of Cook's linen in several of the drawers. There was a portmanteau containing other things besides those in the drawers. There were dress clothes, an overcoat, and morning clothes. The door was locked on the night of the death. The women were sent for to lay out the corpse before it was light. The undertaker went on the following morning, and the door was locked after they left. They came again on the Thursday night, had the key, and went up by themselves. The body was put into the coffin the day Stevens was there. The women were in the room with the undertakers when I looked for the book. Re-examined by the Attorney General. The chambermaid and I were in and out of the room while the women were laying out the body, but they were sometimes left alone. I saw nothing of the book at that time. I had seen it before in Cook's hand, but I don't remember seeing it in the room. Anne Rowley, examined by Mr. Welsby. I live at Rugeley, and have frequently been employed as charwoman by Palmer. On the Saturday before Cook died, Palmer sent me to Mr. Robinson's, at the Albion Inn, for a little broth for Cook. I fetched the broth, took it to Palmer's house, and put it to the fire in the back kitchen to warm. After doing so, I went about my work in other parts of the house. When the broth was hot, Palmer brought it to me in the kitchen and poured it into a cup. He told me to take it to the Talbot Arms for Cook, to ask if he would take a little bread or toast with it, and to say that Smith had sent it. By Lord Campbell. He did not say why I was to say that. Examination resumed. There is a Mr. Jeremiah Smith at Rugeley. He is called Jerry Smith. He is a friend of Palmer's. I took the broth to the Talbot Arms and gave it to Lavinia Barnes. Cross-examined by Serjeant Shee. Mr. Smith was in the habit of putting up at the Albion. He was friendly with Cook. Cook was to have dined with Smith that day, but was not able to go. Mrs. Robinson, the landlady of the Albion, made the broth, but I don't know by whose orders. By Lord Campbell. The broth was at the fire in Palmer's kitchen about 5 minutes. Charles Hawley, examined by Mr. Bodkin. I am a gardener living at Rugeley, and was occasionally employed by the prisoner in his garden. On the Sunday before Cook died, Palmer asked me to take some broth to Cook. That was at Palmer's house, where I was in the habit of going. It was between 12 and 1 o'clock. He gave me the broth in a small cup with a cover over it, and told me to take it to the Talbot Arms for Cook. I did so. I cannot say whether or not the broth was hot. I gave it to one of the servant girls at the Talbot Arms, but which I cannot say. The witness was not cross-examined. Sarah Bond, examined by Mr. Huddleston. In November last I was housekeeper at the Talbot Arms. I knew Cook. He stayed at the Talbot Arms. I remember his going to Shrewsbury races on the 12th of November. He returned on the Thursday. I heard him say that he was very poorly. I did not see him on the Friday or Saturday. On Sunday I saw him about 8 o'clock in the evening. He was in bed. He said that he had been very poorly, but was better. Very soon afterwards I saw Palmer. I asked him what he thought of Cook, and he replied that he was better. On Saturday night Smith had slept in the room with Cook. On the Sunday evening I asked Palmer if Cook would not want somebody with him that night, and Palmer replied that he was so much better that it would not be necessary that any one should be with him. I asked if Daniel Jenkins, the boots, should sleep in the room. Palmer said that Cook was so much better he had much rather he did not. On the Monday morning, a little before 7 o'clock, I saw Palmer again. He came into the kitchen to me. I asked him how Cook was. He said he was better, and requested me to make him a cup of coffee. He did not say anything about its strength. He remained in the kitchen, and I made the coffee and gave it to him. He told me that he was going to London, and that he had written for Mr. Jones to come to see Cook. On the Monday night, hearing from the waitress that Cook was ill, I went up to his room between 11 and 12 o'clock. When I went into the room, Cook was alone. He was sitting up in bed, resting on his elbow. He seemed disappointed, and said he did not want to see me, but Palmer. I went out onto the landing, and soon afterwards Palmer came. Palmer went into the room. I could not see what was done in the room. Palmer came out, went away for a few minutes, and then returned. After he came back I heard that Cook had vomited. Cook said he thought he should die. Palmer cheered him up and said that he would do all he could to prevent it. When Palmer came out of the room again, I asked him if Cook had any relatives, and he said that he only had a stepfather. I saw Cook again between 3 and 4 o'clock on Tuesday. That was when Mr. Jones came. A little after 6 o'clock I took some jelly up to Cook. He seemed very anxious for it, and said that he thought he should die. I thought he seemed better. I did not see him again alive. Between 8 and 9 o'clock on Wednesday morning I locked the door of the room in which Cook's body lay. About 9 o'clock I gave the key to Mr. Tolley, the barber, when he came to shave the corpse. On Thursday I gave it to Lavinia Barnes. After that I went up to the room and met Palmer coming out of it. After I came out the door was locked, and I had the key. On Friday, when Mr. Stevens came, I gave the key to the undertaker. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove. The passengers by the express train from London arrived at Rugeley about 10 o'clock in the evening. They come by fly from Stafford. William Henry Jones, examined by the Attorney General. I am a surgeon living at Lutterworth. I have been in practice 15 years. I was acquainted with Cook, who from time to time resided at my house. I had been on terms of intimacy with him nearly 5 years. He was 28 years of age when he died, and unmarried. He was originally educated for the law, but of late years had devoted himself to agriculture and the turf. The last year or two he had no farm. He kept racehorses and betted. I had known Palmer about 12 months. Lately Cook considered my house at Lutterworth as his home. I have attended him professionally. His health was generally good, but he was not very robust. He was a man of active habits. He both hunted and played cricket. In November last he invited me to go to Shrewsbury to see his horse run, and I went. I spent Tuesday the 13th with him there. That was the day on which Polestar ran and won. I dined with Cook and other friends at the Raven Hotel, where he was staying. The horse having won, there was a little extra champagne drunk. We dined between 6 and 7 o'clock, and the party broke up between 8 and 9. Cook afterwards accompanied me round the town. We went to Mr. Frale's, who is clerk of the course. I saw Cook produce his betting book to Whitehouse, the jockey. He calculated his winnings on Polestar. There were figures in the book. Cook made a statement as to his winnings. Mr. Serjeant Shee objected to this statement being given in evidence, and the Attorney General, therefore, did not ask any questions as to its purport. Examination resumed. I left the Raven Hotel at 10 o'clock. Cook was then at the door. He was not at all the worse for liquor. He was in his usual health. On the following Monday I received a letter from Palmer. This letter, which was put in and read, was as follows: My dear Sir, Mr. Cook was taken ill at Shrewsbury and obliged to call in a medical man. Since then he has been confined to his bed here with a very severe bilious attack, combined with diarrhœa. I think it desirable for you to come and see him as soon as possible. November 18th, 1855. William Palmer. Examination resumed. On that day, Monday, I was very unwell. On the next day I went to Rugeley. I arrived at the Talbot Arms about 3:30 o'clock in the afternoon, and immediately went up to Cook's room. He said that he was very comfortable, but he had been very ill at Shrewsbury. He did not detail the symptoms, but said that he was obliged to call in a medical man. Palmer came in. I examined Cook in Palmer's presence. He had a natural pulse. I looked at his tongue, which was clean. I said it was hardly the tongue of a bilious diarrhœa attack. Palmer replied, "You should have seen it before." I did not then prescribe for Cook. In the course of the afternoon I visited him several times. He changed for the better. His spirits and pulse both improved. I gave him, at his request, some toast and water, and he vomited. There was no diarrhœa. The toast and water was in the room. Mr. Bamford came in the evening about 7 o'clock. Palmer had told me that Mr. Bamford had been called in. Mr. Bamford expressed his opinion that Cook was going on very satisfactorily. We were talking about what he was to have, and Cook objected to the pills of the previous night. Palmer was there all the time. Cook said the pills made him ill. I do not remember to whom he addressed this observation. We three, Palmer, Bamford, and myself, went out upon the landing. Palmer proposed that Mr. Bamford should make up some morphine pills as before, at the same time requesting me not to mention to Cook what they contained, as he objected to the morphine so much. Mr. Bamford agreed to this, and he went away. I went back to Cook's room, and Palmer went with me. During the evening I was several times in Cook's room. He seemed very comfortable all the evening. There was no more vomiting, nor any diarrhœa, but there was a natural motion of the bowels. I observed no bilious symptoms about Cook. By Lord Campbell. Did he appear to have recently suffered from a bilious attack? No. Examination resumed. Palmer and I went to his house about 8 o'clock. I remained there about half an hour, and then returned to Cook. I next saw Palmer in Cook's room at nearly 11 o'clock. He had brought with him a box of pills. He opened the paper on which the direction was written in my presence. That paper was round the box. He called my attention to the paper, saying, "What an excellent handwriting for an old man." I did not read the direction, but looked at the writing, which was very good. Palmer proposed to Cook that he should take the pills. Cook protested very much against it, because they had made him so ill the previous night. Palmer repeated the request several times, and at last Cook complied with it and took the pills. The moment he took them he vomited into the utensil. Palmer and myself, at Palmer's request, searched in it for the pills, to see whether they were returned. We found nothing but toast and water. I do not know when Cook had drunk the toast and water, but it was standing by the bedside all the evening. The vomiting could not have been caused by the contents of the pills, nor by the act of swallowing. After vomiting, Cook laid down and appeared quiet. Before Palmer came, Cook had got up and sat in a chair. His spirits were very good. He was laughing and joking, talking of what he should do with himself during the winter. After he had taken the pills, I went downstairs to my supper, and returned to his room at nearly 12 o'clock. His room was double-bedded, and it had been arranged that I should sleep in it that night. I talked to Cook for a few minutes and then went to bed. When I last talked to him he was rather sleepy, but quite as well as he had been during the evening. There was nothing about him to excite any apprehensions. I had been in bed about 10 minutes, and had not gone to sleep, when he suddenly started up in bed and called out, "Doctor, get up, I am going to be ill. Ring the bell and send for Palmer." I rang the bell. The chambermaid came, and Cook called out to her, "Fetch Mr. Palmer." He asked me to give him something. I declined, and said, "Palmer will be here directly." Cook was then sitting up in bed. The room was rather dark, and I did not observe anything particular in his countenance. He asked me to rub the back of his neck. I did so. I supported him with my arm. There was a stiffness about the muscles of his neck. Palmer came very soon, 2 or 3 minutes at the utmost, after the chambermaid went for him. He said, "I never dressed so quickly in my life." I did not observe how he was dressed. He gave Cook 2 pills, which he told me were ammonia pills. Cook swallowed them. Directly he did so he uttered loud screams, threw himself back in the bed, and was dreadfully convulsed. That could not have been the result of the action of the pills last taken. Cook said, "Raise me up, I shall be suffocated." That was at the commencement of the convulsions, which lasted 5 or 10 minutes. The convulsions affected every muscle of the body, and were accompanied by stiffening of the limbs. I endeavoured to raise Cook with the assistance of Palmer, but found it quite impossible, owing to the rigidity of the limbs. When Cook found we could not raise him up, he asked me to turn him over. He was then quite sensible. I turned him on to his side. I listened to the action of his heart. I found that it gradually weakened, and asked Palmer to fetch some spirits of ammonia, to be used as a stimulant. Palmer went to his house and fetched the bottle. He was away a very short time. When he returned the pulsations of the heart were gradually ceasing, and life was almost extinct. Cook died very quietly a short time afterwards. From the time he called to me to that of his death there elapsed about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour. He died of tetanus, which is a spasmodic affection of the muscles of the whole body. It causes death by stopping the action of the heart. The sense of suffocation is caused by the contraction of the respiratory muscles. The room was so dark that I could not observe what was the outward appearance of Cook's body after death. When he threw himself back in the bed he clinched his hands, and they remained clinched after death. When I was rubbing his neck, his head and neck were unnaturally bent back by the spasmodic action of the muscles. After death his body was so twisted or bowed that if I had placed it upon the back it would have rested upon the head and the feet. By Lord Campbell: When did you first observe that twisting or bowing? When Cook threw himself back in bed. Examination resumed. The jaw was affected by the spasmodic action. Palmer remained half an hour or an hour after Cook's death. I suggested that we should have some women to lay Cook out. I left the room to speak to the housekeeper about this. Seeing two maids on the landing, I sent them into the room where Palmer was with Cook's body. I went downstairs and spoke to the housekeeper, and then returned to the bedroom. When I went back, Palmer had Cook's coat in his hand. He said to me, "You, as his nearest friend, had better take possession of his effects." I took Cook's watch and his purse, containing 5 sovereigns and 5 shillings, which was all I could find. I saw no betting book, nor any papers or letters belonging to Cook. I found no bank notes. Before Palmer left, did he say anything to you on the subject of affairs between himself and Cook? He did. Soon after Cook's death he said, "It is a bad thing for me that Mr. Cook is dead, as I am responsible for £3,000 or £4,000, and I hope Mr. Cook's friends will not let me lose it. If they do not assist me, all my horses will be seized." He said nothing about securities or papers. I was present when Mr. Stevens, Cook's stepfather, came. Palmer said that if Mr. Stevens did not bury Cook, he should. I did not recollect that there was any question about burying him. Mr. Stevens, Palmer, Mr. Bamford, and myself dined together. After dinner Mr. Stevens, in Palmer's presence, asked me to go and look for Cook's betting book. I went to look for it, and Palmer followed me. The night that Cook died the betting book was mentioned. What was said about it? Palmer said that it would be of use to no one. What led to this? My taking possession of the effects. Did you make any observation about the book? I cannot recollect. Did you find it? No. Did you make any remark? No particular remark. Did Palmer know what you were looking for? Yes. How? I said, "Where is the betting book?" Upon that he said, "It is of no use to any one." You are sure he said that? Yes. When I went to look for the book, at Mr. Stevens' request, Palmer followed me. I looked for the book for 2 or 3 minutes, but did not find it. I told the maidservants that I could not find it. Palmer returned with me to the dining room, and I told Mr. Stevens that I could not find the book. By Lord Campbell. When Palmer, Mr. Bamford, and myself held the consultation on the landing on the Tuesday night, nothing was said about the spasms of the night before. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE. I am a regular medical practitioner, and I have for 15 years practised medicine as a means of gaining a living. I am a licentiate of the Apothecaries' Company, and have endeavoured, both as a young man and since, to qualify myself for my profession. When I saw Cook his throat was slightly ulcerated, but he could swallow very well, although with a little pain. I know that he had applied caustic to his tongue, but he had ceased to do so for 2 months. He did not, after that, continue to complain of pain in his throat or tongue. I saw him frequently during the races, and never heard him express any apprehension about spots which appeared upon his body, although he did express apprehensions of secondary symptoms resulting from syphilis. I am not aware that at the time he died he was suffering from the venereal disease, but I know that he had it about a 12-month ago. He had been reduced in circumstances some time before he died, but he was redeeming them. I do not know that he was frequently in want of small sums of money. I believe that he owned a mare, in conjunction with Palmer, named Pyrrhine, which was under the care of Sanders, the trainer. The race which Polestar won was a matter of great importance to the deceased. He was much excited at the race, and more particularly so after it. Deceased was a very temperate man, and did not exceed in wine on the evening of the race. The next I heard of him was through the letter from Palmer. Palmer knew perfectly well who I was, and that I was in practice as a surgeon at Lutterworth. When I saw deceased he objected to take morphia pills because they had made him ill the night before. He did not say that Dr. Savage had forbidden him to take the morphia, but he said that he had been directed not to take mercury or opium. The effect of morphia would be to soothe and to cause slight constipation. When I saw him, and he roused up a little, he said, "Palmer, give me the remedy you gave me last night." I rubbed the deceased's neck for about 5 minutes. He died very quietly. I had seen cases of tetanus before. I think I mentioned tetanus at the inquest. I am sure if you refer to my depositions you will find that I mentioned tetanus and convulsions both. the depositions were referred to, and there was no mention of tetanus in them. Witness continued, however: I am sure that I mentioned tetanus. The Attorney General: I must set this right. I have here the original deposition, and I find the matter stands thus: There were strong symptoms of, then there is a word compression struck out, and then there is the word tetinus also struck out. It is evident that the clerk did not know the meaning of what he was writing, and then the words violent convulsions are added, so that the sentence stands: There were strong symptoms of violent convulsions. By Mr. Serjeant SHEE: I also said before the coroner that I could not tell the cause of death, and that I imagined at the time that it was from over excitement. The Lord Chief Justice said that the learned counsel must not read detached portions of the depositions. The whole must be read. The depositions were accordingly read by the Clerk of the Arraigns. Cross-examination continued: I do not recollect that I ever said that deceased died of epilepsy. Dr. Bamford said that he died in an apoplectic fit, and I said that I thought he did not. I said that I thought it was more like an epileptic fit than an apoplectic fit. I do not know Mr. Pratt, but I took a letter from him to Cook. Cook did not open it, but said, I know the contents of it. Let it be till to-morrow morning. I have seen Palmer's racing establishment at Rugeley. I saw a number of mares in foal, and others in the paddock, and some very valuable horses. The stables were good, and the establishment appeared to be a large and expensive one. Re-examined by the Attorney General: I am not a good judge of the value of racing horses, but I understand other horses very well. I have only seen one case of tetanus, and that case resulted from a wound. The patient in that case lasted 3 days before death ensued. I am satisfied that the death of Mr. Cook did not arise from epilepsy. In epilepsy consciousness is lost, but there is no rigidity or convulsive spasm of the muscles. The symptoms are quite different. I am equally certain that death was not the result of apoplexy. Lavinia Barnes was recalled, at the instance of Mr. Serjeant SHEE, and in answer to the learned serjeant she said, On Monday morning Mr. Cook said to me that he had been very ill on Sunday night, just before 12 o'clock, and that he had rung the bell for some one to come to him, but he thought that they had all gone to bed. Elizabeth Mills, recalled by the Attorney General, and examined on the same point. I remember on Monday morning asking Mr. Cook how he was, and he said that he had been disturbed in the night, adding, I was just mad for 2 minutes. I said, Why did you not ring the bell? And he replied, I thought you would all be fast asleep, and would not hear me. The illness passed away, and I managed to get over it without. He also said he thought he had been disturbed by the noise of a quarrel in the street. Dr. Henry Savage, physician, of 7 Gloucester Place, examined by the Attorney General: I knew John Parsons Cook. He had been in the habit of consulting me professionally during the last 4 years. He was a man not of robust constitution, but his general health was good. He came to me in May 1855, but I saw him about November of the year before, and early in the spring of 1855. In the spring of 1855 the old affair, indigestion, was one cause of his visiting me, and he had some spots upon his body, about which he was uneasy. He had also 2 shallow ulcers on his tongue, which corresponded with 2 bad teeth. He said that he had been under a mild mercurial course, and he imagined that those spots were syphilitic. I thought they were not, and I recommended the discontinuance of mercury. I gave him quinine as a tonic, and an aperient composed of cream of tartar, magnesia, and sulphur. I never at any time gave him antimony. Under the treatment which I prescribed the sores gradually disappeared, and they were quite well by the end of May. I saw him, however, frequently in June, and he still felt some little anxiety about the accuracy of my opinion. If any little spot made its appearance he came to me, and I also was anxious on the subject, as my opinion differed from that of another medical man in London. Every time he came to me I examined him carefully. There were no indications of a syphilitic character about the sores, and there was no ulceration of the throat, but one of the tonsils was slightly enlarged and tender. I saw him last alive, and carefully examined him, either on the 3rd or 5th of November. There was in my judgment no venereal taint about him at the time. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE: I do not think that the deceased was fond of taking mercury before I advised him against it, but he was timid on the subject of his throat, and was apt to take the advice of any one. No, I don't think that he would take quack medicines. I don't think he was so foolish as that. Charles Newton, called and examined by Mr. James, Q.C. I am assistant to Mr. Salt, a surgeon at Rugeley. I know the prisoner, William Palmer. I remember Monday, the 19th of November. I saw Palmer that evening at Mr. Salt's surgery about 9 o'clock. I was alone when he came there. He asked me for 3 grains of strychnine, and I weighed it accurately and gave it to him, enclosed in a piece of paper. He said nothing further but "good night," and took it away with him. I knew him to be a medical man, and gave it him, made no charge for it. The whole transaction did not occupy more than 2 or 3 minutes. I again saw Palmer on the following day between 11 and 12 o'clock. He was then at the shop of Mr. Hawkins, a druggist. He asked me how I was, and put his hand upon my shoulder, and said he wished to speak with me. Accordingly, I went out into the street with him, and he then asked me when Mr. Edwin Salt was going to his farm. The farm in question was at a place about 14 miles distant from Rugeley. Palmer had nothing whatever to do with that farm, but Mr. Salt's going there was a rumour of the town. While we were talking, a Mr. Brassington came up and spoke to me, and during our conversation Palmer went into Hawkins' shop again. Palmer came out of the shop a second time, while I was still talking to Brassington. I am not sure whether Palmer spoke to me at that time, but he went past me in the direction of his own house, which is about 200 yards from Hawkins. I then went into Hawkins' shop, where I saw Roberts, Mr. Hawkins' apprentice, and I had some conversation with him about Palmer. I knew a man named Thirlby, who had been an assistant and a partner of Palmer. Palmer usually dealt with Thirlby for his drugs. In fact, Thirlby dispensed Palmer's medicine. On Sunday, the 25th of November, about 7 o'clock in the evening, I was sent for and went to Palmer's house. I found Palmer, when I got there, in his kitchen. He was sitting by the fire, reading. He asked me how I was, and to have some brandy and water. No one else was present. He asked me what was the dose of strychnine to give to kill a dog. I told him a grain. He asked me what would be the appearance of the stomach after death. I told him that there would be no inflammation, and that I did not think it would be found. Upon that he snapped his finger and thumb in a quiet way, and exclaimed, as if communing with himself, "That's all right." Sensation. He made some other remarks of a commonplace character, which I do not recollect. I was with him altogether about 5 minutes. On the following day, Monday, the 26th of November, I heard that a post-mortem examination was to take place. I went to Dr. Bamford's house, intending to accompany him to the post-mortem, and I found Palmer there in the study. That was about 10 o'clock in the day. Palmer asked me what I wanted. I told him that I had come to attend the post-mortem. He asked whether I thought Mr. Salt was going, and I replied that he was engaged and could not go. I took the necessary instruments with me, and went down to the Talbot Arms. Dr. Harland and Mr. Freer, a surgeon, practising at Rugeley, were both there. They went away, however, for a short time, and left Palmer and me together in the entrance of the hall at the Talbot Arms. He spoke to me. He said, "It will be a dirty job. I will go and have some brandy." I went with him to his house, which was just opposite. He gave me 2 wineglasses of neat brandy, and he took the same quantity himself. He said, "You'll find this fellow suffering from a diseased throat. He has had syphilis, and has taken a great deal of mercury." I afterwards went over with Palmer to the post-mortem, and found the other doctors there. During the post-mortem Palmer stood near to Dr. Bamford, against the fire. I was examined before the coroner, and did not state before that functionary that I had given Palmer 3 grains of strychnine on the night of the 19th of November. The first person that I told of it was Cheshire, the postmaster. Mr. Serjeant Shee objected to anything that this witness had said to Cheshire being admitted as evidence against the prisoner. The Court ruled in favour of the objection. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove, Q.C. It might have been a week, or 2 or 3 days, after I gave Palmer the strychnine that I first mentioned the occurrence to any one. I think I may undertake to say that it was not a fortnight afterwards. Subsequently to the inquest, I was examined for the purpose of giving evidence on the part of the Crown. I cannot say how long after the inquest that was. When I was first examined on behalf of the Crown, I did not mention the 3 grains of strychnine, but I did mention the conversation about the poisoning of the dog. That was not the first time that I had mentioned that conversation, for I had mentioned it before to Mr. Salt, but I cannot tell how long before. I was examined twice for the purpose of the prosecution by the Crown. I did not mention Cook suffering from sore throat at the inquest, but I did mention the conversation which took place at Hawkins' shop. At that time I knew it had been alleged that Palmer had purchased strychnine at Hawkins's, and I presumed that my evidence was required with reference to that point. I first stated on Tuesday last, for the purpose of this prosecution, the fact of my having given Palmer 3 grains of strychnine. I cannot say whether in that examination I said that Palmer said, "You will find this poor fellow suffering from a diseased throat." I don't know whether I said "poor fellow" or "rich fellow." Do you not know that there is a difference in the expression "fellow" and "poor fellow"? I know that there is a difference between poor and rich. It is impossible to recollect all that I said upon every occasion. Re-examined by the Attorney General. I did not mention the circumstances of my having given the strychnine to Palmer, because Mr. Salt, my employer, and Palmer were not friends, and I thought it would displease Mr. Salt if he knew that I had let Palmer have anything. I first mentioned it to Boycott, the clerk of Mr. Gardner, the solicitor, at the Rugeley station, where I and a number of other witnesses were assembled for the purpose of coming to London. As soon as I arrived in London, Boycott took me to Mr. Gardner's. I communicated to him what I had to say, and I was then taken to the Solicitor of the Treasury, and I made the same statement to him. Mr. Serjeant Shee: Have you not given another reason for not mentioning the occurrence about the 3 grains of strychnine before, the reason being that you were afraid that you could be indicted for perjury? No, I did not give that as a reason, but I stated to a gentleman that a young man of Wolverhampton had been threatened to be indicted for perjury by George Palmer, because he had said at the inquest upon Walter Palmer that he had sold the prisoner prussic acid, and he had not entered it in the book and could not prove it. I stated at the time that George Palmer said he could be transported for it. I did not enter the gift of the 3 grains of strychnine from Mr. Salt's surgery in a book. The inquest upon Walter Palmer did not take place till 5 or 6 weeks after the inquest upon Cook. The Court then adjourned at 25 minutes past 6 o'clock until the next day, the jury being conducted, as on the previous evening, to the London Coffee House, in charge of the officers of the Court. End of Section 4. Section 5 of the Most Extraordinary Trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Third day, May the 16th. The Court was quite as full at the commencement of the proceedings this morning as it had been on either of the preceding days. The Earl of Derby, Earl Grey, and other noble lords were again present. The jury took their seats shortly before 10 o'clock. The learned judges, Lord Chief Justice Campbell, Mr. Baron Alderson, and Mr. Justice Cresswell, soon afterwards entered the court, accompanied by the recorder and sheriffs, and the prisoner was then placed at the bar. He appeared rather more anxious than on the 2 previous days, but was still calm and collected, and paid the greatest attention to the evidence. Counsel for the Crown. The Attorney General, Mr. E. James, Q.C., Mr. Bodkin, Mr. Welsby, and Mr. Huddleston. For the prisoner, Mr. Serjeant Shee, Mr. Grove, Q.C., Mr. Gray, and Mr. Kenealy. The next witness for the prosecution was Charles Joseph Roberts, examined by Mr. E. James. In November last I was apprentice to Mr. Hawkins, a druggist, at Rugeley. I know Palmer. On Tuesday, November the 20th, between 11 and 12 in the day, he came into Mr. Hawkins's shop. He first asked for 2 drachms of prussic acid, for which he had brought a bottle. I was putting it up when Newton, the assistant of Salt, came in. Palmer told him he wanted to speak to him, and they went out of the shop together. I then saw Brassington, the cooper, take Newton away from Palmer and enter into conversation with him. Palmer then came back into the shop and asked me for 6 grains of strychnine and 2 drachms of Batley's solution of opium, commonly called Batley's sedative. I had put up the prussic acid, which was lying upon the counter. He stood at the counter when he ordered the things, and while I was preparing them behind the counter, he stood at the shop door, with his back to me, looking into the street. I was about 5 minutes preparing them. He stood at the door till they were ready, when I delivered them to him. The prussic acid in the bottle he had brought, the strychnine in a paper, and the opium in a bottle. He paid me for them and took them away. No one else was in the shop from the time when Palmer and Newton went out till I delivered the things to him. When Palmer had left, Newton came in, and we had some conversation. I had at that time been 6 years in Mr. Hawkins's employment. Palmer had not bought any drugs at the shop for about 2 years. I know Thirlby, Palmer's assistant. He had started a shop about 2 years before. By Lord Campbell. Thirlby was carrying on business as a druggist at the time. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. I did not make entries of any of these things in the books. Re-examined. When articles are paid for across the counter, I am not in the habit of making entries of them in the books. The Attorney General stated that Dr. Bamford was seriously ill and unable to attend, but his depositions would be read. Mr. William Stevens, examined by the Attorney General. I have been a merchant in the City, but am now out of business. Was stepfather to the deceased Mr. Cook. I married his father's widow 15 or 18 years ago, and have known him intimately ever since. I was made executor to his grandfather's will. I was always on friendly terms with him, and constantly had the care of him. He had property worth altogether about £12,000. He was articled to a solicitor at Worthing, in Sussex, but he did not follow the profession. He had been connected with the turf about 3 or 4 years, perhaps not so much. I did everything in my power to withdraw him from that pursuit. Lord Campbell. But you still remained on friendly terms? Witness. On affectionate terms. The last time I saw him alive was at the station at Euston Square, about 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the 5th of November. I think he told me he was going to Rugeley, but I am not quite sure. He looked better than I had seen him for a very long time. I was so gratified that I said, "My boy, you look very well now. You don't look anything of an invalid." He said he was quite well, and struck himself on the chest. I think he added he would be quite right if he was happy. In point of appearance he was not a robust man. His complexion was pale. During the previous winter he had had a sore throat for some months. I first heard of his death on the evening of Wednesday, November the 21st. Mr. Jones of Lutterworth called at my house and informed me of it. The next day I went down to Lutterworth with Mr. Jones for the purpose of searching for the will and papers. The day after I went to Rugeley. I arrived between 12 and 1. I asked to see the body when I got to the inn. I met Palmer in the passage. I had seen him once before, and Mr. Jones introduced me to him. He followed us upstairs to see the body, and removed the sheet from it to rather below the waist. I was much struck with its appearance. I first noticed the tightness of the muscles across the face. There did not appear to me to be any emaciation or disease. We all went downstairs to one of the sitting rooms. In a short time I said to Palmer, "I hear from Mr. Jones that you know something of my son's affairs. Can you tell me anything about them?" He replied, "Yes, there are £4,000 worth of bills out of his, and I am sorry to say my name is to them. But I have got a paper drawn up by a lawyer and signed by him to show that I never had any money from them." I expressed great surprise at this, and said, "I fear there won't be 4,000 shillings to pay you." "But," I asked, "had he no horses, no property?" Palmer replied, "Yes, he has some horses, but they are mortgaged." I said, "Has he no sporting bets, nor anything of that sort?" He mentioned one debt of £300. I would rather not state the name of the person who owed it. It is a relation of his, not a sporting gentleman. The witness wrote down the name and handed it to the counsel on both sides and the judges. Lord Campbell: The name is immaterial. Palmer said he did not know of any other debt. I said I thought his sporting creditors would have to take his sporting effects, as I should have nothing to do with them. I added, "Well, whether he has left anything or not, poor fellow, he must be buried." Palmer immediately said, "Oh, I'll bury him myself if that's all." I said, "I certainly can't think of your doing that. I shall do it." Cook's brother-in-law, who had come to meet me, was then present, and expressed a great wish to bury him. I said, "No, as his executor, I shall take care of that. I cannot have the funeral immediately, as I intend to bury him in London, in his mother's grave. I shall be sorry to inconvenience the people here at the inn, but I will get it done as soon as possible." Palmer said, "Oh, that's of no consequence, but the body ought to be fastened up at once." He repeated that observation. So long as the body is fastened up, it is of no consequence. While I was talking to Cook's brother-in-law, Palmer and Jones left the room. They returned in about half an hour. I then asked Palmer for the name of some respectable undertaker in Rugeley, that I might at once order a coffin and give directions. He said, "I have been and done that. I have ordered a shell and strong oak coffin." I expressed my surprise. I said, "I did not give you any authority to do so, but I must see the undertaker to let him have my instructions." I think he told me the name of the undertaker. I ordered dinner for myself, my son-in-law, and Jones, and I asked Palmer to come in. We all dined together at the inn about 3. I was going back to London that afternoon. After dinner, Palmer being still present, I desired Mr. Jones to be so good as to go upstairs and get me Mr. Cook's betting book, or pocket book, or books or papers that might be there. I had seen him with a betting book, a small one with clasps. Mr. Jones then left the room, and Palmer followed him. They were away 10 minutes. Mr. Jones said, on their return, "I am very sorry to say I can't find any betting book or papers." I exclaimed, "No betting book, Mr. Jones?" Turning towards Palmer, I said, "How is this?" Palmer said, "Oh, it is of no manner of use if you find it." I said, "No use, sir? I am the best judge of that." He replied, "It is of no use." I said, "I am told it is of use. I understand my son won a great deal of money at Shrewsbury, and I ought to know something about it." He replied, "It is of no use, I assure you. When a man dies his bets are done with. Besides, Cook received the greater part of his money on the course at Shrewsbury." I said, "Very well, the book ought to be found, and must be found." Palmer then said, in a quieter tone, "It will no doubt be found." I again said, "Sir, it shall be found." I then went to the door, and calling to the housekeeper, I desired that everything in the bedroom should be locked up, and nothing touched until I returned or sent some one. Before leaving I went upstairs to take a last look at the body. Some servants were in the room turning over the bedclothes, and also the undertaker. I had given him instructions before dinner to place the body in the coffin. He was standing by the side of the shell. The body was in it, uncovered. I knelt down by the side of the shell, and taking the right hand of the corpse, I found it clinched. I looked across the body and saw that the left hand was clinched in the same manner. I returned to town and communicated next morning with my solicitor, who gave me a letter to Mr. Gardner of Rugeley. I returned to Rugeley, where I arrived at 8 o'clock next evening, Saturday. I started from Euston Square at 2 o'clock, and on the platform I met Palmer. He said he had received a telegraphic message summoning him to London after I had left Rugeley. I asked him where Cook's horses were kept. He told me at Eddisford, near Rugeley, and said he would drive me out there if I wished. When I got to Wolverton, where the train stops, I saw him again in the refreshment room. I said, "Mr. Palmer, this is a very melancholy thing, the death of my poor son happening so suddenly. I think for the sake of his brother and sister, who are somewhat delicate, it might be desirable for his medical friends to know what his complaints were." Cook had a sister and half-brother. Palmer replied, "That can be done very well." The bell then rang, and we went to our seats. He travelled in a different carriage till we reached Rugby, where I saw him again in the refreshment room. I said, "Mr. Palmer, as I live at a distance, I think I ought to ask a solicitor at Rugeley to look after my interest." He said, "Oh yes, you might do that." "Do you know any solicitor?" I said. "No." I then got some refreshment and went back to my carriage. I found Palmer sitting there. I had no conversation with him before we reached Rugeley, but continued talking to a lady and gentleman with whom I had been conversing since I left town. After we arrived at Rugeley, Palmer said, "Do you know any solicitor here?" I said, "No, I don't. I am a perfect stranger." He said, "I know them all intimately, and I can introduce you to one. When I get home I must have a cup of coffee, and I will then come over and take you all about." I thanked him, as I had done once or twice before, and said I wouldn't trouble him. He repeated his offer. Altering my tone and manner, I said, "Mr. Palmer, if I should call in a solicitor to give me advice, I suppose you will have no objection to answer any question he may put to you." I altered my tone purposely. I looked steadily at him, but although the moon was shining I could not see his features distinctly. He said, with a spasmodic convulsion of the throat, which was perfectly apparent, "Oh no, certainly not." At Wolverton I had purposely mentioned my desire that there should be a post-mortem examination, and I ought to say that he was quite calm when I mentioned it. After I asked him that question there was a pause for 3 or 4 minutes. He then again proposed to come over to me after he had had his coffee, and I again begged he would not trouble himself. I went to Mr. Gardner, and then came back to the inn. Palmer came to me and began to talk about the bills. He said, "It's a very unpleasant affair for me." I said, "I think it right to tell you that since I saw you I have had rather a different account of Mr. Cook's affairs." He said, "Oh, indeed! I hope, at any rate, they will be settled pleasantly." I said, "His affairs can only be settled in a court of chancery." He asked me what friends Mr. Cook visited in the neighbourhood of London. I said, "Several." The next day, Sunday, I saw him again between 5 and 6 in the evening. He said, "You were talking of going to Eddisford. If I were you, I would not take a solicitor with me there." I said, "Why not? I shall use my own judgment." Later in the evening he came again to my room, holding a piece of paper as if he wished to give it to me. I went on with my writing, and said, "Pray, who is Mr. Smith?" He repeated, "Mr. Smith?" 2 or 3 times, and I said, "I mean a Mr. Smith who sat up with my son one night." He said, "He is a solicitor in the town." I asked if he was in practice. He replied, "Yes." I said, "I ask you the question because, as the betting book is lost, I should wish to know who has been with the young man." After a pause, I said, "Did you attend my son in a medical capacity?" He said, "Oh dear, no." I said, I ask you because I am determined to have his body examined, and if you had attended him professionally, I suppose the gentleman I shall call in would think it proper that you should be present. He asked who was to perform the examination. I said, I cannot say. I shall not know myself until to-morrow. I think it right to tell you of it, but whether you are present at it or not is a matter of indifference to me. Did you perceive any sign of decomposition in the body, or anything which would render its immediate enclosure necessary? On the contrary, the body did not look to me like a dead body. I was surprised at its appearance. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE: The last time Cook stayed at my house was in January or February last year, for about a month. He then had a sore throat. I do not remember that it was continually sore. He had not the least difficulty in swallowing. I did not notice any ulcers about his face. In the spring he complained of being an invalid, and said his medical friends told him that if he was not better in the winter he ought to go to a warm climate. No communication was made to me about insuring his life. I was dissatisfied about the loss of the betting book. I desired that everything belonging to the deceased might be locked up. When I returned to Rugeley with Palmer, I went to seek for Mr. Gardner. I saw him on the following Sunday morning. I have once been in communication with the police officer, Field. That was a fortnight or 3 weeks after my son's death. Field called upon me. I never applied to him. By Mr. Baron Alderson. I never called upon Mr. Bamford, but he dined with me at the Talbot Arms. Mary Keeley, examined by Mr. Welsby: I am a widow, living at Rugeley. On the morning of Wednesday, the 21st of November last, I was sent for to lay out Cook's body. My sister-in-law went with me. That was about 1 o'clock in the morning. The body was still warm, but the hands and arms were cold. The body was lying on the back. The arms were crossed upon the chest. The head lay a little turned on one side. The body was very stiff indeed. I have laid out many corpses. I never saw one so stiff before. We had difficulty in straightening the arms. We could not keep them straight down to the body. I passed a piece of tape under the back and tied it round the wrists to fasten the arms down. The right foot turned on one side outwards. We were obliged to tie both the feet together. The eyes were open. We were a considerable time before we could close them, because the eyelids were very stiff. The hands were closed and were very stiff. Palmer was upstairs with us. He lighted me while I took 2 rings off Cook's fingers. That was off one hand. The fingers were very stiff, and I had difficulty in getting off the rings. I got them off, and when I had done so, the hand closed again. I did not see anything of a betting book, nor any small book like a pocket-book. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove: It is not unusual to tie the hands of a corpse. I have never before used tape to tie the arms. I have used it to tie the ankles together, and also for the toes. I have never seen it used for the arms. It is usual to lay the arms by the sides. If the body gets stiff, the arms remain as they were at the time of death. If the eyes are closed at the time of death, there is no difficulty in keeping them closed. It is a common thing to put penny pieces upon them to keep them closed. That is to prevent the eyelid drawing back. The jaw is generally tied up shortly after death. Re-examined by the Attorney General: I cannot say how many bodies I have laid out, but I have laid out a great many, of all ages. I never knew of the arms being tied before this instance. It is usual to lay the arms by the sides within a few minutes after death. I was called up at 12:30. It was 1:30 when I went upstairs to the room where Cook lay. Sometimes the feet of corpses get twisted out. It is then that they are tied. That occurs within about half an hour after death. I have never known the eyelid so stiff as in this case. I have put penny pieces on the eyes. In those cases the lids were stiff, but not so stiff as in this instance. John Thomas Harland, examined by Mr. Bodkin: I am a physician residing at Stafford. On the 26th of November last I went from Stafford to Rugeley to be present at a post-mortem examination. I arrived at Rugeley at 10 o'clock in the morning. I called at the house of Mr. Bamford, surgeon. As I went there Palmer joined me in the street. He came from the back of his own house. I had frequently seen him and had spoken to him before. He said, "I am glad that you are come to make a post-mortem examination. Some one might have been sent whom I did not know." I said, "What is this case? I hear there is a suspicion of poisoning." He said, "Oh no, I think not. He had an epileptic fit on Monday and Tuesday last, and you will find old disease in the heart and in the head." We then went together to Mr. Bamford's. I had brought no instruments with me, having only been requested to be present at the examination. Palmer said that he had instruments, and offered to fetch them and lend them to me. He, Palmer, said there was a very queer old man who seemed to suspect him of something, but he did not know what he meant or what he wanted. He also said he seems to suspect that I have got the betting book. Cook had no betting book that would be of use to any one. Mr. Bamford and I then went to the house of Mr. Frere, who is a surgeon at Rugeley. Palmer did not go with us. Thence we went to the Talbot Arms, where the post-mortem examination was proceeded with. Mr. Devonshire operated, and Mr. Newton assisted him. There were in the room, besides, Mr. Bamford, Palmer, myself, and several other persons. I stood near Mr. Devonshire. The body was very stiff. By Lord Campbell: It was much stiffer than bodies usually are 5 or 6 days after death. Examination resumed. The muscles were very highly developed. By that I mean that they were strongly contracted and thrown out. I examined the hands. They were stiff and were firmly closed. The abdominal viscera were first examined. At the suggestion of Lord Campbell, the witness read a report which he prepared on the day on which this post-mortem examination took place, November 26, 1855, and transmitted to Mr. Stevens, the stepfather of the deceased. This report described the state of the various internal organs as being perfectly healthy and natural. The material statements were all repeated in the subsequent examination of the witness. After reading the report, the witness continued: The abdominal viscera were in a perfectly healthy state. They were taken out of the body. We examined the liver. It was healthy. The lungs were healthy, but contained a good deal of blood. Not more than would be accounted for by gravitation after death. We examined the head. The brain was quite healthy. There was no extravasation of blood and no serum. There was nothing which, in my judgment, could cause pressure. The heart was contracted and contained no blood. That was the result, not of disease, but of spasmodic action. At the larger end of the stomach there were numerous small yellowish white spots, about the size of mustard seeds. They would not at all account for death. I doubt whether they would have any effect upon the health. I think they were mucous follicles. The kidneys were full of blood, which had gravitated there. They had no appearance of disease. The blood was in a fluid state. That is not usual. It is found so in some cases of sudden death, which are of rare occurrence. The lower part of the spinal cord was not very closely examined. We examined the other part of that cord. It presented a perfectly natural appearance. On a subsequent day, I think the 25th of January, it was thought right to exhume the body, that the spinal cord might be more carefully examined. I was present at that examination. The lower part of the spinal cord was then minutely examined. A report was made of that examination. This report was put in, and was read by the witness. It described minutely the appearance and condition of the spinal cord and its envelopes, and concluded with this statement: There is nothing in the condition of the spinal cord or its envelopes to account for death, nothing but the most normal and healthy state, allowance being made for the lapse of time since the death of the deceased. Examination resumed. I am still of opinion that there was nothing in the appearance of the spine to account for the death of the deceased, and nothing of an unusual kind which might not be referred to changes after death. When the stomach and the intestines were removed from the body on the occasion of the first examination, they were separately emptied into a jar, and were afterwards placed in it. Mr. Devonshire and Mr. Newton removed them from the body. They were the only two who operated. At that time the prisoner was standing on the right of Mr. Newton. While Mr. Devonshire was opening the stomach, a push was given by Palmer, which sent Mr. Newton against Mr. Devonshire, and shook some of the contents of the stomach into the body. I thought a joke was passing among them, and said, "Don't do that." My Lord Campbell: Might not Palmer have been impelled by some one outside him? There was no one who could have impelled him. What did you observe Palmer do? I saw Mr. Newton and Mr. Devonshire pushed together, and Palmer was over them. He was smiling at the time. Examination continued. After this interruption the opening of the stomach was pursued. The stomach contained about 3 ounces of a brownish fluid. There was nothing particular in that. Palmer was looking on and said, "They won't hang us yet." He said that to Mr. Bamford in a loud whisper. That remark was made upon his own observation of the stomach. The stomach, after being emptied, was put into the jar. The intestines were then examined, but nothing particular was found in them. They were contracted and very small. The viscera, with their contents, as taken from the body, were placed in the jar, which was then covered over with 2 bladders, which were tied and sealed. I tied and sealed them. After I had done so, I placed the jar upon the table by the body. Palmer was then moving about the room. In a few minutes I missed the jar from where I had placed it. During that time my attention had been withdrawn by the examination. On missing the jar, I called out, "Where's the jar?" And Palmer, from the other end of the room, said, "It is here. I thought it would be more convenient for you to take away." There was a door at the end of the room where he was. He was within a yard or 2 of that door, and about 24 feet from the table on which the body was lying. Before making this last statement the witness referred to a plan of the room which was put in by the Attorney General. The door near which Palmer was standing was not the one by which he had entered the room. I called to Palmer, "Will you bring it here?" I went from the table and met Palmer half way, coming with the jar. The jar had, since I last saw it, been cut through both bladders. The cut was hardly an inch long. It had been done with a sharp instrument. I examined the cut. The edges were quite clean. No part of the contents of the jar could have passed through. Finding this cut, I said, "Here is a cut. Who has done this?" Palmer and Mr. Devonshire and Mr. Newton all said that they had not done it, and nothing more was said about it. When I was about to remove the jar from the room, the prisoner asked me what I was going to do with it. I said I should take it to Mr. Frere's. He said, "I had rather you would take it to Stafford than take it there." I made no answer that I remember. I took it to Mr. Frere's house. After doing so, I returned to the Talbot Arms. I left the jar in Mr. Frere's hall, tied and sealed. Immediately upon finding the slit in the cover, I cut the strings and altered the bladders, so that the slits were not over the top of the jar. I resealed them. After going to Mr. Frere's, I went to the Talbot Arms. I went into the yard to order my carriage, and while I was waiting for it the prisoner came across to me. He asked me what I had done with the jar. I told him that I had left it at Mr. Frere's. He inquired what would be done with it, and I said it would go either to Birmingham or London that night for examination. I do not recollect that he made any reply. When I recovered the jar, I tied each cover separately, and sealed it with my own seal. During the first post-mortem examination there were several Rugeley persons present, but I believe no one on behalf of the prisoner. At the second examination there was some one there on behalf of Palmer. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. In the course of the post-mortem examination Palmer said, "They won't hang us yet." I am not sure whether that observation was addressed to Dr. Bamford, or whether he prefaced it by the word "Doctor." I think that he first said it to Dr. Bamford in a loud whisper, and afterwards repeated it to several persons. I had said to him that I had heard that there was a suspicion of poisoning. I made notes in pencil at the time of the post-mortem, and I wrote a more formal report from those notes as soon as I got home. The original pencil notes are destroyed. I sent the fair copy to Mr. Stevens, Cook's father-in-law, the same evening. They were not produced before the coroner. At the base of the tongue of the deceased I observed some enlarged mucous follicles. They were not pustules containing matter, but enlarged mucous follicles of long standing. There were a good many of them, but I do not suppose that they would occasion much inconvenience. They might cause some degree of pain, but I think that it would be slight. I do not believe that they were enlarged glands. I should not say that deceased's lungs were diseased, though they were not in their normal state. The lungs were full of blood and the heart empty. I had no lens at the post-mortem, but I made an examination which was satisfactory to me without one. The brain was carefully taken out. The membranes and external parts were first examined, and thin slices of about 1/4 of an inch in thickness were taken off and subjected to separate examination. I think by that means we should have discovered disease if any had existed, and if there had been any indication of disease I should have examined it more carefully. I examined the spinal cord as far down as possible, and if there had been any appearance of disease I should have opened the canal. There was no appearance of disease, however. We opened down to the first vertebra. If we had found a softening of the spinal cord, I do not think that it would have been sufficient to have caused Cook's death. Certainly not. A softening of the spinal cord would not produce tetanus. It might produce paralysis. I do not think, as a medical man investigating the cause of death, that it was necessary carefully to examine the spinal cord. I do not know who suggested that there should be an examination of the spinal cord 2 months after death. There were some appearances of decomposition when we examined the spinal cord, but I do not think that there was sufficient to interfere with our examination. I examined the body to ascertain if there was any trace of venereal disease. I did find certain indications of that description, and the marks of old excoriation, which were cicatrised over, re-examined by the Attorney General. There were no indications of wounds or sores such as could by possibility produce tetanus. There was no disease of the lungs to account for death. The heart was healthy, and its emptiness I attribute to spasmodic action. The heart being empty, of course death ensued. The convulsive spasmodic action of the muscles of the body, which was deposed to yesterday by Mr. Jones, would, in my judgment, occasion the emptiness of the heart. There was nothing whatever in the brain to indicate the presence of any disease of any sort, but if there had been, I never heard or read of any disease of the brain ever producing tetanus. There was no relaxation of the spinal cord which would account for the symptoms accompanying Mr. Cook's death, as they have been described. In fact, there was no relaxation of the spinal cord at all, and there is no disease of the spinal cord with which I am acquainted that would produce tetanus. End of section 5. Section 6 of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Third day, May the 16th, Part 2. Mr. Charles James Devonshire, undergraduate of University of London, late assistant to Dr. Monckton, examined by Mr. Huddleston. I made the first post-mortem examination of the body of Mr. Cook in November last. The body was pale and stiff, the hands were clinched, and the mouth was contorted. I opened the body. The liver was very healthy. The heart also seemed healthy, but it was perfectly empty. The lungs contained a considerable quantity of dark fluid blood. The blood was perfectly fluid. The brain was healthy throughout. I examined the medulla oblongata and about 1/4 or half an inch of the spinal cord. It was perfectly sound. I took out the stomach and opened it with a pair of scissors. I put the contents in a jar, which was taken to Mr. Frere's, the surgeon. I opened the jar from Mr. Frere's on Monday, in the same state as it was before, and I gave it Mr. Boycott, clerk to Mr. Gardner, the attorney. I examined the body again on the 29th, and took out the liver, kidneys, spleen, and some blood, and put them in a stone jar, which I covered with wash leather and brown paper, and sealed up. I delivered that jar also to Boycott. Palmer said at the examination that we should find syphilis upon the deceased. I therefore examined the parts carefully, and found no indications of the sort. I also took out the throat. The papillae were slightly enlarged, but they were natural, and one of the tonsils was shrunk. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove, Q.C. Tetanic convulsions are considered to proceed from derangement of the spine, and from complaints that affect the spine. These derangements are not always capable of being detected by examination. In examining the body of a person supposed to have died from tetanus, the spinal cord would be the first organ looked at. About half an inch of the spinal cord, exterior to the aperture of the cranium, was examined on the first occasion. I was not present when the granules were discovered on the second examination. The learned counsel was proceeding to cross-examine this witness upon some minute points of a scientific nature, when Baron Alderson, interposing, said, "When you have all the medical men in London here, you had better not examine an undergraduate of the University of London upon such points, I should think." Dr. Monckton, examined by the Attorney General: I am a physician in practice, and reside at Rugeley. On the 28th of January I made a post-mortem examination of the spinal cord and marrow of the deceased, J. P. Cook. I found the muscles of the trunk in a state of laxity, which I should attribute to the decay of the body which had set in; but that laxity would not be at all inconsistent, in my opinion, with a great rigidity of those muscles at the time of death. The muscles of the arms and legs were in a state of rigidity, but they were not more rigid than usual in dead bodies. The muscles of the arms had partially flexed the fingers of the hand. The feet were turned inwards to a much greater extent than usual. I carefully examined the spinal cord. The body was then in such a condition as to enable me to make a satisfactory examination of it; and if prior to death there had been any disease of a normal character on the spinal cord and marrow, I should have had no difficulty in detecting it. There was no disease. I discovered certain granules upon it. It is difficult to account for their origin, but they are frequently found in persons of advanced age. I never knew them to occasion sudden death. I agree entirely with the evidence which has been given by Dr. Harland. This witness was not cross-examined. Mr. John Boycott, examined by Mr. Welsby: I am clerk to Messrs. Lander, Gardner, and Lander, attorneys at Rugeley. On the 26th of last November I received a jar from Mr. Devonshire, covered with leather and brown paper, and sealed up. I took it to London, and delivered it on the next day to Dr. Taylor at Guy's Hospital. On a subsequent day I received another jar, similarly secured, from Mr. Devonshire, and I also brought that to London, and delivered it to Dr. Taylor. I was not present at the inquest on Cook's body, and did not fetch Newton to be examined there. On Tuesday last, when at the Rugeley station, previous to my departure for London, Newton came and made a communication to me. He knew that Mr. Gardner was not there, and when we reached London I took him to Mr. Gardner, and heard him make the same communication to Mr. Gardner which he had made before to me. This witness was not cross-examined. James Myatt, examined by Mr. James: In November last I was postboy at the Talbot Arms at Rugeley. I know Palmer, the prisoner, and I remember Monday the 26th of November last. I was ordered on that night, a little after 5 o'clock, to take Mr. Stevens to the Stafford station in a fly. Before I started I went home to get my tea, and on returning from my tea to the Talbot Arms I met the prisoner. He asked me if I was going to drive Mr. Stevens to Stafford. I told him I was. What did he say to you then? He asked me if I would upset them. Them? Had anything been said about a jar? He said he supposed I was going to take the jar. What did you say then? I said I believed I was. What did he say after that? He said, "Do you think you could upset them?" What answer did you make? I told him no. Did he say anything more? He said, "If you could, there's a £10 note for you." Sensation. What did you say to that? I told him I could not. I then said, "I must go. The horses are in the fly, ready for us to start." I do not recollect that he said anything more about the jar. I said that if I didn't go, somebody else would go. He told me not to be in a hurry, for if anybody else went he would pay me. I saw him again next morning, when I was going to breakfast. He asked me then who went with the fly. I told him Mr. Stevens, and I believed one of Mr. Gardner's clerks. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHE. Were not the words that Palmer used, "I wouldn't mind giving £10 to break Stevens's neck"? I don't recollect the words "break his neck." Well, upset him. Did he say, "I wouldn't mind giving £10 to upset him"? Yes, I believe those were the words. I do not know that Palmer appeared to have been drinking. I don't recollect that he had. I can't say that he used any epithet applied to Stevens. He said it was a humbugging concern altogether, or something of that. I don't recollect that he said Stevens was a troublesome fellow, and very inquisitive. I don't remember anything more than I have said. I do not know whether there was more than one jar. Samuel Cheshire, formerly postmaster at Rugeley, who has been sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment for tampering with letters in connection with this affair, was brought up in custody, and examined by Mr. James. He is an extremely respectable-looking man, above the middle age, and was dressed in black. He deposed as follows: "I was for upward of 8 years postmaster at Rugeley. I come now from Newgate, where I am under sentence for having read a letter." The question was, "Opened a letter." I confessed to having done so. The question was, "Did you plead guilty to that charge?" I knew the prisoner William Palmer very well. We were schoolfellows together, and I have been 3 or 4 times in my life at races with him. I never made a bet but once in my life, but I was very intimate with Palmer. I accompanied him to Shrewsbury races in November 1855. I returned to Rugeley on Tuesday the 13th, the same day on which Polestar won the handicap. On Saturday the 17th I went to see Mr. Cook, who was in bed at the Talbot Arms at Rugeley. I lived at the post office, which was 300 or 400 yards from Palmer's house. On the Tuesday evening, the 20th, I received a message from Palmer asking me to go over to him, and to take a receipt stamp with me. In consequence of that message I went to Palmer's house and took a receipt stamp, as requested. When I reached Palmer's I found him in the sitting-room. He said that he wanted me to write out a cheque, and he produced a copy, from which he said I was to write. I copied the document which he produced. He said that it related to money which Mr. Cook owed him, and he asked me to write it, because, he said, Cook was too ill to do it, and Weatherby would know his, Palmer's, handwriting. He said that when I had written it, he would take it over to Mr. Cook to sign. I then wrote as he requested me, and I left the paper with Palmer. Mr. Weatherby was here called, in order to trace this document. In answer to Mr. James, he said, "I am secretary to the Jockey Club, and my establishment is at Birmingham. I keep a sort of banking account, and receive stakes for gentlemen who own racers, and bet. I knew the deceased, John Parsons Cook, who had an account of that nature with me. I knew Palmer slightly. He had no such account with me. On the 21st of November I received a cheque or order upon our house for £350. It came by post. I sent it back 2 days afterwards. On Friday, the 23rd, I sent it back by post to Palmer, the prisoner, at Rugeley. Boycott was recalled, and proved that he had served notices upon the prisoner, and upon Mr. Smith, his attorney, to produce the cheque or order referred to, and that it had not been produced in pursuance of these notices. Prisoner's counsel did not now produce it. Examination of Samuel Cheshire continued. As far as I can remember, what I wrote was, "Pay to Mr. William Palmer the sum of £350, and place it to my account." I do not remember whether I put any date to it. I left it with Palmer and went away. That was on Tuesday. On the Thursday or Friday following, Palmer sent again for me. I do not remember what day it was, but it was after I had heard of the death of Mr. Cook at the Talbot Arms. I went to Palmer in the evening between 6 and 7 o'clock, in consequence of his having sent for me. When I arrived I found him in the kitchen, and he immediately went out, and shortly after returned with a quarto sheet of paper in his hand. He gave me a pen and asked me to sign something. I asked what it was, and he replied, "You know that Cook and I have dealings together, and this is a document which he gave me some days ago, and I want you to witness it." I said, "What is it about?" He said, "Some business that I have joined him in, and which was all for Mr. Cook's benefit, and this is the document stating so." I just cast my eye over the paper. It was a quarto post paper of a yellow description. I looked at the writing, and I believed that it was Mr. Palmer's. When he asked me to sign it, I told him that I could not, as I might perhaps be called upon to give evidence on the matter at some future day. I told him that I had not seen Mr. Cook sign it, and I also said that I thought the Post Office authorities would not approve my mixing myself up in a matter which might occasion my absence from my duties to give evidence. In fact, I did not give any exact reasons for refusing to sign it. Palmer said it did not much matter, as he dared say they would not object to Mr. Cook's signature. I left the paper with Palmer and went away. I believe there was a stamp upon it. I did not read it all, but I cast my eye down it. Notices had also been served upon the prisoner and his attorney to produce this document, but it had not been produced. Witness continued: I remember the effect of it. It was that certain bills, the dates and amounts of which were quoted, although I cannot recollect them now, were all for Mr. Cook's benefit and not for Mr. Palmer's. Those were not the exact words, but that was the purport of them. I know that the amounts were large, although I do not remember them all. I remember, however, that one was for £1,000 and another for £500. There was a signature to that document. It was either I.P. or J.P. Cook. I don't think the word Parsons was written, but either I.P. or J.P. Cook. Palmer was in the habit of calling at the post office for letters addressed to his mother, who resided at Rugeley. I cannot remember that during the months of October and November 1855 I gave him any letters addressed to his mother, nor can I say whether in those months I gave him any letters addressed to Mr. Cook, but Cook has taken Palmer's letters and Palmer has taken Cook's letters. I remember the inquest upon Cook. I saw Palmer frequently while that inquest was going on. He came down to me on the Sunday evening previous to the 5th of December, the date to which the inquest was adjourned, and asked me if I saw or heard of anything fresh to let him know. I guessed what he wanted, and thought that he wanted to tempt me to open a letter. I therefore told him that I could not open a letter. He said that he did not want me to do anything to injure myself. I believe that was all that passed on that occasion. The letter for reading which I am now under sentence of punishment was from Dr. Alfred Taylor, of London, to Mr. Gardner, the solicitor of Rugeley. I read part of the letter, and told Mr. Palmer as much as I remembered of it. This took place on the morning of the 5th of December. I told Palmer that the letter mentioned that no traces of strychnine were to be found. I can't call to mind what else I told him. He said he knew there would be no traces of poison, for he was perfectly innocent. The letter I hold in hand, signed W.P. and addressed to W. Ward, Esquire, Coroner, I believe to be in the prisoner's handwriting. Captain Hatton, examined by Mr. James. I am Chief Constable of Stafford. The letter now produced I obtained from the coroner. The Clerk of Arraigns read the letter in question. It bore no date, and was to the following effect: "My dear Sir, I am sorry to tell you that I am still confined to my bed. I don't think it was mentioned at the inquest yesterday that Cook was taken ill on Sunday and Monday night, in the same way as he was on the Tuesday, when he died. The chambermaid at the Crown Hotel Masters, can prove this. I also believe that a man by the name of Fisher is coming down to prove he received some money at Shrewsbury. Now here he could only pay Smith £10 out of £41 he owed him. Had you not better call Smith to prove this? And again, whatever Professor Taylor may say tomorrow, he wrote from London last Tuesday night to Gardner to say, "We, and Dr. Rees, have this day finished our analysis and find no traces of either strychnia, prussic acid, or opium." What can beat this from a man like Taylor, if he says what he has already said, and Dr. Harland's evidence? Mind you, I know and saw it in black and white what Taylor said to Gardner, but this is strictly private and confidential. But it is true. As regards his betting book, I know nothing of it, and it is of no good to anyone. I hope the verdict tomorrow will be that he died of natural causes, and thus end it. Ever yours, W.P. The witness Cheshire was then cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. I knew Cook very well. I did not know his handwriting. I have seen it, but am not sufficiently familiar with it to be able to identify it. I have seen him write. When I refused to sign the document which Palmer presented to me for signature, he observed, "Oh, it is no matter. I dare say they will not call in question Mr. Cook's signature." What Palmer asked me was, whether I had seen or heard anything. I said that I had seen something, but that it would be wrong for me to tell him what. He then inquired what I had seen. I think the phrase he used in speaking of his own innocence was that he was as innocent as a baby. I remember having been told by Palmer the Saturday before Cook died that the latter was very ill. On that day I saw Cook. He was ill and in bed. I saw Palmer about midday of Wednesday, the second day of the Shrewsbury races. I saw him at Rugeley on that day. To Mr. James. The duration of the journey from Stafford to Shrewsbury is upwards of an hour. Ellis Crisp, examined by Mr. James. I am Inspector of Police at Rugeley. On the 17th of December I assisted in searching the prisoner's house. There was a sale of his furniture, etc., on the 5th of January. The book now produced I found in his house, and took it away. It was being sold, and I took it away. A laugh. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. It was brought out at the sale with a lot of other books. There were several medical books in the house. There was no attempt to conceal the volume I seized. The Clerk of Arraigns read from the book referred to this sentence, proved by the witness Boycott to be in Palmer's writing. Strychnia kills by causing tetanic fixing of the respiratory muscles. J. Burden, examined by Mr. James. This manuscript book I found in the prisoner's house on the 16th or 17th of December. I am an Inspector of Police in Staffordshire. The Attorney General read an extract from the book in question. It related to strychnine and alluded to the mode of its operation. Lord Campbell. That may be merely a passage extracted from an article on strychnine in some encyclopaedia. The Attorney General. No doubt it may. I put it in for what it is worth. Elizabeth Hawkes, examined by Mr. Huddleston. I keep a boarding-house at 7 Beaufort Buildings, Strand. I know Palmer. He was at my house on the 1st December last. He asked my porter to buy some game and fish for him. I purchased some fowls for him on the 1st of December. They consisted of a turkey and a brace of pheasants. The porter purchased the fish. I packed these things up in a hamper. I had no conversation with Palmer about these things. I bought them by Palmer's orders, conveyed through the porter. I sent them somewhere. I directed them myself and gave them to the porter, who carried them to the railway station. I have never been paid for them. Palmer came to my house on the evening of that day, but I did not see him. The direction on the hamper was W. W. Ward, Esq., Stoke-upon-Trent, Staffordshire. George Herring, examined by Mr. Welsby. I live near New Cross, and am independent. I knew Cook, and met him at the Shrewsbury races last November. I put up at the Raven. He appeared in his usual health. I saw him between 6 and 7 on Wednesday, the second day of the races. I had a private room with Mr. Fisher, Mr. Reed, and Mr. T. Jones. It was the next room occupied by Cook and Palmer. On Thursday, the following day, I saw Cook. I do not know that at that time he had any money with him, but I saw him with Bank of England and provincial bank notes on Wednesday. He unfolded them on his knees in twos and threes. There was a considerable number of notes. He showed me at Shrewsbury his betting book. It contained entries of bets made on the Shrewsbury races. On Monday, the 19th of November, I received a letter from Palmer. I have it here. The Clerk of Arraigns read the letter, of which the following is a copy. Dear Sir, I shall feel much obliged if you will give me a call at 7 Beaufort Buildings, Strand, on Monday about 2:30. I am, dear Sir, very truly yours, W. Palmer. Examination continued. I received this letter on Monday, and called at Beaufort Buildings that same day, at 2:30 exactly. I found Palmer there. He asked me what I would take. I declined to take anything. I then asked him how Mr. Cook was. He said, "He's all right. His physician gave him a dose of calomel, and advised him not to come out, it being a damp day." I don't know which term he used, damp or wet. He then went on to say, in the same sentence, "What I want to see you about is settling his account." While he was speaking he took out half a sheet of note paper from his pocket, and it was open when he had finished the sentence. He held it up and said, "This is it." I rose to take it. He said, "You had better take its contents down. This will be a cheque against you." At the same time he pointed to some paper lying on the table. I wrote on that paper from his dictation. I have here the paper which I so wrote. The witness read the document in question, which contained instructions as to certain payments he should pay out of moneys to be received by him at Tattersall's on account of the Shrewsbury races. Palmer then said that I had better write out a cheque for Pratt and Padwick, for the former £450 and for the latter £350, and send them at once. I told him I had only one form of cheque in my pocket. He said I could easily fill up a draft on half a sheet of paper. I refused to comply with his request, as I had not as yet received the money. He replied that it would be all right, for that Cook would not deceive me. He wished me particularly to pay Mr. Pratt the £450. His words, as nearly as I can remember them, were, "You must pay Pratt, as it is for a bill of sale on the mare." I don't know whether he said a bill of sale or a joint bill of sale. He told me he was going to see both Pratt and Padwick, to tell them that I would send on the money. Previous to his saying this, I told him that if he would give me the address of Pratt and Padwick, I would call on them, after I had got the money from Tattersall's, and give it to them. He then asked me what was between us. There was only a few pounds between us, and after we had had some conversation on the point, he took out of his pocket a £50 Bank of England note. He required £29 out of the note, and I was not able to give it, but he said that if I gave him a cheque it would answer as well. I gave him a cheque for £20 and 9 sovereigns. When I was going away, I do not remember that he said anything about my paying the money to Pratt and Padwick. He said on parting, "When you have settled this account, write down the word to either me or Cook." I turned round and said, "I shall certainly write to Mr. Cook." I said so because I thought I was settling Mr. Cook's account. He said, "It don't much matter which you write to." I said, "If I address Mr. Cook, Rugeley, Stafford, it will be correct, will it not?" He said, "Yes," and after leaving Beaufort Buildings I went to Tattersall's. I then received all the money I expected, except £110 from Mr. Morris, who paid me £90 instead of £200. I sent from Tattersall's a cheque for £450 to Mr. Pratt. I posted a letter to Cook from Tattersall's, and directed it to Rugeley. On Tuesday the 20th, next day, I received a telegraphic message. I have not got it here. I gave it to Captain Hatton at the coroner's inquest at Rugeley. In consequence of receiving that message, I wrote again to Cook that day. I addressed my letter as before, but I believe the letter was not posted till the Wednesday. I had 3 bills of exchange with me. I know Palmer's handwriting, but never saw him write. I cannot prove his writing, but I knew Cook's writing, and I believe the drawing of 2 and the accepting of the 3 bills to be in his writing. I got them from Fisher, and gave him cash for them. The witness Boycott was recalled, and identified the signatures on the bills as those of Palmer and Cook. Examination continued. The bills are each for £200. One of them was payable in a month, and when it fell due on October the 18th, Cook paid the £100 on account. He paid me the remaining £100 at Shrewsbury, but I cannot tell with certainty on what day. I did not pay the £350 to Mr. Padwick. I hold another bill for £500. Thomas Strawbridge, manager of the bank at Rugeley, identified the drawing and endorsing as in the handwriting of Palmer. The acceptance, purporting to be in the writing of Mrs. Sarah Palmer, he did not believe to have been written by her. Examination continued. I am sure that the endorsement on the £500 bill is in Cook's writing. I got the bill from Mr. Fisher. I paid £200 on account of it to Palmer, and £275 to Mr. Fisher. The balance was discount. It was not paid at maturity. I have taken proceedings against Palmer to recover the amount. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove. Several people were ill at Shrewsbury on the 2nd day of the races. They suffered from a kind of diarrhoea. I was one of those so affected. I had my meals at the Raven, where I put up, as also had my companions. They were not ill, but a gentleman who dined with us one day at the inn was. Palmer did not dine with me any day at the Raven. I saw Cook several times on the racecourse. The ground was wet. I remonstrated with him on Thursday for standing on it. That was after he had been taken ill on Wednesday. I was with Palmer for about an hour at Bamford Buildings. Frederick Slack, examined by Mr. Huddleston. I am the porter at Mrs. Hawkes's boarding house at Beaufort Buildings. On the 1st of December I saw Palmer there, and he gave me the direction to put on a hamper containing game. It was W. W. Ward, Esq., Stoke-upon-Trent, Staffordshire. He told me to buy a turkey, a brace of pheasants, a codfish, and a barrel of oysters, and to put them wherever I pleased. He said he did not wish the gentlemen for whom they were intended to know from whom they came. I saw him write the direction in the coffee-room. I got the hamper and put all the things in it. I sewed it up and took it to the railway. Mrs. Hawkes bought the fowl, and I the other articles. It being now within 5 minutes of 6 o'clock, the court intimated its intention not to proceed further with the case that evening. Lord Campbell suggested that some facility of breathing fresh air should be afforded to the jury before the sitting of the court on the following morning. Were it not that he made it a practice to take a walk early in the morning in Kensington Gardens, he should himself find it impossible to endure the fatigue of so arduous a trial. An omnibus, or a couple of them, ought to be engaged for the accommodation of the jury, that they, too, might enjoy similar recreation. Mr. Baron Alderson. Why should they not take a walk in the Temple Gardens? There could be no more tranquil spot. A laugh. The sheriffs intimated that they would attend to the recommendations of the learned judges. The court then adjourned at 6 o'clock until 10 o'clock Monday. End of section 6. Section 7 of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Fourth day, May the 17th. The court was densely crowded, and there was no abatement of the interest which has from the commencement been excited by these proceedings. Among the distinguished persons present were Earl Grey and Mr. Dallas, the American minister. The jury, who, in accordance with the suggestions made by the learned judges on the previous day, had during the morning been conducted to the Middle Temple Gardens by the officer who had them in charge, and allowed to walk there for some time, entered the court about 10 o'clock, and almost immediately afterwards the learned judges, Lord Chief Justice Campbell, Mr. Baron Alderson, and Mr. Justice Cresswell, accompanied by the Recorder, the Common Serjeant, the Sheriffs and Under-Sheriffs, and several members of the Court of Aldermen, took their seats upon the bench. The prisoner was then placed at the bar. There was no change in the expression of his countenance, and during the day he maintained his usual tranquillity of demeanour. The same counsel were again in attendance. The Attorney General, Mr. E. James, Q.C., Mr. Bodkin, Mr. Welsby, and Mr. Huddleston for the Crown, Mr. Serjeant Shee, Mr. Grove, Q.C., Mr. Gray, and Mr. Kenealy for the prisoner. George Bates, examined by Mr. James. I was brought up a farmer, but am now out of business. I have known Palmer 8 or 9 years. In September, October, and November last, I looked after his stud, and saw that the boys who had the care of the horses did their duty. I had no fixed salary, but used to receive money occasionally. Some weeks I received 2 sovereigns, and some only 1. I lodged in Rugeley. The rent I paid was 6 shillings and 6pence per week. I am a single man. I knew the deceased Cook. I have no doubt that I saw him at Palmer's house in September. I cannot fix the date. I dined with him at Palmer's. By Lord Campbell. I sat at table with them. Examination continued. After dinner something was said of an insurance of my life. Either Cook or Palmer, which I cannot say, commenced the conversation. Mr. Serjeant Shee objected to the reception of any evidence with regard to the proposal of the insurance of the witness's life. The Attorney General said that his object was to show the position of Cook's affairs at this time. Lord Campbell, after consultation with the other judges, said, I doubted whether this would be relevant and proper evidence to receive upon this trial, and upon consultation the other judges agree with me that it is too remote. The examination of the witness with regard to the insurance was, therefore, not pursued. Witness: I remember the death of Cook and the inquest. I know Mr. William Webb Ward, the coroner. On the morning of the 8th of December, while the inquest was being held, I saw Palmer. He gave me this letter, and told me to go to Stafford and give it to Mr. Ward. The letter referred to was that addressed to Mr. Ward, which was on the previous day put in and read. That was between 9 and 10 o'clock. He also gave me a letter to a man named France, a dealer in game at Stafford. Palmer said that there would be a package of game from France, which I was to direct and send to Mr. Ward. I got a basket of game from France upon the order which the prisoner had given me. I directed it Webb Ward, coroner or solicitor, Stafford, and sent it to Mr. Ward. I directed it myself. I gave a man 3d. to take the game, but I delivered the note to Mr. Ward myself. I found him at the Dolphin Inn, Stafford. He was in the smoking room. I told him I wanted to speak to him. He called me out into the yard or passage, and there I gave him the note. There were other people in the smoking room. I had had no directions from the prisoner as to how I was to deliver the note. When I returned to Rugeley that night I saw the prisoner. I told him that I had delivered the letters which I took to Stafford, and had sent a boy with the game. I remember Thursday, the 13th of December. On that day I was sent for to the prisoner's house early in the morning. About midday I went to Palmer's house. I found him in bed. He said that he wanted me to go to Stafford to take Webb Ward a letter, and to take care that no one saw me give it to him. On the Saturday previously I had taken Palmer some money. On the Thursday Palmer told me to go to Ben, and tell him he wanted a £5 note. I understood Ben to be Mr. Thirlby, his assistant. Palmer added, tell him that I have no small change. I believe he asked me to look in a drawer under the dressing glass, and said, tell me the amount of that bill. I looked in the drawer and found there a £50 Bank of England bill. I left the bill there. This was before he gave me the letter for Ward. After seeing the bill, I went to Thirlby's for the £5. I got from Thirlby a £5 note of a local bank, and took it to Palmer. I then went downstairs, leaving Palmer in bed, with the writing materials on the bottom of it. I remained downstairs, in the yard or kitchens, about half an hour. When I went upstairs, Palmer again asked me the amount of the bill which was in the drawer. I just looked at it, and thought it was the same bill I had left there. He then gave me the letter, which was sealed, and I took it to Stafford. I followed Mr. Ward through the room at the railway station, and gave it to him in the road. Mr. Ward did not open or read the letter, but crumpled it up in his hand and put it into his pocket. I believe I told him from whom I had brought it. Having delivered the letter, I returned to Rugeley. I saw the prisoner, and told him that I had given Ward the letter. He said nothing. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. Palmer had 4 brood mares and 4 yearlings and a 3-year-old. I can't tell their value. I heard that one of these horses sold for 800 guineas. I can't say whether the mares were in foal in November, but I suppose some were. Palmer's stables were at the back of his house, and the paddocks which were near them covered about 20 acres of ground, and were fenced with a hawthorn hedge. I remember a mare, called the Duchess of Kent, being there. We supposed she slipped her foal, but we could not find it. I am not aware that Goldfinder's dam slipped her foal. I once saw the turf cut up with horses' feet, and attributed it to the mares galloping about. I never saw any dogs run them. I have seen a gun at the paddocks. I cannot say whether it belonged to Palmer. I never examined it. I do not know Inspector Field by sight. I have seen a person whom I was told was Field. He came to me at the latter end of September, or beginning of October or November. I cannot say whether he saw Palmer. He was a stranger to me. I do not know that he put up anywhere. A laugh. I did not see him more than once. I do not know Field. On Thursday, December the 13th, I saw Gillett, who is a sheriff's officer, in Palmer's yard. Re-examined by the Attorney General. It was after the hay harvest that I saw the turf in the paddock cut up. I should say that it was in the latter end of September. I cannot say how long it was before Cook's death. Thomas Blizzard Curling. Examined by the Attorney General. I am a member of the College of Surgeons, and surgeon to the London Hospital. I have particularly turned my attention to the subject of tetanus, and have published a work upon that subject. Tetanus means a spasmodic affection of the voluntary muscles. Of true tetanus there are only 2 descriptions, idiopathic and traumatic. There are other diseases in which we see contractions of the muscles, but we should not call them tetanus. Idiopathic tetanus is apparently self-generated. Traumatic proceeds from a wound or sore. Idiopathic tetanus arises from exposure to damp or cold, or from the irritation of worms in the alimentary canal. It is not a disease of frequent occurrence. I have never seen a case of idiopathic tetanus, although I have been surgeon to the London Hospital for 22 years. Cases of traumatic tetanus are much more frequent. Speaking quite within compass, I have seen 50 such cases. I believe 100 would be nearer the mark. The disease first manifests itself by stiffness about the jaws and back of the neck. Rigidity of the muscles of the abdomen afterwards sets in. A dragging pain at the pit of the stomach is an almost constant attendant. In many instances the muscles of the back are extensively affected. These symptoms, though continuous, are liable to aggravations into paroxysms. As the disease goes on, these paroxysms become more frequent and severe. When they occur, the body is drawn backwards. In some instances, though less frequently, it is bent forwards. A difficulty in swallowing is a very common symptom, and also a difficulty of breathing during the paroxysms. The disease may, if fatal, end in 2 ways. The patient may die somewhat suddenly from suffocation owing to the closure of the opening of the windpipe, or he may be worn out by the severe and painful spasms, the muscles may relax and the patient gradually sink and die. The disease is generally fatal. The locking of the jaw is an almost constant symptom attending traumatic tetanus. I may say a constant symptom. It is not always strongly marked, but generally so. It is an early symptom. Another symptom is a peculiar expression of the countenance. By Lord Campbell. I believe this is not peculiar to traumatic tetanus, but my observation is taken from such cases. Examination resumed. There is a contraction of the eyelids, a raising of the angles of the mouth, and contraction of the brow. In traumatic tetanus, the lower extremities are sometimes affected, and sometimes, but somewhat rarely, the upper ones. When the muscles of the extremities are affected, the time at which that occurs varies. If there is no wounds in the arms or legs, the extremities are generally not affected until late in the progress of the disease. I never knew or read of traumatic tetanus being produced by a sore throat or by a canker. In my opinion, a syphilitic sore would not produce tetanus. I know of no instance in which a syphilitic sore has led to tetanus. I think it a very unlikely cause. The time in which traumatic tetanus causes death varies from 24 hours to 3 or 4 days, or longer. The shortest period that ever came to my knowledge was 8 to 10 hours. The disease, when once commenced, is continuous. Did you ever know a case in which a man was attacked one day, had 24 hours respite, and was then attacked the next day? Never. I should say that such a case could not occur. You have heard the account given by Mr. Jones of the death of the deceased. Were the symptoms there consistent with any forms of traumatic tetanus that has ever come under your observation? No. What distinguishes it from such cases? The sudden onset of the disease. In all cases which have come under my notice, the disease was preceded by the milder symptoms of tetanus, gradually proceeding to the complete development. Were the symptoms described by the woman Mills as being presented on the Monday night those of tetanus? No, not of the tetanus of disease. Assuming tetanus to be synonymous with convulsive or spasmodic action of the muscles, was there in that sense tetanus on the Monday night? No doubt there was spasmodic action of the muscles. There was not, in your opinion, either idiopathic or traumatic tetanus? No. Why are you of that opinion? The sudden onset of the spasms and their rapid subsidence are consistent with neither of the two forms of tetanus. Is there not what is called hysteric tetanus? Yes, it is rather hysteria combined with spasms, but it is sometimes called hysteric tetanus. I have known no instance of its proving fatal, or of its occurring to a man. Some poisons will produce tetanus. Nux vomica, acting through its poisons strychnia and brucia, poisons of a cognate character, produce that effect. I never saw a case of human life destroyed by strychnine. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. Irritation of the spinal cord or of the nerves proceeding to it might produce tetanus. Do you agree with the opinion of Dr. Webster in his lectures on the principles and practice of physic, that in 4 cases out of 5 the disease begins with lockjaw? I do. Do you agree with Dr. Watson that all the symptoms of tetanic convulsions may arise from causes so slight as these: the sticking of a fishbone in the fauces, the air caused by a musket shot, the stroke of a whiplash under the eye, leaving the skin unbroken, the cutting of a corn, the biting of the finger by a favourite sparrow, the blow of a stick on the neck, the insertion of a seton, the extraction of a tooth, the injection of a hydrocele, and the operation of cutting? Excepting the percussion of the air from a musket ball, I think all these causes may produce the symptoms referred to. Do you remember reading of a case which occurred in Edinburgh, in which a negro servant lacerated his thumb by the fracture of a china dish, and was instantly, while the guests were at dinner, seized with tetanus? The Attorney General, interposing before the witness, replied, I have taken some pains to ascertain what this case is, and where it is got from. Cross-examination continued. Could traumatic tetanus occur within so short a time as a quarter of an hour after the reception of an injury? I know of no well-authenticated instance of the kind. Did you inquire into this case which is mentioned in your own treatise? A negro having scratched his thumb with a piece of broken china was seized with tetanus, and in a quarter of an hour after this he was dead. I refer to authority as far as I could, but I did not find any reference to it except encyclopedias. When I wrote that book I was a young man 22 years of age. I have maturer judgment and greater experience now. You say that no case of idiopathic tetanus has come under your notice? None. I dare say you will tell us that such cases are not so likely to come to the hospital as those of a wound ending in traumatic tetanus. They would be more likely, in the first instance, to come under the notice of a physician than that of a surgeon. Certainly. By Lord Campbell. I have read of cases of idiopathic tetanus in this country. Mr. Serjeant SHEE. We shall be able to show that there have been such cases. Cross-examination continued. Do you not know that very lately there was a case in the London Hospital, a case in which tetanus came on so rapidly and so unaccountably that it was referred to strychnine, and it was thought necessary to examine the stomach of the patient? I know that such an opinion was entertained before the history of the case was investigated. I have heard that no strychnine was found. In that case old syphilitic sores were discovered. By Lord Campbell. I did not see the patient, who was under the care of the house surgeons, who are now in court. Cross-examination continued. Might not the irritation of a syphilitic sore by wet, cold, drink, mercury, and mental excitement lead to tetanic symptoms? I do not think that that is very likely. The irritation which is likely to produce tetanus is the sore being exposed to friction, to which syphilitic sores in the throat are not exposed. I should class tetanus arising from the irritation of a sore as traumatic. Cases very rarely occur which it is difficult to class as either traumatic or idiopathic. I should class tetanus arising from irritation of the intestines as idiopathic. The character of the spasms of epilepsy is not tetanic. But are not the contractions of epilepsy sometimes continuous, so that the body may be twisted into various forms and remain rigidly in them? Not continuously. For 5 or 10 minutes together? I think not. Does it not frequently happen that general convulsions, no trace of which in the form of disease or lesion is to be found in the body after death, occur in the most violent and spastic way, so as to exhibit appearances of tetanic convulsions? No instance of the kind has come under my observation. Do you agree with this opinion of Dr. Copeland, expressed in his Dictionary of Practical Medicine, under the head General Convulsions? The abnormal contraction of the muscles is in some cases of the most violent and spastic nature, and frequently of some continuance, the relaxations being of brief duration, or scarcely observable, and in others nearly or altogether approaching to tetanic. I would rather speak from my own observation. I have not observed anything of the kind. Does it not happen that a patient dies of convulsions, spastic in the sense of their being tumultuous and alternating, and chronic in the sense of exhibiting continuous rigidity, yet after death no disease is found? It does not often happen in adults. Does it sometimes? I do not know, nor have I read of such a case. I have no hesitation in saying that people may die from tetanus and other diseases without the appearance of morbid symptoms after death. Are not the convulsions not, strictly speaking, tetanic, constantly preserved by retching, distension of the stomach, flatulence of the stomach and bowels, and other dyspeptic symptoms. Such cases do not come under my observation as a hospital surgeon. I think it is very probable that general convulsions are accompanied by yelling. I don't know that they frequently terminate fatally, and that the proximate cause of death is spasm of the respiratory muscles, inducing asphyxia. Re-examined by the Attorney General. These convulsions are easily distinguished from tetanus because in them there is an entire loss of consciousness. Is it one of the characteristic features of tetanus that the consciousness is not affected? It is. Dr. Todd, examined by the Attorney General. I am physician at King's College Hospital, and have held that office about 20 years. I have also lectured on physiology and anatomy, on tetanus and the diseases of the nervous system, and have published my lectures. I agree with the last witness in his distinction between idiopathic and traumatic tetanus. I have seen 2 cases of what appeared to me to be idiopathic tetanus, but such cases are rare in this country. By Lord Campbell. I define idiopathic tetanus to be that form of the disease which is produced without any external wound, apparently from internal causes, from a constitutional cause. Examination resumed. In my opinion, the term tetanus ought not to be applied to disease produced by poisons, but I should call the symptoms tetanic, in order to distinguish the character of the convulsions. I have observed cases of traumatic tetanus. Except that in all such cases there is some lesion, the symptoms are precisely the same as those of idiopathic tetanus. The disease begins with stiffness about the jaw. The symptoms gradually develop themselves and extend to the muscles of the trunk. When the disease has begun, is there any intermission? There are remissions, but they are not complete, only diminutions of the severity of the symptoms, not a total subsidence. The patient does not express himself as completely well, quite comfortable. I speak from my own experience. What is the usual period that elapses between the commencement and the termination of the disease? The cases may be divided into 2 classes. Acute cases will terminate in 3 or 4 days. Chronic cases will go on as long as from 19 to 22 or 23 days, and perhaps longer. I do not think that I have known a case in which death occurred within 4 days. Cases are reported in which it occurred in a shorter period. In tetanus the extremities are affected, but not so much as the trunk. Their affection is a late symptom. The locking of the jaw is an early one. Sometimes the convulsions of epilepsy assume somewhat of a tetanic character, but they are essentially distinct from tetanus. In epilepsy the patient always loses consciousness. Apoplexy never produces tetanic convulsions. Perhaps I might be allowed to say that when there is effusion of blood upon the brain, and a portion of the brain is involved, the muscles may be thrown into short tetanic convulsions. In such case the consciousness would be destroyed. Having heard described the symptoms attending the death of the deceased, and the post-mortem examination, I am of opinion that in this case there was neither apoplexy nor epilepsy. The Attorney General said that, as Dr. Bamford was so unwell that it was doubtful whether he would be able to appear as a witness, he proposed to put in his deposition, in order to found upon it a question to the witness now under examination. Dr. Todd and Dr. Tweedy deposed that they had seen Dr. Bamford on the previous day, and that he was then suffering from a severe attack of English cholera. He was too unwell to be able to attend and give evidence. The court ruled that the depositions taken before the coroner might be read, and they were accordingly read by the Clerk of Arraigns. They were to the following effect. I attended the late Mr. Cook at the request of Mr. William Palmer. I first saw him about 3 o'clock on Saturday, the 17th of November, when he was suffering from violent vomiting, the stomach being in that irritable state that it would not contain a teaspoonful of milk. There was perfect moisture of the skin, and he was quite sensible. I prescribed medicine for him, and Mr. Palmer went up to my house and waited till I had made it up, and then took it away. I prescribed a saline medicine, to be taken in an effervescing state. Between 7 and 8 o'clock in the evening Mr. Palmer again requested me to visit Mr. Cook. The sickness still continued, everything being ejected which he took into his mouth. I gave him 2 pills as a slight opiate. Mr. Palmer took the pills from my house. I did not accompany him, nor do I know what became of the pills. On the following morning, Sunday, Mr. Palmer again called and asked me to accompany him. Mr. Cook's sickness still continued. I remained about 10 minutes. Everything he took that morning was ejected from his stomach. Everything he threw up was as clear as water, except some coffee which he had taken. Mr. Palmer had administered some pills before I saw Mr. Cook on Saturday, which had purged him several times. Between 6 and 7 o'clock in the evening I again visited the deceased, accompanied by Mr. Palmer. The sickness still continued. I went on Monday morning between 8 and 9 o'clock and changed his medicine. I sent him a draught which relieved him from the sickness and gave him ease. I did not see him again until Tuesday night, when Mr. Palmer called for me. I examined Mr. Cook in the presence of Mr. Jones and Mr. Palmer, and I observed a change in him. He was irritable and troubled in mind. His pulse was firm but tremulous, and between 80 and 90. He threw himself down on the bed and turned his face away. He said he would have no more pills nor take any more medicine." After they had left the room Mr. Palmer asked me to make 2 more pills similar to those of the previous night, which I did, and he then asked me to write the directions on a slip of paper, and I gave the pills to Mr. Palmer. The effervescing mixture contained 20 grains of carbonate of potash, 2 drachms of compound tincture of cardamine, and 2 drachms of simple syrup, together with 15 grains of tartaric acid for each powder. I never gave Mr. Cook a grain of antimony. I did not see the preparations after they were taken away by Mr. Palmer. Mr. Cook did not say he had taken the pills which he had prepared, but he expressed a wish on Sunday and Monday nights to have the pills. His skin was moist, and there was not the least fever about him. When I saw the deceased on Monday he did not say that he had been ill on the Sunday night, but Mr. Palmer told me that he had been ill. I attended Mrs. Palmer some days before her decease, also 2 children, and a gentleman from London, who was on a visit at Mr. Palmer's house, and who did not live many hours after I was called in. The whole of those patients died. Mr. Palmer first made an application to me for a certificate of Mr. Cook's death on the following Sunday morning, when I objected, saying, "He is your patient." I cannot remember his reply, but he wished me to fill up the certificate, and I did so. We had no conversation at that time as to the cause of death, nothing more than the opinion I have expressed. Mr. Palmer said he was of the same opinion as myself with respect to the death of the deceased. I never knew apoplexy produced rigidity of the limbs. Drowsiness is the prelude to apoplexy. I attributed the sickness of the first 2 days to a disordered stomach. Mr. Cook never sent for me himself." The examination of Dr. Todd by the Attorney General was then proceeded with as follows: Having heard the deposition of Dr. Bamford read, I do not believe that the deceased died from apoplexy or from epilepsy. I never knew tetanus arise either from syphilitic sores or from sore throat. There are poisons which will produce tetanic convulsions. The principal of those poisons are nux vomica, strychnine, and brucia. I have never seen human life destroyed by strychnine, but I have seen animals destroyed by it frequently. The poison is usually given in a largish dose in those cases, so as to put an end to the sufferings and destroy life as soon as possible. I should not like to give a human subject a quarter of a grain. I think that it is not unlikely that half a grain might destroy life, and I believe that a grain certainly would. I think that half a grain would kill a cat. The symptoms which would ensue upon the administration of strychnine, when given in solution, and I believe that poisons of that nature act more rapidly in a state of solution than in any other form, would develop themselves in 10 minutes after it was taken, if the dose were a large one. If not so large, they might be half an hour or an hour before they appeared. Those symptoms would be tetanic convulsions of the muscles, more especially those of the spine and neck. The head and back would be bent back, and the trunk would be bowed in a marked manner. The extremities also would be stiffened and jerked out. The stiffness, once set in, would never entirely disappear, but fresh paroxysms would set in, and the jerking rigidity would reappear, and death would probably ensue in a quarter of an hour or so. The difference between tetanus produced by strychnine and other tetanus is very marked. In the former case the duration of the symptoms is very short, and instead of being continuous in their development, they will subside if the dose has not been strong enough to produce death, and will be renewed in fresh paroxysms, whereas in other descriptions of tetanus the symptoms commence in a mild form, and become stronger and more violent as the disease progresses. The difficulty experienced in breathing is common alike to tetanus, properly so called, and to tetanic convulsions occasioned by strychnine, arising from the pressure upon the respiratory muscles. I think it is remarkable that the deceased was able to swallow, and that there was no fixing of the jaw, which would have been the case with tetanus proper, resulting either from a wound or from disease. From all the evidence I have heard, I think that the symptoms which presented themselves in the case of Mr. Cook arose from tetanus produced by strychnine. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove, Q.C. There are cases sloping into each other, as it were, of every grade and degree, from mild convulsions to violent tetanic spasms. I have published some lectures upon diseases of the brain, and I adhere to the opinion there expressed, that the state of a person suffering from tetanus is identical with that which strychnine is capable of producing. In a pathological point of view, an examination of the spinal cord shortly after death, in investigating supposed deaths from strychnine, is important. The signs of decomposition, however, could be easily distinguished from the evidences of disease which existed previously to death, but it would be difficult to distinguish in such a case whether mere softening resulted from decomposition or from pre-existing disease. There is nothing in the post-mortem examination which leads me to think that deceased died from tetanus proper. I think that granules upon the spinal cord, such as I have heard described, would not be likely to cause tetanus. I have not heard of cases treated by Mr. Travers. In animals to which strychnine has been administered, I cannot say that I have observed what you call an intolerance of touch, but by touching them the spasms are apt to be excited. That sensibility to touch continues as long as the operation of the poison continues. I have examined the interior of animals that have been killed by strychnine, but I have not observed in such cases that the right side of the heart was usually full of blood. It is some years since I made such an examination, but I am able, nevertheless, to speak positively as to the state of the heart. It was usually empty on both sides. I do not agree with Dr. Taylor or other authorities in the opinion that in cases of tetanus animals died asphyxiated. If they did, we should invariably have a right side of the heart full of blood, which is not the case. I think that the term asphyxiated or suffocated is often very loosely used. I know from my reading that morphia sometimes produces convulsions, but I believe that they would be of an epileptic character. I think that the symptoms from morphia would be longer deferred in making their appearance than from strychnine. But I cannot speak positively on the point. Morphia, like strychnine, is a vegetable poison. I have not observed in animals the jaw fixed after the administration of strychnine. Re-examined by the Attorney General. Whatever may be the true theory as to the emptiness of the heart after strychnine, I should say that the heart is more ordinarily empty than filled after tetanus. I think that the heart would be more contracted after strychnine than in ordinary tetanus. I do not believe that a medical practitioner would have any difficulty in distinguishing between ordinary convulsions and tetanic convulsions. I have heard the evidence of the gentleman who made the post-mortem examination, and I apprehend that there was nothing to prevent the discovery of disease in the spinal cord had any existed previously to death. Sir Benjamin Brodie, examined by Mr. James, Q.C. I have been for many years senior surgeon to St. George's Hospital, and have had considerable experience as a surgeon. In the course of my practice I have had under my care many cases of death from tetanus. Death from idiopathic tetanus is, according to my experience, very rare in this country. The ordinary tetanus in this country is traumatic tetanus. I have heard the symptoms which accompanied the death of Mr. Cook, and I am of opinion that so far as there was a general contraction of the muscles they resembled those of traumatic tetanus, but as to the course those symptoms took they were entirely different. I have attended to the detailed description of the attack suffered by Mr. Cook on the Monday night, its ceasing on Tuesday, and its renewal on Tuesday night. The symptoms of traumatic tetanus always begin, so far as I have seen, very gradually, the stiffness of the lower jaw being, I believe, invariably the symptom first complained of. At least, so it has been in my experience. The contraction of the muscles of the back is always a later symptom, generally much later. The muscles of the extremities are affected in a much less degree than those of the neck and trunk, except in some cases where the injury has been in a limb, and an early symptom has been spasmodic contraction of the muscles of that limb. I do not myself recollect a case of ordinary tetanus in which occurred that contraction in the muscles of the hand which I understand was stated to have taken place in this instance. Again, ordinary tetanus rarely runs its course in less than 2 or 3 days, and often is protracted to a much longer period. I knew only one case in which the disease was said to have terminated in so short a time as 12 hours, but probably in that case the early symptoms had been overlooked. Again, I never knew the symptoms of ordinary tetanus to last for a few minutes, then subside, and then come on again after 24 hours. I think that these are the principal points of difference which I perceived between the symptoms of ordinary tetanus and those which I have heard described in this case. I have not witnessed tetanic convulsions from strychnine on animal life. I do not believe that death in the case of Mr. Cook arose from what we ordinarily call tetanus, either idiopathic or traumatic. I never knew tetanus result from sore throat, or from canker, or from any other form of syphilitic disease. The symptoms were not the result of apoplexy or of epilepsy. Perhaps I had better say at once that I never saw a case in which the symptoms that I have heard described here arose from any disease. Sensation. When I say that, of course I refer not to particular symptoms, but to the general course which the symptoms took. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. I believe I remember one case in the physician's ward of St. George's Hospital, which was shown to me as a case of idiopathic tetanus, but I doubted whether it was tetanus at all. It was a slight case, and I do not remember the particulars. Considering how rare cases of tetanus are, do you think that the description given by the chambermaid and a provincial medical man, who had never seen but one case, is sufficient to enable you to form an opinion as to the nature of the case? I must say I thought that the description was very clearly given. Supposing that they differed in their description, which would you rely on, the medical man or the chambermaid? Baron Alderson. This is hardly a question to put to a medical witness, although it may be a very proper observation for you to take. Cross-examination continued. I never knew syphilitic poison produce tetanic convulsions, except in cases where there was disease of the bones of the head. Sir Benjamin Brodie gave his evidence with great clearness, slowly, audibly, and distinctly, matters in which other medical witnesses would do well to emulate so distinguished an example. End of section 7. Section 8 of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Fourth day, May the 17th. Part 2. Dr. Daniel, examined by the Attorney General. I was for many years surgeon to the Bristol Hospital, but have been out of practice for some time. In the course of a long practice I should think that I have seen at least 30 cases of tetanus. 2 of those were certainly cases of idiopathic tetanus. One of them terminated fatally, the other did not. I quite agree with the other medical witnesses that idiopathic tetanus is a very rare occurrence in this country. The only difference in the symptoms between idiopathic and traumatic tetanus that I perceived was that the former were more modified, not so severe, in their character. I was not able to trace these 2 cases of idiopathic tetanus to any particular cause. I have heard the description given of the symptoms which accompanied the attack upon Mr. Cook before his death, and it appears to me that the circumstances of that attack are assuredly distinguishable from those which came under my experience in dealing with cases of tetanus. The evidence of Sir B. Brodie quite expresses my opinion with respect to the difference of the symptoms between ordinary tetanus and tetanic convulsions produced by strychnine. Tetanus begins with uneasiness in the lower jaw, followed by spasms of the muscles of the trunk, and most frequently extending to the muscles of the limbs. Lockjaw is almost invariably a symptom of those cases of tetanus, of traumatic tetanus especially. I do not recollect that clinching of the hands is a usual symptom of ordinary tetanus, nor do I remember any twisting of the foot. I do not believe that any of the cases which came under my experience endured for a shorter time than from 30 to 40 hours. I never knew a case of syphilitic sore producing tetanus. The symptoms, as they have been described, certainly cannot be referable to apoplexy or epilepsy. I never heard of such a thing. In all the cases of tetanus which came under my observation, consciousness has been retained to the last, throughout the whole disease. The symptoms have never set in their full power from the commencement, but have invariably commenced in a milder form, and have then gone on increasing, being continuous in their character, and without intermission. In my judgment, the symptoms of the case of Mr. Cook could not be referred either to idiopathic or traumatic tetanus. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove, Q.C. I have not read Dr. Curling's or Dr. Copeland's books on the subject of tetanus, nor have I of late studied much the reported cases. I am not aware that excitement or irritation from vomiting has ever been given as the cause of tetanus. The main symptoms of tetanus are, in my opinion, always very similar, although the inferior symptoms may vary simply. I cannot undertake to say that the convulsions of tetanus arise from the spine. I do not like the term asphyxia, but I think that death from tetanic convulsions may probably arise from suffocation. It is many years since I saw a post-mortem upon a case of tetanus. I cannot say whether, in the case of death from suffocation, the heart would be full of blood or the reverse. An examination of the spinal cord or marrow never, so far as I know, afforded evidence of the cause to which the tetanus was to be attributed. Mr. Samuel Solly, surgeon of St. Thomas's Hospital, examined by Mr. Welsby. I have been connected with St. Thomas's Hospital as lecturer and surgeon for 28 years, and during that time I have seen many cases of tetanus. I have had 6 or 7 under my own care, and I may have seen 10 or 15 more. Of those cases it was doubtful in one whether the disease was idiopathic or traumatic. The wound was so slight and the symptoms so obscure that it was difficult to decide which it was. The others were all decidedly traumatic cases. The shortest period that I recollect during which the disease lasted before it terminated in death was 30 hours. The disease was always progressive in its character. I have heard the description given by the witnesses of Mr. Cook's attacks, and they differ essentially from those cases which I have seen. In my experience of tetanus, there has always been a marked expression of the countenance as the first symptom. It is a sort of grin, and so peculiar that having once seen it you can never mistake it. In the symptom that I heard detailed with regard to Mr. Cook, there were violent convulsions on Monday night, and on Tuesday the individual was entirely free from any discomfort about the face or jaw; whereas, in the cases under my notice, the disease was always continuous, and the fixedness of the jaw was the last symptom to disappear. In my judgment, the symptoms detailed in Mr. Cook's case are referable neither to apoplexy, epilepsy, nor to any disease that I have ever witnessed. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE: The sort of grin which I have described is known as rhesus sardonicus. It is not common to all convulsions. Epilepsy is a disease of a convulsive character. I heard the account given by Mr. Jones of the last few minutes of Mr. Cook's death, that he uttered a piercing shriek and died after 5 or 6 minutes quietly. That last shriek and the paroxysm which accompanied it bear in some respects a resemblance to epilepsy. All convulsions which may be designated as of an epileptic character are not attended with an utter want of consciousness. Death from tetanus accompanied with convulsions seldom leaves any trace behind it, but death from convulsions arising from epilepsy does leave its trace in the shape of a slight effusion of blood on the brain, and a congestion of the vessels. Re-examined by the Attorney General: The convulsions of epilepsy are accompanied by a variety of symptoms. When a patient dies of epilepsy he dies perfectly unconscious and comatose. I never saw any case of convulsive disease at all like this. There are cases of convulsive disease which are similar to tetanus in their onset, but not in their progress. For example, laceration of the brain, a sudden injury to the spinal cord, and the irritation from teething in infants, will produce convulsions resulting in death, but there would be wanting the marked expression of the face which I have described, which I have never missed in cases of tetanus. Mr. Henry Lee, surgeon to King's College and to the Lock Hospital, examined by Mr. Bodkin: The Lock Hospital is exclusively devoted to cases of a syphilitic character, and at present I see probably as many as 3,000 of those cases in the course of a year. I have never known an instance of that disease terminating in tetanus. By the Court: I have never seen or read of a case either of primary or secondary symptoms resulting in tetanus. This witness was not cross-examined. Dr. Henry Corbett, physician of Glasgow, examined by Mr. James, Q.C.: In September 1845 I was medical clerk at the Glasgow Infirmary, and I remember a patient named Agnes Sennett, alias Agnes French, who died there on the 27th of September 1845. It was stated that she had taken strychnine pills, which had been prepared for another patient in the ward, and the symptoms which accompanied her death were those of strychnine. The pills were for a paralytic patient. I saw her when she was under the influence of the poison, and I had seen her the day before that perfectly well. She had been admitted for a skin disease of the head. When I saw her after she had taken the poison she was in bed. The symptoms were these: There was a strong reaction of the mouth. The face was much suffused and red. The pupils of the eye were dilated. The head was bent back. The spine was curved, and the muscles were rigid and hard like a board. The arms were stretched out. The hands were clinched, and there were severe paroxysms recurring every few seconds. She died in about an hour and a quarter after taking the pills. When I was first called the paroxysms did not last so long, but they increased in severity. According to the prescription there should have been 1/4 grain of strychnine in each pill, and this woman had taken 3. The paralytic patient was to have taken a pill each night, or one each night and morning, I forget which. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE: The retraction of the mouth was continuous, but it was worse at times. I do not think that I observed it after death. The hands were not clinched after death. They were semi-bent. She died an hour and a quarter after taking the medicine. The symptoms appeared about 20 minutes after. I tried to make her vomit with a feather, but failed. She only vomited partially after I had given her an emetic. Re-examined by the Attorney General. There was a spasmodic action and grinding of the teeth. She could open her mouth and swallow. There was no lockjaw or ordinary tetanus. By Mr. Serjeant SHEE: I do not recollect that touching her sent her into paroxysms. Dr. Watson, examined by the Attorney General: I am a surgeon at the Glasgow Infirmary. I remember the case of Agnes Sennett. I was called in about a quarter of an hour after she was taken ill. She was in violent convulsions, and her arms were stretched out and rigid. The muscles of the body were also rigid, and were kept quiet by rigidity. She did not breathe, the muscles being kept still by tetanic rigidity. That paroxysm subsided, and fresh paroxysms came on after a short interval. She died in about half an hour. She seemed perfectly conscious. I don't recollect the state of her hands. Her body was opened. The heart was found distended and stiff. The cavities of the heart were empty. My father published an account of the case. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove: The spinal cord was quite healthy. Dr. J. Patterson, examined by Mr. Welsby: In 1845 I was engaged in the laboratory of the infirmary at Glasgow. I dispensed the prescriptions. I made up a prescription for a paralytic patient named M'Intyre. It consisted of pills which contained strychnine. There were 4 pills and 1 grain of strychnine in the 4. Baron Alderson: Was there any noise made about their being taken by the wrong person? Yes. Mary Kelly, examined by Mr. Bodkin: In September 1845 I was a patient in the Glasgow Infirmary. A paralytic patient was in the same ward, and I attended to her. There was also a patient named French or Sennett, who was suffering from a sore head. She died. I was turning a wheel near the paralytic patient on the afternoon of the day Sennett died, for the purpose of applying something to her skin. There were some pills which she was to take near her. The paralytic woman took one and swallowed it according to the orders that had been given, and then handed the box to the girl with the sore head. The girl swallowed 2 of the pills, and then went and sat by the ward fire. She was taken ill in about 3/4 of an hour, and fell back on the floor, and I went for nurse. We took her to bed and sent for the doctor. We were obliged to cut her clothes off because she never moved. She was like a poker. I was by her side when she died. She never spoke after she fell down. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE: It was 3/4 of an hour from the time she took the pills till she was taken to the bed. Caroline Hickson, examined by Mr. James: In October 1848 I was nurse and lady's maid to the family of Mr. Sarjantson Smith. The family were then residing about 2 miles from Romsey. On the 30th of October Mrs. Smith was unwell. We dealt with Mr. Jones, a druggist in Romsey. A prescription had been sent to him to be made up for Mrs. Smith. The medicine was brought back about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a mixture in a bottle. My mistress took about half a wineglass of it the following morning, at 5 or 10 minutes past 7 o'clock. I left the room when I had given it her. 5 or 10 minutes afterwards I was alarmed by the ringing of her bell. I went into her room, and found her out of bed, leaning upon a chair, in her night-dress. I thought she had fainted. She appeared to suffer from what I thought were spasms. I ran and sent the coachman for Mr. Taylor, the surgeon, and returned to her. Some of the other servants were there assisting her. She was lying on the floor. She screamed loudly, and her teeth were clinched. She asked to have her arms and legs held straight. I took hold of her arms and legs, which were very much drawn up. She still screamed and was in great agony. She requested that water should be thrown over her, and I threw some. Her feet were turned inwards. I put a bottle of hot water to her feet, but that did not relax them. Shortly before she died she said she felt easier. The last words she uttered were, "Turn me over." We did turn her over on the floor. She died a few minutes after she had spoken those words. She died very quietly. She was quite conscious, and knew me during the whole time. About an hour and a quarter elapsed from the time I had given her the medicine till she died. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove. She could not sit up from the time I went up to her till she died. It was when she was in a paroxysm that I endeavoured to straighten her limbs. The effect of cold water was to throw her into a paroxysm. It was a continually recurring attack, lasting about an hour or an hour and a quarter. Her teeth were clinched during the whole time. Re-examined by the Attorney General. The fit came on 5 or 10 minutes after I gave her the medicine. She was stiff all the time till within a few minutes after death. She was conscious all the while. Mr. Francis Taylor, examined by Mr. Welsby. I am a surgeon and apothecary at Romsey. I attended Mrs. Sarjantson Smith in 1848. I was summoned to her house one morning soon after 8, and when I arrived I found her dead. The body was on the floor near the bed. The hands were very much bent. The feet were contracted and turned inwards. The soles of the feet were hollowed up, and the toes contracted, apparently from recent spasmodic action. The inner edge of each foot was turned up. There was a remarkable rigidity about the limbs. By Lord Campbell. The body was warm. Examination continued. The eyelids were almost adherent to the eyeballs. The druggist who made up the prescription was named Jones. I made a post-mortem examination 3 days after the death. The contraction of the feet continued, but it had gone off somewhat from the rest of the body. I found no trace of disease in the body. The heart was contracted and perfectly empty, as were all the large arteries leading from it. I analysed the medicine she had taken with another medical man. It contained a large quantity of strychnine. It originally contained 9 grains, and she had taken 1/3, 3 grains. I made a very casual examination of the stomach and bowels, as we had plenty of proof that poison had been taken without making use of tests. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE. In cases of death from ordinary causes the body is much distorted. It does not generally, I should think, remain in the same position after death. If the body is not laid out immediately, is it not stiffened by the rigor mortis? Probably it is. The ankles were tied by a bandage to keep them together. I commenced to open the body at the thorax and abdomen. The head was also opened. Charles Bloxham, examined by Mr. Huddleston. I was apprentice to Mr. Jones, the chemist, at Romsey, in 1848. My master made a mistake in preparing a prescription for Mrs. Smith. The mistake was the substitution of strychnine for salacite, bark of willow. He destroyed himself afterwards. Jane Witham, examined by Mr. E. James. In March last I was in attendance upon a lady who died. The learned counsel told the witness she had better not mention the lady's name. She took some medicine. After she took it she became ill. She complained first of her back. Her head was thrown back, her body stretched out, and I observed twitchings. Her eyes were drawn aside and staring. I put my hand upon her limbs, which did not at all relax. She first complained of being ill in that way on Monday, the 25th of February, and died on Saturday, the 1st of March. She had attacks on the Monday, on the Wednesday, on the Thursday, on the Friday, a very slight one, and at 8:15 on the Saturday morning. She died about 20 minutes to 11 that night. Between the attacks she was composed. She principally complained of prickings in the legs and twitchings in the muscles and in her hands, which she said she could compare to nothing else than a galvanic shock. She wished her husband to rub her legs and arms. She was dead when Dr. Morley came. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE. On the Saturday night she could not bear to have her legs touched when the spasms were strong upon her. Her limbs were rigidly extended when she asked to be rubbed. That was in the interval between the spasms. Touching her then brought on the spasms. Her body was stiff immediately after death, but I did not stay long in the house. On the Saturday she was sensible from half an hour to an hour, from 8:15 till after 9. I suppose she was insensible the remainder of the time. She did not speak. Re-examined by Mr. E. James. On the Saturday before she died the symptoms were the same as on the other days, not more violent. Mr. Morley, examined by Mr. Welsby. I am a surgeon. I attended on the lady to whom the last witness has alluded for about 2 months before her death. On the Monday before she died she was in bed, apparently comfortable, when I observed, as I stood by her side, several slight convulsive twitchings of her arms. I suppose they arose from hysteria, and ordered medicine in consequence. The same symptoms were repeated on the following Wednesday or Thursday. I saw her on Saturday, the day she died. She was apparently better, and quite composed in the middle of the day. She complained of an attack she had had in the night. She spoke of pain and spasms in the back and neck, and of shocks. I and another medical man were sent for hastily on the Saturday night. We were met by the announcement that the lady was dead. On the Monday I accompanied another medical gentleman to the post-mortem examination. We found no disease in any part of the body which would account for death. There was no emaciation, wound, or sore. There was a peculiar expression of anxiety about the countenance. The hands were bent and the fingers curved. The feet were strongly arched. We carefully examined the stomach and its contents to see if we could find poison. We applied several tests: nitric acid, chloride of sulphuric acid, bichloride of potash in a liquid state, and also in a solid state. They are the best tests to detect the presence of strychnine. In each case we found appearances characteristic of strychnine. We administered the strychnine taken from the stomach to animals by inoculation. We gave it to a few mice, a few rabbits, and a guinea pig, having first separated it by chemical analysis. We observed in each of the animals more or less the effects produced by strychnine, namely, general uneasiness, difficult breathing, convulsions of a tetanic kind, muscular rigidity, arching backwards of the head and neck, violent stretching out of the legs. These symptoms appeared in some of the animals in 4 or 5 minutes, in others in less than an hour. The guinea pig suffered but slightly at first, and was left and found dead the next day. The symptoms were strongly marked in the rabbits. After death there was an interval of flaccidity, after which rigidity commenced, more than if it had been occasioned by the usual rigor mortis. I afterwards made numerous experiments on animals with exactly similar results, the poison being administered in a fluid form. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove. I did not see the patient during the severe attack. I have observed in animals that spasms are brought on by touch. That is a very marked symptom. The spasm is like a galvanic shock. The patient was not at all insensible during the time I saw her, and she was able to swallow, but I did not see her during a severe attack. After death we found the lungs very much congested. There was a small quantity of blood serum in the pericardium. The muscles of the whole body were dark and soft. There was a decided quantity of effusion in the brain. There was also a quantity of serum tinged with blood in the membranes of the spinal cord. The membranes of the spinal marrow were congested to a considerable extent. We opened the head first, and there was a good deal of blood flowing out. Part of the blood may have flowed from the heart. That might partially empty the heart, and would make it uncertain whether the heart was full or empty at the time of death. I have often examined the hearts of animals poisoned by strychnine. The right side of the heart is generally full. In some cases I think that the symptoms did not appear for an hour after the administration of the poison. I have made the experiments in conjunction with Mr. Nunneley. We have made experiments upon frogs, but they are different in many respects from warm-blooded animals. I have in almost all cases found the strychnine where it was known to have been administered. In one case it was doubtful. We were sure the strychnine had been administered in that case, but we doubted whether it had reached the stomach. There were appearances which might lead one to infer the presence of strychnine, but they were not satisfactory. I have detected strychnine in the stomach nearly 2 months after death, when decomposition has proceeded to a considerable extent. Re-examined by the Attorney General. From half a grain to a grain has been administered to cats, rabbits, and dogs. From 1 to 2 grains is quite sufficient to kill a dog. How does the strychnine act? Is it taken up by the absorbents and carried into the system? I think it acts upon the nerves, but a part may be taken into the blood and act through the blood. We generally examined the stomach of the animals when the poison had been administered internally. Sometimes we examined the skin. The poison found in the stomach would be in excess of that absorbed into the system. Are you, then, of the opinion, a portion of the poison being taken into the system and a portion being left in the stomach, the portion taken into the system would produce tetanic symptoms and death? Mr. Serjeant Shee objected to a question which suggested a theory. The Attorney General: What would be the operation of that portion of the poison which is taken into the system? It would destroy life. Mr. Baron Alderson: And yet leave an excess in the stomach? That is my opinion. The Attorney General: Would the excess remaining in the stomach produce no effect? I am not sure that strychnine could lie in the stomach without acting prejudicially. Suppose that a minimum quantity is administered, which, being absorbed into the system, destroys life. Should you expect to find any in the stomach? I should expect sometimes to fail in discovering it. If death resulted from a series of minimum doses spread over several days, would the appearance of the body be different from that of one whose death had been caused by one dose? I should connect the appearance of the body with the final struggle of the last day. Would you expect a different set of phenomena in cases where death had taken place after a brief struggle, and in cases where the struggle had been protracted? Certainly. At the post-mortem examination, of which I have spoken, we found fluid blood in the veins. Mr. Serjeant Shee: Is it your theory that in the action of poisoning the poison becomes absorbed and ceases to exist as poison? I have thought much upon that question, and have not formed a decided opinion, but I am inclined to think that it is so. A part may be absorbed and a part remain in the stomach unchanged. Mr. Serjeant Shee: What chemical reason can you give for your opinion that strychnine, after having effected the operation of poisoning, ceases to be strychnine in the blood? My opinion rests upon the general principle that, in acting upon living bodies, organic substances, such as food and medicine, are generally changed in their composition. Mr. Serjeant Shee: What are the component parts of strychnine? Mr. Baron Alderson: You will find that in any cyclopedia, brother Shee. Mr. Serjeant Shee: Have you any reason to believe that strychnine can be decomposed by any sort of putrefying or fermenting process? Witness: I doubt whether it can. Mr. Edward D. Moore, examined by Mr. Huddleston: About 15 years ago I was in practice as a surgeon, and I attended, with Dr. Chambers, a gentleman named Clutterbuck, who was suffering from paralysis. We had been giving him small doses of strychnine when he went to Brighton. On his return he told us that he had been taking larger doses of strychnine, and we, in consequence, gave him a stronger dose. I made up 3 draughts, confining 1/4 grain each. He took one in my presence. I remained with him a little time and left him, and he said he felt quite comfortable. About 3/4 of an hour afterwards I was summoned to him. I found him stiffened in every limb, and the head drawn back. He was desirous that we should move and turn him, and rub him. We tried to give him ammonia in a spoon, and he snapped at the spoon. He was suffering, I should say, more than 3 hours. Sedatives were given him. He survived the attack. He was conscious all the time. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee: The spasms ceased in about 3 hours, but the rigidity of the muscles remained till the next day. His hands and feet were at first drawn back, and he was much easier when we clinched them forwards. His paralysis was better after the attack. Re-examined by the Attorney General: Strychnine stimulates the nerves which act upon the voluntary muscles, and therefore acts beneficially in cases of paralysis. The Attorney General intimated that the next witness to be called was Dr. Taylor, and, as it was 5:15, the trial was adjourned until Monday at 9 o'clock. Lord Campbell, before the jury left the box, exhorted them not to form any opinion upon the case until they had heard both sides. They should even abstain from conversing about it among themselves. Mr. Serjeant Shee said that medical witnesses would be called for the defence. His lordship also expressed a hope that, if the jury were taken out upon the following day, Sunday, they would not be allowed to go to any place of public resort, and mentioned an instance in which a jury, under similar circumstances, had been conducted to Epping Forest. The court then rose, and the jury were conveyed to the London Coffee House. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Most Extraordinary Trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Fifth day, May the 19th. The court was again crowded long before the commencement of the proceeding this morning. The Earl of Denbigh and Lord Littleton were among the gentlemen who occupied seats upon the bench. The jury came into court shortly before 10 o'clock, and were soon followed by Lord Campbell and Mr. Justice Cresswell, accompanied by the recorder, the sheriffs and under-sheriffs, etc. Mr. Baron Alderson did not take his seat until about 2 o'clock. The prisoner was immediately placed at the bar. There was no alteration perceptible in his countenance or demeanour, and he took notes of several parts of Dr. Taylor's evidence. The Attorney General, Mr. E. James, Q.C., Mr. Welsby, Mr. Bodkin, and Mr. Huddleston appeared for the Crown, Mr. Serjeant Shee, Mr. Grove, Q.C., Mr. Gray, and Mr. Kenealy for the prisoner. Dr. Alfred Swain Taylor, examined by the Attorney General. I am a Fellow of the College of Physicians, lecturer on medical jurisprudence at Guy's Hospital, and the author of a well-known treatise on poisons and on medical jurisprudence. I have made the poison called strychnia the subject of my attention. It is the produce of the nux vomica, which also contains brucia, a poison of an analogous character. Brucia is variously estimated at from 1/6 to 1/12 the strength of strychnia. Most varieties of impure strychnia that are sold contain more or less brucia. Unless, therefore, you are certain as to the purity of the article, you may be misled as to its strength. I have performed a variety of experiments with strychnia on animal life. I have never witnessed its action on a human subject. I have tried its effects upon animal life, upon rabbits, in 10 or 12 instances. The symptoms are, on the whole, very uniform. The quantity I have given has varied from half a grain to 2 grains. Half a grain is sufficient to destroy a rabbit. I have given it both in a solid and a liquid state. When given in a fluid state, it produces its effects in a very few minutes. When in a solid state, as a sort of pill or bolus, in about 6 to 11 minutes. The time varies according to the strength of the dose, and also to the strength of the animal. In what way does it operate, in your opinion? It is first absorbed into the blood, then circulated through the body, and especially acts on the spinal cord, from which proceed the nerves acting on the voluntary muscles. Supposing the poison to have been absorbed, what time would you give for the circulating process? The circulation of the blood through the whole system is considered to take place about once in 4 minutes. The circulation in animals is quicker. The absorption of the poison by rabbits is therefore quicker. The time would also depend on the stomach, whether it contained much food or not, whether the poison came into immediate contact with the inner surface of the stomach. In your opinion, does the poison act immediately on the nervous system, or must it first be absorbed? It must first be absorbed. The symptoms, you say, are uniform. Will you describe them? The animal, for about 5 or 6 minutes, does not appear to suffer, but moves about gently. When the poison begins to act, it suddenly falls on its side. There is a trembling, a quivering motion, of the whole of the muscles of the body, arising from the poison producing violent and involuntary contraction. There is then a sudden paroxysm or fit. The forelegs and the hind legs are stretched out. The head and the tail are drawn back in the form of a bow. The jaws are spasmodically closed. The eyes are prominent. After a short time there is a slight remission of the symptoms, and the animal appears to lie quiet. But the slightest noise or touch reproduces another convulsive paroxysm. Sometimes there is a scream or a sort of shriek, as if the animal suffered from pain. The heart beats violently during the fit, and after a succession of these fits the animal dies quietly. Sometimes, however, the animal dies during a spasm, and I only know that death has occurred from holding my hand over the heart. The appearances after death differ. In some instances the rigidity continues. In one case the muscles were so strongly contracted for a week afterwards that it was possible to hold the body by its hind legs, stretched out horizontally. In an animal killed the other day, the body was flaccid at the time of death, but became rigid about 5 minutes afterwards. I have opened the bodies of animals thus destroyed. Could you detect any injury in the stomach? No. I have found in some cases congestion of the membranes of the spinal cord to a greater extent than would be accounted for by the gravitation of the blood. In other cases I have found no departure from the ordinary state of the spinal cord and the brain. I ascribe congestion to the succession of fits before death. In a majority of instances, 3 out of 5, I found no change in the abnormal condition of the spine. In all cases the heart has been congested, especially the right side. I saw a case of ordinary tetanus in the human subject years ago, but I have not had much experience of such cases. I saw one case last Thursday week at St. Bartholomew's Hospital. The patient recovered. You have heard the descriptions given by the witnesses of the symptoms and appearances which accompanied Cook's attacks? I have. Were those symptoms and appearances the same as those you have observed in the animals to which you administered strychnine? They were. Death has taken place in the animals more rapidly when the poison has been administered in a fluid than in a solid form. They have died at various periods after the administration of the poison. The experiments I have performed lately have been entirely in reference to solid strychnine. In the first case the symptoms began in 7 minutes, and the animal died, including those 7, in 13 minutes. In the second case the symptoms appeared in 9 minutes, and the animal died in 17. In the third case the symptoms appeared in 10 minutes, and the animal died in 18. In the fourth case the symptoms appeared in 5 minutes, and death took place in 22. In the fifth case the symptoms appeared in 12 minutes, and death occurred in 23. If the poison were taken by the human subject in pills, it would take a longer time to act, because the structure of the pill must be broken up in order to bring the poison in contact with the mucous membrane of the stomach. I have administered it to rabbits in pills. Would poison given in pills take a longer period to operate on a human subject than on a rabbit? I do not think we can draw any inference from a comparison of the rapidity of death in a human subject and in a rabbit. The circulation and absorption are different in the two cases. There is also a difference between one human subject and another. The strength of the dose, too, would make a difference, as a large dose would produce a more rapid effect than a small one. I have experimented upon the intestines of animals in order to reproduce the strychnia. The process consists in putting the stomach and its contents in alcohol with a small quantity of acid, which dissolves the strychnia, and produces sulphate of strychnia in the stomach. The liquid is then filtered, gently evaporated, and an alkali added, carbonate of potash, which, mixed with a small quantity of sulphuric acid, precipitates the strychnia. Tests are applied to the strychnia, or supposed strychnia, when extracted. Strychnia has a peculiar strongly bitter taste. It is not soluble in water, but it is in acids and in alcohol. The colouring tests are applied to the dry residue after evaporation. Change of colour is produced by a mixture of sulphuric acid and bichromate of potash. It produces a blue colour, changing to violet and purple, and passing to red. But colouring tests are very fallacious, with this exception. When we have strychnine separated in its crystallized state, we can recognize the crystals by their form and their chemical properties, and, above all, by the production of tetanic symptoms and death when administered through a wound in the skin of animals. Are there other vegetable substances from which, if these colouring tests were applied, similar colours would be obtained? There are a variety of mixtures which produce similar colours. One of them has also a bitter taste like strychnia. Vegetable poisons are more difficult of detection by chemical process than mineral poisons. The tests are far more fallacious. I have endeavoured to discover the presence of strychnine in animals I have poisoned in 4 cases, assisted by Dr. Rees. I have applied the process which I first described. I have then applied the tests of colouring and of taste. Were you able to satisfy yourself on the presence of strychnia? In one case I discovered some by the colour test. In a second case there was a bitter taste, but no other indication of strychnia. In the other 2 cases there were no indications at all of strychnia. In the case where it was discovered by a colour test, 2 grains had been administered, and in the second case where there was a bitter taste, 1 grain. In one of the cases where we failed to detect it, 1 grain, and in the other half a grain had been given. How do you account for the absence of any indication of strychnia in cases where you know it was administered? It is absorbed into the blood, and is no longer in the stomach. It is in a great part changed in the blood. How do you account for its presence when administered in large doses? There is a retention of some in excess of what is required for the destruction of life. Supposing a minimum dose which will destroy life has been given, could you find any? No, it is taken up by absorption, and is no longer discoverable in the stomach. The smallest quantity by which I have destroyed the life of an animal is half a grain. There is no process with which I am acquainted by which it can be discovered in the tissues. As far as I know, a small quantity cannot be discovered. Suppose half a grain to be absorbed into the blood, what proportion does it bear to the total quantity of blood circulated in the system? Assuming the system to contain the lowest quantity of blood, 25 pounds, it would be 1/50th of a grain to a pound of blood. A physician once died from a dose of half a grain in 20 minutes. I believe it undergoes some partial change in the blood, which increases the difficulty of discovering it. I never heard of its being separated from the tissues in a crystallized state. The crystals are peculiar in form, but there are other organic crystallized substances like them, so that a chemist will not rely on the form only. After the post-mortem examination of Cook, a portion of the stomach was sent to me. It was delivered to me by Mr. Boycott in a brown stone jar, covered with a bladder, tied and sealed. The jar contained the stomach and the intestines. I have experimented upon them with a view to ascertain if there was any poison present. What poisons did you seek for in the first instance? Various: prussic acid, oxalic acid, morphia, strychnia, veratria, tobacco poison, hemlock, arsenic, antimony, mercury, and other mineral poisons. Did you find any of them? we only found small traces of antimony. Were the parts upon which you had to operate in your search for strychnia in a favourable condition? The most unfavourable that could possibly be. The stomach had been completely cut from end to end, all the contents were gone, and the fine mucous surface on which any poison, if present, would have been found, was lying in contact with the outside of the intestines, all thrown together. The inside of the stomach was lying in the mass of intestinal feculent matter. That was the fault or misfortune of the person who dissected? I presume it was, but it seemed to have been shaken about in every possible way in the journey to London. The contents of the intestines were there, but not the contents of the stomach, in which, and on the mucous membrane, I should have expected to find poison. By my own request other portions of the body were sent up to me, namely, the spleen, the 2 kidneys, and a small bottle of blood. They were delivered to me by Mr. Boycott. We had no idea whence the blood had been taken. We analysed all. We searched in the liver and one of the kidneys for mineral poison. Each part of the liver, 1 kidney, and the spleen all yielded antimony. The quantity was less in proportion in the spleen than in the other parts. It was reproduced, or brought out, by boiling the animal substance in a mixture of hydrochloric acid and water. Gall and copper water were also introduced, and the antimony was found deposited on the copper. We applied various tests to it, those of Professor Brandt, of Dr. Rees, and others. I detected some antimony in the blood. It is impossible to say with precision how recently it had been administered, but I should say within some days. The longest period at which antimony can be found in the blood after death is 8 days. The earliest period at which it has been found after death within my own knowledge is 18 hours. A boy died within 18 hours after taking it, and it was found in the liver. Antimony is usually given in the form of tartar emetic. It acts as an irritant and produces vomiting. If given in repeated doses, a portion would find its way into the blood and the system beyond what is ejected. If it continued to be given after it had produced certain symptoms, it would destroy life. It may, however, be given with impunity. I heard the account given by the female servants of the frequent vomiting of Mr. Cook, both at Rugeley and at Shrewsbury, and also the evidence of Mr. Gibson and Mr. Jones as to the predominant symptoms in this case. Vomitings produced by antimony would cause those symptoms. If given in small quantities sufficient to cause vomiting, it would not affect the colour of the liquid in which it was mixed, whether brandy, wine, broth, or water. It is impossible to form an exact judgment as to the time when the antimony was administered, but it must have been within 2 or 3 weeks, at the outside, before death. There was no evidence that any had been given within some hours of death. It might leave a sensation in the throat, a choking sensation, if a large quantity was taken at once. I found no trace of mercury during the analysis. If a few grains had been taken recently before death, I should have expected to find some trace. If a man had taken mercury for a syphilitic affection within 2 or 3 weeks, I should have expected to find it. It is very slow in passing out of the body. As small a quantity as 3 or 4 grains might leave some trace. I recollect a case in which 3 grains of calomel were given 3 or 4 hours before death, and traces of mercury were found. Half a grain 3 or 4 days before death, if favourably given, and not vomited, would, I should expect, leave a trace. 1 grain would certainly do so. I heard the evidence as to the death of Mrs. Smith, Agnes French, and the other lady mentioned, and also as to the attack of Clutterbuck. From your own experience in reference to strychnine, do you coincide in opinion with the other witnesses that the deaths in those cases were caused by strychnine? Yes. Did the symptoms in Cook's case appear to be of a similar character to the symptoms in those cases? They did. As a professor of medical science, do you know any cause in the range of human disease, except strychnine, to which the symptoms in Cook's case can be referred? I do not. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE: I mean by the word trace a very small quantity, which can hardly be estimated by weight. I do not apply it in the sense of an imponderable quantity. In chemical language it is frequently used in that sense. An infinitesimal quantity would be called a trace. The quantity of antimony that we discovered in all parts of the body would make up about half a grain. We did not ascertain that there was that quantity, but I will undertake to say that we extracted as much as half a grain. That quantity would not be sufficient to cause death. Only arsenic or antimony could have been deposited, under the circumstances, on the copper, and no sublimate of arsenic was obtained. The witness, in reply to a further question, detailed the elaborate test which he had applied to the deposit in order to ascertain that it consisted of antimony. Would a mistake in any one of the processes you have described, or a defect in any of the materials you used, defeat the object of the test? It would, but all the materials I used were pure. Such an accident could not have happened without my having some intimation of it in the course of the process. I should think antimony would operate more quickly upon animals than upon men. I am acquainted with the works of Orfila. He stood in the highest rank of analytical chemists. Did not Orfila find antimony in a dog 4 months after injection? Yes, but the animal had taken about 45 grains. Mr. Serjeant SHEE called the attention of the witness to a passage in Orfila's work in reference to that case, to the effect that the antimony was found accumulating in the bones, the liver contained a great deal, and the tissues a very little. Witness: Yes, when antimony has been long in the body it passes into the bones, but I think you will find that these are not Orfila's experiments. Orfila is quoting the experiments of another person. But is it not the case with nearly all the experiments referred to in your own book? No, I cannot say that. Mr. Serjeant SHEE again referred to a case in Orfila, in which 45 grains were given to a dog, and 3½ months after death a quantity was found in the fat and some in the liver, bones, and tissues. Witness: That shows that antimony gets into the bones and flesh, but I never knew a case in which 45 grains had been given, and I have given no opinion upon such a case. A pretty good dose is required to poison a person, I suppose? That depends on the mode in which it is given. A dog has been poisoned with 6 grains. The dog died in the case you mentioned. When antimony is administered, as it was in that case, the liver becomes fatty and gristled. Cook's liver presented no appearance of the sort. I should infer that the antimony we found in Cook's body was given much more recently than in the experiments you have described. We cannot say positively how long it takes to get out of the body, but I have known 3 grains cleared out in 24 hours. I was first applied to in this case on Thursday the 27th of November by Mr. Stevens, who was introduced to me by Mr. Warrington, Professor of Chemistry. Either then or subsequently he mentioned Mr. Gardner. I had not known Mr. Gardner before. I had never before been concerned in cases of this kind at Rugeley. Mr. Serjeant SHEE read the letter written by Dr. Taylor to Mr. Gardner. Chemical Laboratory, Guides Hospital, December 4th, 1855. Re J. P. Cook, Esq., deceased. Dear Sir, Dr. Rees and I have completed the analysis to-day. We have sketched a report which will be ready to-morrow or next day. As I am going to Durham Assizes on the part of the Crown in the case of Regina and Wooler, the report will be in the hands of Dr. Rees, No. 26, Albemarle Street. It will be most desirable that Mr. Stevens should call on Dr. Rees, read the report with him, and put such questions as may occur. In reply to your letter received here this morning, I beg to say that we wish a statement of all the medicines prescribed for deceased until his death, to be drawn up and sent to Dr. Rees. We do not find strychnine, prussic acid, or any trace of opium. From the contents having been drained away, it is now impossible to say whether any strychnine had or had not been given just before death, but it is quite possible for tartar emetic to destroy life if given in repeated doses. And, so far as we can at present form an opinion, in the absence of any natural cause of death, the deceased may have died from the effects of antimony in this or some other form. We are, dear sir, yours faithfully, Alfred S. Taylor, G. Owen Rees. Was that your opinion at the time? It was. We could infer nothing else. Have you not said that the quantity of antimony you found was not sufficient to account for death? Certainly. If a man takes antimony he first vomits, and then a part of the antimony goes out of the body. Some may escape from the bowels. A great deal passes at once into the blood by absorption, and is carried out by the urine. Can you say upon your oath that from the traces in Cook's body you were justified in stating your opinion that death was caused by antimony? Yes, perfectly and distinctly. That which is found in a dead body is not the slightest criterion as to what the man took when he was alive. When you gave your opinion that Cook died from the effects of antimony, had you any reason to think that an undue quantity had been administered? I could not tell. People may die from large or small quantities. The quantity found in the body was no criterion as to how much he had taken. May not the injudicious use of a quack medicine containing antimony, the injudicious use of James's powders, account for the antimony you found in the body? Yes, the injudicious use of any antimonial medicine would account for it. Or even their judicious use? It might. With that knowledge, upon being consulted with regard to Cook, you gave it as your opinion that he died from the poison of antimony? You pervert my meaning entirely. I said that antimony in the form of tartar emetic might occasion vomiting and other symptoms of irritation, and that in large doses it would cause death, preceded by convulsions. The witness was proceeding to read his report upon the case, but was stopped by the court. I was told that the deceased was in good health 7 or 8 days before his death, and that he had been taken very sick and ill, and had died in convulsions. No further particulars being given to us, we were left to suppose that he had not died a natural death. There was no natural cause to account for death, and finding antimony existing throughout the body, we thought it might have been caused by antimony. An analysis cannot be made effectually without information. You think it necessary, before you can rely upon an analysis, to have received a long statement of the symptoms before death? A short statement will do. You allow your judgment to be influenced by the statement of a person who knows nothing of his own knowledge? I do not allow my judgment to be influenced in any way. I judge by the result. Do you mean to state that what Mr. Stevens told you did not assist you in arriving at the conclusion you state in writing? I stated it as a possible cause, not as a certainty. If we had found a very large quantity of tartar emetic in the stomach, we should have come to the conclusion that the man had died from it. As we found only a small quantity, we said he might have died from it. I attended the inquest on the body of Mr. Cook. I think I first attended on the 14th of December. Some of the evidence was read over to me. I think that Dr. Harland was the first witness I heard examined. I heard Mr. Bamford examined, and also Lavinia Barnes. I cannot say as to Newton. I heard Jones. I had experimented some years ago on 5 of the rabbits I have mentioned. That is about 23 years ago. That is the only knowledge of my own that I had of the effect of strychnia upon animal life. I have a great objection to the sacrifice of life. No toxicologist will sacrifice the lives of 100 rabbits to establish facts which he knows to be already well established. I experimented upon the last rabbits since the inquest. Do you not think that is a very slight experiment? You must add to experiment the study of poisons and cases. Do not you think that a rabbit is a very unfair animal to select? No. Would not a dog be much better? Dogs are very dangerous to handle. A laugh. Do you mean to give that answer? Dogs and cats bear a greater analogy to man because they vomit, while rabbits do not, but rabbits are much more manageable. Mr. Serjeant SHE: I will take your answer that you are afraid of dogs. Witness: After the experiments I have tried with dogs and cats, I have no inclination to go on. Do you admit that as to the action of the respiratory organs they would be better than rabbits? I do not. As to the effect of the poison, would they not? I think a rabbit is quite as good as any animal. The poison is retained and its operation is shown. At the inquest I saw Mr. Gardner. I suggested questions to the coroner. Some of them he put to the witnesses, and others they answered upon my suggestion of them. 10 days before the inquest, Mr. Gardner informed me, in his letter, that strychnia, Batley's solution, and prussic acid had been purchased on the Tuesday. That is why I used the expressions to which you have referred. We did not allow that information to have any influence upon our report. At the request of Mr. Serjeant SHE, the deposition of this witness taken at the coroner's inquest was read by the clerk of arraigns. Cross-examination continued. Having given my evidence, I returned to town, and soon afterwards heard that the prisoner had been committed on a charge of wilful murder. And that his life depended in a great degree upon you? No, I simply gave an opinion as to the poison, not as to the prisoner's case. I knew that I should probably be examined as a witness upon this trial. Do you think it your duty to abstain from all public discussion of the question which might influence the public mind? Yes. Did you write a letter to the Lancet? Yes, to contradict several misstatements of my evidence which had been made. This letter, which appeared in the Lancet of February 2, 1856, was put in by Mr. Serjeant SHE and read by the clerk of arraigns. The principal part of the letter referred to the case of Mrs. Ann Palmer. The concluding paragraph, for which Mr. Serjeant SHE stated that he desired it should be read, was as follows: "During the quarter of a century which I have now specially devoted to toxicological inquiries, I have never met with any case like these suspected cases of poisoning at Rugeley. The mode in which they will affect the person accused is of minor importance compared with the profitable influence on society. I have no hesitation in saying that the future security of life in this country will mainly depend on the judge, the jury, and the counsel who may have to dispose of the charges of murder which have arisen out of these investigations." Cross-examination continued. That is my opinion now. It had been stated that if strychnia caused death it could always be found, which I deny. It had also been circulated in every newspaper that a person could not be killed by tartar emetic, which I deny, and which might have led to the destruction of hundreds of lives. I entertain no prejudice against the prisoner. What I meant was, that if these statements which I have seen in medical and other periodicals were to have their way, there was not a life in the country which was safe. Do you adhere to your opinion that the mode in which they will affect the person accused, that is, lead him to the scaffold, is of minor importance compared with their probable influence on society? I have never suggested that they should lead him to the scaffold. I hope that, if innocent, he will be acquitted. What do you mean by the mode in which they will affect the person accused being of minor importance? The lives of 16 million of people are, in my opinion, of greater importance than that of one man. That is your opinion? Yes. As you appear to put that as an objection to my evidence, allow me to state that in 2 dead bodies I find antimony. In one case death occurred suddenly, and in the other the body was saturated with antimony, which I never found before in the examination of 300 bodies. I say these were circumstances which demanded explanation. You adhere to the opinion that, as a medical man and a member of an honourable profession, you were right in publishing this letter before the trial of the person accused? I think I had a right to state that opinion in answer to the comments which had been made upon my evidence. Had any comments been made by the prisoner? No. Or by any of his family? Mr. Smith, the solicitor for the defence, circulated in every paper statements of Dr. Taylor's inaccuracy. I had no wish or motive to charge the prisoner with this crime. My duty concerns the lives of all. Do you know Mr. Augustus Mayhew, the editor of the Illustrated Times? I have seen him once or twice. Did you allow pictures of yourself and Dr. Rees to be taken for publication? Be so good as to call them caricatures. No, I did not. Mr. Serjeant SHE: There may be a difference of opinion as to that. I think it is very like. Did you receive Mr. Mayhew at your house? He came to me with a letter of introduction from Professor Faraday. I never received him in my laboratory. Did you know that he called in order that you might afford him information for an article in the Illustrated Times? I swear solemnly I did not. The publication of that article was the most disgraceful thing I ever knew. I had never seen him before, nor did I know that he was the editor of the Illustrated Times. On your oath? On my oath. It was the greatest deception that was ever practised on a scientific man. It was disgraceful. He called on me in company with another gentleman, with a letter from Professor Faraday. I received him as I should Professor Faraday, and entered into conversation with him about these cases. He represented, as I understood, that he was connected with an insurance company, and wished for information about a number of cases of poisoning which had occurred during many years. After we had conversed about an hour, he asked if there was any objection to the publication of these details. Still believing him to be connected with an insurance office, I replied that, so far as the correction of error was concerned, I should have no objection to anything appearing. On that evening he went away without telling me that he was the editor of the Illustrated Times or connected with any other paper. I did not know that until he called upon me on Thursday morning, and showed me the article in print. I remonstrated verbally with him. He only showed me part of a slip. I told him I objected to its publication, and struck out all that I saw regarding these cases. He afterwards put the article into the shape in which it appeared. I could not prevent his publishing the results of our conversation on points not connected with these cases. You did permit him to publish part of the slip? Nothing connected with the Rugeley cases. Did he show you the slip of our interview with Dr. A. Taylor? I do not remember seeing that. I will swear that, to the best of judgment and belief, he did not. He showed me a slip containing part of what appeared in that article. I struck out all which referred to the Rugeley cases. I thought I had been deceived. A person came with a letter of introduction from a scientific man, and extracted information from me. Why did you not tell your servant to show him the door? Until we had had the conversation I did not know anything about the deception. It was not until the Thursday morning that I knew he was connected with a paper. He told me it was an illustrated paper. Did you correct what he showed you? I struck out some portions. And allowed the rest to be published? I said I had nothing to do with it, but I objected to its publication. Peremptorily? No. I said, I do not like this mode of putting the matter. I cannot, however, interfere with what you put into your journal. Did you not protest as a gentleman, a man of honour, and a medical man, that it was wrong and objectionable to do it? I told him that I objected to the parts which referred to the Rugeley cases. It was most dishonourable. Did you not know that in the month of February an interview with Dr. Taylor on the subject of poison must be taken to apply to those cases? I did not think anything about it. I thought it was a great cheat to extract from me that information. Mr. Mayhew was with me about 20 minutes or half an hour on the Thursday morning. I remonstrated with him. I was not angry with him in the sense of quarrelling. Did you allow him to publish this? Dr. Taylor here requested us to state that, although the practice of secret poisoning appeared to be on the increase, it should be remembered that by analysis the chemist could always detect the presence of poison in the body. I did not request him to state anything of the kind. I do not remember whether that was on the slip. Had I seen it, I should have struck it out. I remember seeing on the slip, and that when analysis fails, as in cases where small doses of strychnia had been administered, physiology and pathology would invariably suffice to establish the cause of death. I did not strike that out. I did not think of it circulating among the class of persons from whom jurors would be selected. I think the public ought to know that chemical analyses are not the only tests on which they can rely. I don't remember the passage, murder by poison could be detected as readily as murder in any other form, while the difficulty of detecting and convicting the murderer was felt in other cases as well as in those where poison was employed. The article has been very much altered. It was a disgraceful thing. I have not seen Mr. Mayhew since. Seeing in The Times an advertisement stating that this information had been given by me, I wrote to him demanding its withdrawal, and that demand was complied with. That was on the Thursday or Friday. Did you say to a gentleman named Cook Evans that you would give them strychnia enough before they had done, or words to that effect? No, I do not know the person. Or to anyone? No, I never use any expression so vulgar and improper. You have been greatly misinstructed. Or, he will have strychnia enough before I have done with him? It is utterly false. The person who suggested that question to you, Mr. Johnson, has been guilty of other falsehoods. In the letter to Sir George Grey, and on other occasions, he has misrepresented my statements and evidence. What did you do with the medical report to which you referred? It was a private letter from Dr. Harland to Mr. Stevens. Mr. Justice Cresswell. It was a memoranda made by Dr. Harland at the time. Cross-examination continued. Cook's symptoms were quite in accordance with an ordinary case of poisoning by strychnia. Can you tell me of any case in which a patient, after being seized with tetanic symptoms, sat up in bed and talked? It was after he sat up that Cook was seized with those symptoms. Can you refer to a case in which such a person who had taken strychnia beat the bed with his or her arms? It is exactly what I should expect to arise from a sense of suffocation. Do you know any case in which the symptoms of poisoning by strychnia commenced with this beating of the bedclothes? There have been only about 15 cases, and in none of those was the patient seized in bed. Beating of the bedclothes is a symptom which may be exhibited by a person suffering from a sense of suffocation, whether caused by strychnia or other causes. A case has been communicated to me by a friend, in which the patient shook as though he had the ague. Mr. Serjeant Shee objected to the last answer, but as the learned serjeant had been questioning the witness as to the results of his reading, the court ruled that the evidence was admissible. Cross-examination continued. I have known of no case of poisoning by strychnia in which the patient screamed before he was seized. That is common in ordinary convulsions. In cases of poisoning by strychnia the patient screams when the spasm set in. The pain is very severe. I cannot refer to a case in which the patient has spoken freely after the paroxysms had commenced. Can you refer me to any case in an authentic publication in which the access of the strychnia paroxysm has been delayed so long after the ingestion of the poison as in the case of Cook on the Tuesday night? Yes, longer. In my book on medical jurisprudence, page 185 of the 5th edition, it is stated that in a case communicated to the Lancet, August 31st, 1850, by Mr. Bennett, a grain and a half of strychnia, taken by mistake, destroyed the life of a healthy young female in an hour and a half. None of the symptoms appeared for an hour. There is a case in which the period which elapsed was 2 hours and a half. It was not a fatal case, but that does not affect the question. A grain and a half is a full, but not a very considerable dose. In my book on poisons there is no case in which the paroxysms commenced more than half an hour after the ingestion of the poison. That book is 8 years old, and since 1848 cases have occurred. There is a mention of one in which 3 hours elapsed before the paroxysms occurred. Mr. Serjeant Shee then referred to this case, and called attention to the fact that the only statement as to time was that in 3 hours the patient lost his speech, and at length was seized with violent tetanic convulsions. Cross-examination continued. I know of no other fatal case in which the interval was so long. In that case there was disease of the brain. Referring to the Lancet, I find that in the case to which I referred, as communicated by Dr. Bennett, the strychnia was dissolved in cinnamon water. Being dissolved, one would have expected it to have a more speedy action. The time in which a patient would recover would depend entirely upon the dose of strychnia which had been taken. I do not remember any case in which a patient recovered in 3 or 4 hours, but such cases must have occurred. There is one mentioned in my book on medical jurisprudence. The patient had taken nux vomica, but its powers depend upon strychnia. In that case the violence of the paroxysms gradually subsided, and the next day, although feeble and exhausted, the patient was able to walk home. The time of the recovery is a point which is not usually stated by medical men. I cannot mention any case in which there was a repetition of the paroxysms after so long an interval as that from Monday to Tuesday night, which occurred in Cook's case. I do not think that the attack on Tuesday night was the result of anything which had been administered to him on the Monday night. In the cases of 4 out of 5 rabbits, the spasms were continued at the time of death and after death. In the other the animal was flaccid at the time of death. Are you acquainted with this opinion of Dr. Christison, that in these cases rigidity does not come on at the time of death, but comes on shortly afterwards? Dr. Christison speaks from his experience, and I from mine. Did you hear that Dr. Bamford said that when he arrived he found the body of Cook quite straight in bed? Yes. Can that have been a case of opisthotonos? It may have been. Are not the colour tests of strychnia so uncertain and fallacious that they cannot be depended upon? Yes, unless you first get the strychnia in a visible and tangible form. Is it not impossible to get it so from the stomach? It is not impossible. It depends upon the quantity which remains there. You do not agree that the 50th part of a grain might be discovered? I think not. Nor even half a grain? That might be. It would depend upon the quantity of food in the stomach with which it was mixed. Re-examined by the Attorney General. In case of death from strychnia the heart is sometimes found empty after death. That is the case of human subjects. There are 3 such cases on record. I think that emptiness results from spasmodic affection of the heart. I know of no reason why that should rather occur in the case of man than in that of a small animal like a rabbit. The heart is generally more filled when the paroxysms are more frequent. When the paroxysm is short and violent, and causes death in a few moments, I should expect to find the heart empty. The rigidity after death always affects the same muscles, those of the limbs and back. In the case of the rabbit, in which the rigidity was relaxed at the time of death, it returned while the body was warm. In ordinary death it only appears when the body is cold, or nearly so. I never knew a case of tetanus in which the rigidity lasted 2 months after death, but such a fact would give me the impression that there were very violent spasms. It would indicate great violence of the spasms from which the person died. The time which elapses between the taking of strychnia and the commencement of the paroxysms depends on the constitution and strength of the individual. A feeling of suffocation is one of the earliest symptoms of poisoning by strychnia, and that would lead the patient to beat the bedclothes. I have no doubt that the substances I used for the analysis were pure. I had tested them. The fact that in 3 distinct processes each gave the same result was strong confirmation of each. I have no doubt that what we found was antimony. The quantity found does not enable me to say how much was taken. It might be the residue of either large or small doses. Sickness would throw off some portion of the antimony which had been administered. We did not analyse the bones and tissues. Why did you suggest questions to the coroner? He did not put questions which enabled me to form an opinion. I think that arose rather from want of knowledge than from intention. There was an omission to take down the answers. I made no observation upon that subject. At the time I wrote to Mr. Gardner I had not learnt the symptoms which attended the attack and death of Cook. I had only the information that he was well 7 days before he died, and had died in convulsions. I had no information which could lead me to suppose that strychnia had been the cause of death, except that Palmer had purchased strychnia. Failing to find opium, prussic acid, or strychnia, I referred to antimony as the only substance found in the body. Before writing to the Lancet I had been made the subject of a great many attacks. What I said as to the possibility or impossibility of discovering strychnia after death had been misrepresented. In various newspapers it had been represented that I had said that strychnia could never be detected, that it was destroyed by putrefaction. What I said was that when absorbed into the blood it could not be separated as strychnia. I wrote the letter for my own vindication. End of section 9. Section 10 of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. 5th day, May the 19th, Part 2. Dr. G. O. Rees, examined by Mr. E. James, Q.C., said, I am lecturer on materia medica at Guy's Hospital, and I assisted Dr. Taylor in making the post-mortem examination referred to by that gentleman, and he has most correctly stated the result. I was present during the whole time, and at the discovery of the antimony. I am of opinion that it may have been administered within a few days or a few hours of Mr. Cook's death. All the tests we employed failed to discover the presence of strychnia. The stomach was in a most unfavourable state for examination. It was cut open and turned inside out. Its mucous surface was lying upon the intestines, and the contents of the stomach, if there had been any, must have been thrown among the intestines, and mixed with them. These circumstances were very unfavourable to the hope of discovering strychnia. I agree with Dr. Taylor as to the manner in which strychnia acts upon the human frame, and I am of opinion that it may be taken either by accident or design sufficient to destroy life, and no trace of it be found after death. I was present at the experiments made by Dr. Taylor upon the animals, and at the endeavour to detect it in the stomachs afterwards. We failed to do so in 3 cases out of 4. The symptoms accompanying the death of the animals were very similar to those described in the case of Mr. Cook. I have heard the cases that have been mentioned in this court, and the symptoms in every one of them are analogous to those in the case of Mr. Cook. Cross-examined by Mr. Grove, Q.C. I did not see either of the animals reject any portion of the poison, but I heard that in one case the animal did reject a portion. I have no facts to state upon which I formed the opinion that the poison acts by absorption. Professor Brand, examined by Mr. Welsby. I am Professor of Chemistry at the Royal Institution. I was not present at the analysis of the liver, spleen, etc. of the deceased, but the report of Dr. Taylor and Dr. Rees was sent to me for my inspection afterwards. I was present at one of the analyses. We examined in the first place the action of copper upon a very weak solution of antimony, and we ascertained that there was no action until the solution was slightly acidified by muriatic acid and heated. The antimony was then deposited, and I am enabled to state positively that the deposit was antimony. By the Attorney General. The experiment I refer to was made for the purpose of testing the accuracy of the test that had already been applied, and it was perfectly satisfactory. Professor Christison said, I am a Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians and Professor of Materia Medica at the University of Edinburgh. I am also the author of a work on the subject of poisons, and I have directed a good deal of attention to strychnia. In my opinion, it acts by absorption into the blood, and through that upon the nervous system. I have seen its effects on a human subject, but not a fatal case. I have seen it tried upon pigs, rabbits, cats, and one wild boar. A laugh. I first directed my attention to this poison in 1820 in Paris. It had been discovered 2 years before in Paris. In most of my experiments upon animals I gave very small doses, 1/6 of a grain. But I once administered a grain. I cannot say how small a dose would cause the death of an animal by administration into the stomach. I generally applied it by injection through an incision in the cavity of the chest. 1/6 part of a grain so administered killed a dog in 2 minutes. I once administered to a rabbit through the stomach a dose of a grain. I saw Dr. Taylor administer 3/4 of a grain to a rabbit, and it was all swallowed except a very small quantity. The symptoms are nearly the same in rabbits, cats, and dogs. The first is a slight tremor and unwillingness to move. Then frequently the animal jerks its head back slightly. Soon after that all the symptoms of tetanus come on, which have been so often described by the previous witnesses. When the poison is administered by the stomach, death generally takes place between a period of 5 minutes and 25 minutes after the symptoms first make their appearance. I have frequently opened the bodies of animals thus killed, and have never been able to trace any effect of the poison upon the stomach or intestines, or upon the spinal cord or brain, that I could attribute satisfactorily to the poison. The heart of the animal generally contained blood in all the cases in which I have been concerned. In the case of the wild boar, the poison was injected into the chest. 1/3 of a grain was all that was used, and in 10 minutes the symptoms began to show themselves. If strychnia was administered in the form of a pill, it might be mixed with other ingredients that would protract the period of its operation. This would be the case if it were mixed with resinous materials, or any materials that were difficult of digestion, and such materials would be within the knowledge of any medical men, and they are frequently used for the purpose of making ordinary pills. Absorption in such a case would not commence until the pill was broken down by the process of digestion. In the present state of our knowledge of the subject, I do not think it is possible to fix the precise time when the operation of the poison commences on a human subject. In the case of an animal, we take care that it is fasting, and we mix the poison with ingredients that are readily soluble, and every circumstance favourable for the development of the poison. I have seen many cases of tetanus arising from wounds and other causes. The general symptoms of the disorder very nearly resemble each other, and in all the natural forms of tetanus the symptoms begin and advance much more slowly, and they prove fatal much more slowly, and there is no intermission in certain forms of natural tetanus. In tetanus from strychnia there are short intermissions. I have heard the evidence of what took place at the Talbot Arms on the Monday and Tuesday, and the result of my experience induces me to come to the conclusion that the symptoms exhibited by the deceased were only attributable to strychnia or the 4 poisons containing it. The witness gave the technical names of the poisons he referred to. There is no natural disease of any description that I am acquainted with to which I could refer these symptoms. In cases of tetanus consciousness remains to the very last moment. When death takes place in a human subject by spasm, it tends to empty the heart of blood. When death is the consequence of the administration of strychnia, if the quantity is small, I should not expect to find any trace in the body after death. If there was an excess of quantity more than was required to cause the death by absorption, I should expect to find that excess in the stomach. The colour tests for the detection of the presence of strychnia are uncertain. Vegetable poisons are much more difficult of detection than mineral ones, and there is one poison with which I am acquainted for which no known test has been discovered. The stomach of the deceased was sent in a very unsatisfactory state for examination, and there must have been a considerable quantity of strychnia in the stomach to have enabled any one to detect its presence under such circumstances. Cross-examined. The experiments I referred to were made many years ago. In one instance, I tried one of the colour tests in the case of a man who was poisoned by strychnia, but I failed to discover the presence of the poison in the stomach. I tried the test for the development of the violet colour by means of sulphuric acid and oxide of lead. From my own observation, I should say that animals destroyed by strychnia die of asphyxia, but in my work, which has been referred to, it will be seen that I have left the question open. Some further questions were put to the witness by the learned counsel for the prisoner, in reference to opinions expressed by him in his work, and he explained that his work was written 12 years ago, and that the experience he had since obtained had modified some of the opinions he then entertained. Cross-examination continued. I have not noticed that in cases where a patient is suffering from strychnia, the slightest touch appears to bring on the paroxysm. It is so remarkably in the case of animals, unless you touch them very gently indeed. Strychnia has a most intensely bitter taste. It is said, on the authority of a French chemist, that a grain will give a taste to more than a gallon of water. If resinous substances were used in the formation of a pill, it does not follow that they would necessarily be found in the stomach. They might be passed off. By the Attorney General. One of the cases referred to in the work that has been referred to was that of a gamekeeper, who was found dead. His head was thrown back, his hands were clinched, and his limbs were rigid. A paper containing strychnia was found in his pocket, and upon a post-mortem examination there were indications which, under the circumstances, satisfied him of the existence of strychnia. There was a substance in the body of an intense bitter, which was tested by the colour test, and it succeeded in one instance, but failed in another. I have no doubt that colour tests are not to be relied on. The trial was then again adjourned at 6 o'clock, until the following Tuesday morning, at 10 o'clock. The jury were taken, as on the former occasions, to the London Coffee House, in the charge of the officers of the court. End of Section 10. Section 11 of the most extraordinary trial of William Palmer, by Anonymous. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynne Thompson. 6th day, May the 20th. The trial of William Palmer on the charge of poisoning John Parsons Cook was resumed this morning. The court was quite as much crowded as during the previous days. Among the gentlemen upon the bench were Mr. Horsman, M.P., Sir J. Ramsden, MP, Sir John Wilson, Governor of Chelsea Hospital. The learned judges, Lord Chief Justice Campbell, Mr. Baron Alderson, and Mr. Justice Cresswell, accompanied by the Recorder, the sheriffs, under-sheriffs, and several members of the Court of Aldermen, came into court shortly before 10 o'clock, and took their seats upon the bench. The prisoner was immediately placed in the dock. His appearance and demeanour were in no respect changed. John Jackson, examined by Mr. James. I am a member of the College of Physicians. I have recently returned from India, where I have practised for 25 years. During that practice, I have had my attention directed to cases of idiopathic and traumatic tetanus. In England, idiopathic tetanus appears to be rare. In India it is comparatively frequent. The proportion of cases of idiopathic to traumatic tetanus is about 1/3. I have seen not less than 40 cases in the hospital at Calcutta. That disease is not considered to be so fatal as traumatic tetanus, but I have found that it is equally so. It is commonly found in children, both native and European. It takes place about the 3rd day after birth. It will also be occasioned by cold in the climate of India. In infants there is more marked symptoms of lockjaw than in traumatic tetanus. In adults there is no difference between the symptoms of the two diseases. I have always seen idiopathic tetanus preceded by premonitory symptoms. Those are a peculiar expression of the countenance and stiffness in the muscles of the throat and of the jaw. The period which usually elapses between the attack of idiopathic tetanus and the fatal termination of the disease is in infants 48 hours. In adults, if the disease arises from cold, it is longer, and may continue many days, going through the same grades as the traumatic form of the disease. I have not heard the evidence of the attacks of the deceased cook. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant SHEE. In idiopathic tetanus, the patient is always uncomfortable for some time before the attack. The appetite is not much affected. He complains more of the muscles of his neck. He may, within 12 hours of a serious attack, preserve his relish for food. I never heard a patient complain of want of appetite. I have known cases of idiopathic tetanus in which the first paroxysm occurred in bed. I have known this disease occur to women after confinement or miscarriage. Sometimes one of the premonitory symptoms is a difficulty in swallowing. Re-examined by the Attorney General. In an infant not more than 6 hours will elapse between the premonitory symptoms and the commencement of the tetanic paroxysm. In an adult the interval will be from 12 to 24, sometimes more than that. The interval from the commencement of the tetanic convulsions to death will vary from 3 to 10 days. Sometimes death may occur in 2 days, but that is an early termination. When the disease sets in, the course of the symptoms is alike in both forms of tetanus. Both forms are much more common in India than in England. The symptoms in India are the same as in England. I have never seen a case in which the disease ended in death in 20 minutes or half an hour. Daniel Scully Bergen, examined by the Attorney General. I am the Chief Superintendent of Police in Stafford. I attended the coroner's inquest on the body of Cook. After the verdict had been returned, I, on the night of Saturday, December the 15th, searched the house of the prisoner Palmer. I found a quantity of papers, the greater portion in the surgery and drawing-room, but some in Palmer's bedroom. I put them all into the drawing-room, locked the door, and put the key into my pocket. On the following day, Sunday, I endeavoured to make a selection of them in the presence of Mr. George Palmer, the prisoner's brother, an attorney at Rugeley. Assisted by Inspector Crisp and Mr. Wollaston, I went through all the papers. Eventually, on the Tuesday morning, I gave up the idea of selection, and tied up all the papers, took them away in a black leather bag, and conveyed them to Stafford, where I delivered them to Mr. Hatton, the Chief Constable, Some days afterwards, I believe on the 24th of December, the bag was opened in my presence, and the papers were gone through minutely by Mr. Dean, solicitor, acting for the prosecution. He classified them, and they were again tied up. Mr. Dean copied a portion of them, but he kept none. They were all left at the office of the chief constable. When I examined the papers I saw what they were. I did not find a cheque on Mrs. Weatherby purporting to bear the signature of Cook, nor any paper purporting to bear his signature respecting bills of exchange. Some of the papers were afterwards returned to Mr. George Palmer. Mr. Dean selected a large number of letters and documents, private accounts, private letters, which were delivered to Inspector Crisp with instructions to give them to Mr. George Palmer. William Palmer was arrested on the night of the 15th of December. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. The inquest was held at the Talbot Arms. It continued several days. The first meeting was merely to empanel the jury. The inquest lasted more than a fortnight. The prisoner was arrested by the sheriff on a civil process a day or two before the verdict was delivered. From the commencement of the inquest until that time he was at his house at Rugeley. He was never present at the inquest, nor did anyone act professionally for him. Some time before the death of Cook I heard of an Inspector Field, who I believe is not now a police officer, being at Rugeley. I know that there are such persons as the Duttons, but I do not know anything about them, or their mother. Henry Augustus Dean, examined by Mr. James. I am an attorney and a member of the firm of Chubb, Dean and Chubb, Gray's Inn. I attended the inquest on the body of Walter Palmer, but not that on the body of Cook. On the 24th of December I saw Palmer's papers at Stafford. They were in the custody of the last witness. The papers were in a black bag which was unsealed in my presence. Bergen, Mr. Hatton, the chief constable, and myself were the persons present. I carefully examined all the papers for the purpose of selecting those which it was necessary should be kept. I returned a considerable number of immaterial papers to George Palmer. Among the papers I found no cheque upon Messrs. Weatherby purporting to be signed by the deceased Cook, nor any paper like that which the witness Cheshire stated that Palmer asked him to attest. An acknowledgment purporting to be signed by Cook that bills to the amount of some thousands had been accepted by Palmer for Cook's benefit. I saw George Palmer, the solicitor, after the papers which I had selected were returned to him. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. I know Field, the detective officer. We were solicitors to the Prince of Wales Insurance Office. It was in our employment that Field went to Rugeley. He was at Rugeley only a part of one day. He was at Stafford for 3 or 4 days altogether. He did not see the prisoner Palmer. His visit had been preceded by that of another officer named Simpson. Simpson went from Stafford to Rugeley with myself and Field. He told me he had seen Palmer. I think he went into Staffordshire in the first week in October. Re-examined by Mr. James. Field was sent down to make inquiries as to the habits of life of Mr. Walter Palmer, of whose death the office had shortly before received notice, and also to inquire into the circumstances of a person named Bates, with reference to a proposal for an insurance of £25,000 upon his life. John Espin, examined by Mr. James. I am a solicitor practising in Davis Street, Berkeley Square. I am solicitor to Mr. Padwick. I produce a bill for £2,000, which was placed in my hands to enforce payment from the prisoner. Mr. Strawbridge, manager of the bank at Rugeley, was called and proved that the drawing and endorsement of this bill, a bill at 3 months for £2,000, drawn by William Palmer, and purporting to be accepted by Sarah Palmer, were in the handwriting of the prisoner, and that the acceptance was not in that of his mother. John Espin continued. The bill would be due on the 6th of October, 1854. £1,000 had been paid off it. Judgment was signed on the 12th of December, and I had then the bill only a day or two. The execution was issued on the 12th of December. I have here a letter from William Palmer addressed to Mr. Padwick on the 12th of November, and enclosing a cheque, and requesting that it should not be presented until the 28th of November. I produced the cheque for £1,000 enclosed in this letter of the 12th. The cheque is dated the 28th. That cheque was not paid. I produce another cheque dated the 8th of December 1855, payable to Mr. Padwick or bearer for the sum of £600. Mr. Strawbridge proved that the signature to this cheque was in the handwriting of the prisoner. That was not paid. It was received a few days after the cheque for £1,000 was dishonoured. £1,000 still remained due. We issued a habeas corpus against the prisoner's person. Upon that Palmer was arrested. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. I believe all the documents were placed in my hands together about the 12th of December. William Bamford, examined by the Attorney General. I am a surgeon and apothecary at Rugeley in Staffordshire. I first saw the deceased, John Parsons Cook, on Saturday the 17th of November. Palmer, the prisoner, asked me to visit him. Palmer said that Cook had been dining with him the day before, and had taken too much champagne. I went with Palmer to see Cook. I asked if he had taken too much wine the day before, and he assured me that he took but 2 glasses. I found no appearance of bile about Cook, but there was constant vomiting. I prescribed for him a saline effervescing draught, and a 6-ounce mixture. I never saw Cook take any of the pills which I had prescribed. After I had prepared the pills on the Monday evening, I took them to the Talbot Arms, and gave them to a servant maid, who took them upstairs. On the Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I prepared the same pills. I saw Palmer on the Tuesday morning. I was going to see Cook when he met me. I asked him if he had seen Cook the night before. He said that he saw him between 9 and 10 o'clock, and was with him for half an hour. He requested that I would not disturb Cook, and I went home without seeing him. Between 12 and 1 o'clock Palmer met me again. I was going to see Cook, and Palmer begged I would not go, because he was still and quiet, and he did not wish him to be disturbed. At 7 o'clock in the evening Palmer came to my house, and requested me to go and see Cook again. I went and saw him. Having seen Cook, I left the room with Jones and Palmer. Palmer said he rather wished Cook to have his pills again, and that he would walk up with me for them. He did so, and stood by while I prepared them in my surgery. I had strychnia in a cupboard in my own private room. I put the pills in a box, and addressed it, Night Pills, John Parsons Cook, Esquire. I wrote that direction on all the 4 nights. On the Tuesday night Palmer requested that I would put on a direction. After that I did not again see Cook alive. Palmer took away the pills between 7 and 8 o'clock. I had wrapped the box up in paper, and had sealed it. There was no impression of a seal upon it. The direction was upon a separate paper, which I placed under the box, and between it and the outside paper. Nothing was written on the box or on the outside paper. It was as near as could be 20 minutes past 12 at midnight when I saw Cook dead. I understood he was alive when they came to me, and I could not have been more than 5 or 10 minutes in going up. I found the body stretched out, resting on the heels and the back of the head, as straight as possible, and stiff. The arms were extended down each side of the body, and the hands were clinched. I filled up the certificate, and gave it as my opinion that he died from apoplexy. Palmer asked me to fill up the certificate. I had forms of certificates in my possession. When Palmer asked me to fill up the certificate, I told him that, as Cook was his patient, it was his place to fill up the certificate. He said he had much rather I did it, and I did so. I was present at the post-mortem examination. After it was over, Palmer said, "We ought not to have let that jar go." That was all he said. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. My house is about 200 yards from that of the prisoner. Thomas Pratt, Examined by Mr. James: I am a solicitor, and practise in Queen Street, Mayfair. I know the prisoner Palmer. My acquaintance with him commenced at the end of November, 1853. I obtained for him a loan of £1,000. That was repaid. In October, 1854, I was employed by him to make a claim for 2 policies upon the life of Anne Palmer. I received, upon the prisoner's account, £5,000 from the Sun office, and £3,000 from the Norwich Union. The money was applied in payment of, I think, 3 bills amounting to £3,500 or £4,000, which were due, and of loans obtained after I had made the claims upon the policies. There was £1,500 not so applied. That was paid to Palmer, or applied to other purposes under his direction. In April, 1855, Palmer applied to me for a loan of £2,000. He did not state the purpose for which he required the loan. I obtained it upon a bill of £2,000 drawn by himself and purporting to be accepted by Sarah Palmer. On the 28th of November of that year there were 8 bills held by clients of mine or by myself. These bills were produced and read. The total amount for which they were drawn was £12,500. 2 bills dated July the 22nd and July the 24th for £2,000 each were the only bills which were overdue in November, 1855. 2 bills for £500 and £1,000 were held over from month to month. These were bills dated June the 5th and August the 2nd, 1854. The interest was paid monthly. With 2 exceptions, these bills were discounted at the rate of 60%. On the 9th of November the interest for holding over the 2 bills dated in 1854 was due. I remember the death of Walter Palmer. That occurred in August, 1855. I was instructed by William Palmer to claim from the Prince of Wales Insurance Office £13,000 due upon a policy upon his life. The Sarah Palmer by whom these bills purport to be accepted is the mother of the prisoner. While holding these bills I from time to time addressed letters to her. I wrote to Palmer as follows: "If you are quite settled on your return from Doncaster, do pray think about your 3 bills so shortly coming due. If I do not get a positive appointment from the office to pay, which I do not expect, you must be prepared to meet them as agreed. You told me your mother was coming up this month and would settle them." About a week afterwards I wrote to him. This letter had no date, but bore a postmark September 24th. "You are aware there are 3 bills of £2,000 each accepted by your mother, Mrs. Sarah Palmer, falling due in a day or 2. Now, as the £13,000 cannot be received from the Prince of Wales Insurance Office for 3 months, it will be necessary that those bills should be renewed. I will therefore thank you to send me up 3 new acceptances to meet those coming due, and which, when they fall due, I presume the money will be ready to meet, which will amount to £1,500 more than your mother has given acceptances for." And on the 2nd of October I wrote: "This, you will observe, quite alters arrangements, and I therefore must request that you make preparations for meeting the 2 bills due at the end of this month. In any event, bear in mind that you must be prepared to cover your mother's acceptances for the £4,000 at the end of the month." On the 6th of October I wrote to him another letter containing this passage: "I have your note acknowledging receipt by your mother of the £2,000 acceptance due the 2nd of October. Why not let her acknowledge it herself? You must really not fail to come up at once, if it be for the purpose of arranging for the payment of the 2 bills at the end of the month. Remember, I can make no terms for their renewal, and they must be paid." I had received from Palmer a letter dated October the 5th, acknowledging, on the part of his mother, the receipt of a bill of exchange for £2,000. On the 10th I wrote to Palmer a letter from which the following is an extract: However, not to repeat what I said in my last, but with the view of pressing on you the remembrance that the 2 bills due at the end of this month, the 26th and 27th, must be met, I say no more. The £2,000 acceptance of your mother, due the 29th of September, I sent her yesterday. It was renewed by the second of the 3 sent me up." On the 18th of October I wrote to Palmer as follows: "I send copies of 2 letters I have received. As regards the first, it shows how important it is that you or your mother should prepare for payment of the £4,000 due in a few days. I cannot now obtain delay on the same ground I did the others, for then I could have no ground for supposing the claim would not be admitted." On the 27th of October Palmer called and paid me £250. This was on account of the bills due on the 25th and 27th of that month. He said he would remit another sum of an equal amount before the following Wednesday, and would pay the remainder of the principal by instalments as shortly as possible. In reply to a letter of mine on the 27th of October, I received the following letter from him, dated the 28th of October: "I will send you the £250 from Worcester on Tuesday, as arranged. For goodness' sake do not think of writs. Only let me know that such steps are going to be taken, and I will get you the money, even if I pay £1,000 for it. Only give me a fair chance, and you shall be paid the whole of the money." On the 31st of October I wrote to Palmer, "The £250 in registered letter duly received to-day. With it I have been enabled to obtain consent to the following: that, with the exception of issuing the writs against your mother, no proceeding as to service shall be made until the morning of Saturday the 10th, when you are to send up the £1,000 or £1,500. You will be debited with a month's interest on the whole of £4,000 out of the money sent up. I impress upon you the necessity of your being punctual as to the bills. You will not forget also the £1,500 due on the 9th of November." On the 6th of November I issued writs against Palmer and his mother for £4,000. I sent them to Mr. Crabbe, a solicitor at Rugeley. On the 10th of November Palmer called on me. I had received a letter from him on the 9th of November. "I will be with you on Saturday next at 1:30." He did call on me and paid me £300, which, with the 2 sums I had before received, made up £800. £200 was deducted for interest, leaving £600. He was to endeavour to let me have a further remittance, but nothing positive was said. It is possible that writs were mentioned, but I have no recollection of it. No doubt he knew of them. A letter of November the 13th from Pratt to Palmer was then read, in which, after giving some explanations with respect to the Prince of Wales policy, Pratt said, "I count most positively on seeing you on Saturday. Do, for both our sakes, try to make up the amount to £1,000, for without it I shall be unable to renew the £1,500 due on the 9th." On the 16th of November Palmer wrote to me, "I am obliged to come to Tattersall's on Monday to the settling, so that I shall not call and see you before Monday, but a friend of mine will call and leave you £200 to-morrow, and I will give you the remainder on Monday." On the Saturday, November the 17th, some one came from Palmer and gave me a cheque of a Mr. Fisher for £200. On the 19th Mr. Palmer wrote to me, "All being well, I shall be with you to-morrow, Monday, but cannot say what time now." Fisher left the £200 for me. On Monday the 19th, which was the settling day at Tattersall's, Palmer called on me after 3 o'clock. This paper, produced, was then drawn up, and he signed it. "You will place the £50 which I have just paid you, and the £450 you will receive by Mr. Herring, together £500, and the £200 you received on Saturday, towards payment of my mother's acceptance for £2,000, due on the 25th of October, making paid to this day the sum of £1,300." He paid me £50 at the time, and said I should receive the £450 through the post, by Mr. Herring. I afterwards received a cheque from him for that amount, which was paid through my bankers. On the 21st of November, Palmer wrote to me, "Ever since I saw you I have been fully engaged with Cook, and not able to leave home. I am sorry to say, after all, he died this day. So you had better write to Saunders, but, mind you, I must have Polestar if it can be so arranged. And should anyone call upon you to know what money or moneys Cook ever had from you, don't answer the question till I have seen you." "I will send you the £75 to morrow, and as soon as I have been to Manchester you shall hear about the other moneys. I sat up 2 full nights with Cook, and am very much tired out." On the 22nd of November I wrote to Palmer, "I have your note, and am greatly disappointed at the non-receipt of the money as promised, and at the vague assurances as to any money. I can understand, 'tis true, that your being detained by the illness of your friend has been the cause of not sending up the larger amount, but the smaller sum you ought to have sent. If anything unpleasant occurs, you must thank yourself. The death of Mr. Cook will now compel you to look about as to the payment of the bill for £500 on the 2nd of December. I have written Saunders, informing him of my claim, and requesting to know, by return, what claim he has for keeping and training. I send down copy of bill of sale to Crubble to see it enforced." On the 23rd of November I received a note from Palmer, saying that Messrs. Weatherby, of 6 Old Burlington Street, would forward a cheque for £75 in the morning. On the 24th I received another note, saying that he would come up either that day or Monday. I saw him on the 24th, when he signed the following paper: "I have paid you this day £100. £75 you will pay for renewal of £1,500, due on the 9th of November, for 1 month, and £25 on account of the £2,000 due the 25th of October, making £1,325 paid on that account." I had received a cheque for £75 on Messrs. Weatherby, but they refused to pay it. On the 26th of November Palmer wrote to me, "Strictly private and confidential. My dear Sir, should any of Cook's friends call upon you to know what money Cook ever had from you, pray don't answer that question or any other about money matters until I have seen you. And oblige, yours faithfully, William Palmer." There was a bill of sale on Polestar, and another horse of Cook's, called Sirius. I did not know Cook. I never saw him. The bill of sale was executed at the beginning of September. The prisoner had transacted the loan. The bill of sale was read. On the 26th of August Palmer wrote to me on the subject, "Now I want and must have it from somewhere, £1,000 clear by next Saturday without fail, and you can raise it on the policy, that is, the policy for £13,000 on the life of W. Palmer, if you like, and it must be had at a much less rate of interest than I have hitherto had, because the security is so very good, and if you cannot manage it, you must let me have the policy, because you have plenty of security for your money." On the 30th of August he again wrote, "I have undertaken to get the enclosed bill cashed for Mr. Cook. You had the £200 bill of his. He is a very good and responsible man. Will you do it? I will put my name to the bill." In this letter was enclosed Cook's acceptance for £500. On the 6th of September Palmer wrote, "I received the cheque for the £100, and will thank you to let me have the £315 by return of post, if possible. If not, Send it me certain by Monday night's post, to the post office, Doncaster. I now return you Cook's papers, signed, etc., and he wants the money on Saturday, if he can have it, but I have not promised it for Saturday. I told him he should have it on Tuesday morning at Doncaster, so please enclose it with mine, in cash, in a registered letter, and he must pay for it being registered. Do not let it be later than Monday night's post to Doncaster." End quote. On the 9th of September he wrote, "You must send me for Mr. Cook by Monday night's post to the post office, Doncaster, £385 instead of £375, and the wine warrant, so that I can hand it to him with the £375, and that will be allowing you £50 for the discount, etc. I shall then get £10, and I expect I shall have to take to the wine and give him the money, but I shall not do so if you do not send £385, and be good enough to enclose my £315 with it, in cash, in a registered letter, and direct it to me to the post office, Doncaster." End quote. I accordingly wrote to Palmer at the post office, Doncaster, enclosing £300 in notes and a cheque for £375. I struck out the words "or bearer," so that it was payable to order. In the letter I said, "You know by this time that if I do what I can to accommodate you, there is a limit to my means to do so, and, more particularly as in this instance, you have been the means of shutting up a supply I could generally go to. I think also you had little reason to allude to the £10 difference after the trouble, correspondence, etc., I had with respect to a second insurance you know of, which, although it did not come off, arose not from any lack of industry on my part. I have no reply as yet from the Prince of Wales. When shall I see you about the 3 £2,000 bills coming due at the end of this month? I speak in time in order that you may be prepared in case anything untoward happens with the Prince of Wales. I am obliged to send a cheque for Cook, as I have not received the money, which I shall do, no doubt, to-morrow." End quote. The cheque for £375 and the wine warrant was the consideration for Cook's bill of sale for £500. The other £300 had nothing to do with Cook's transactions. A letter from Palmer was then read, acknowledging the receipt of the previous letter with the enclosures. I had one other transaction with Cook before this. It related to an acceptance of Cook's for £200, which was paid. I had no other pecuniary transactions whatever with him. The date of that first transaction was the end of April or the beginning of May, 1855. The bill was drawn by Palmer on Cook and was paid by Cook. Mr. Stevens was here recalled, and having examined the endorsement on the cheque for £375, said, "This endorsement is not in the handwriting of Cook. I never saw him write his name otherwise than J. Parsons Cook, whereas this is written J. P. Cook." Mr. Strawbridge was then shown some acceptances purporting to be by Mrs. Sarah Palmer, and said that none of them were in Mrs. Palmer's handwriting. William Cheshire, who had been a clerk in the bank at Rugeley in September last, proved that Palmer had an account there, and that the cheque already in evidence had been received by him and carried to Palmer's credit. Cross-examined: "I did not know Cook. He never had any transactions with us." Mr. Pratt was then cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. Previous to May, 1855, I knew nothing at all about Cook. I then held a sum of £310 due to Palmer, and he wished me to add £190 to it, and to pay £500 to a Mr. Serjeant. I declined to do that without further security. He proposed the security of Cook's acceptances, and represented Cook to be a gentleman of respectability and substance. On his representation I agreed to accept a bill drawn by him on Cook for £200, and to make the advance. He thus got the £500. I wrote to Cook about the first transaction. I also wrote to him before his death, on the 13th of November, reminding him that £500 was due on December the 2nd. I sent the letter to him at Lutterworth. Re-examined. The first £200 was due on the 29th of June, but was not then paid. I wrote about it, and Cook came up on the 2nd of July and paid it. I did not see him. John Armshaw, examined by Mr. Welsby. I am an attorney practising at Rugeley. About the 13th of November I was employed to apply to Palmer for payment of a debt of about £60, due to some mercers and drapers at Rugeley. On the 19th of November I sent up to London instructions for a writ. On the next morning, the 20th, I went to Palmer's house. He gave me two £50 notes, and said he hoped he should not be put to the cost of the writ. One was a Bank of England, the other a local note. I took them to my employer to get the receipt and change, and to settle about the costs. John Walbank, examined by Mr. Welsby. I am a butcher at Rugeley. On the Monday in Shrewsbury race week, Palmer's man came to me and fetched me to Palmer's house. Palmer said, "I want you to lend me £25. I said, "Doctor, I'm very short of money, but I'll try if I can get it." He said, "Do, that's a good fellow. I'll give it you again on Saturday morning, as I shall then have received some money at Shrewsbury." On the Saturday I met him in the street, went to his house with him, and he paid me the money. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. Palmer had lent me money sometimes when I had asked him. His mother lived in the town, in a large house near the church. He was in the habit of going there. John Spilbury, examined by Mr. Bodkin. I am a farmer near Stafford, and have had dealings with Palmer. In November last he owed me £46 and 2s. On the 22nd of November, Thursday, I called on him, and he paid me that amount. He gave me a Bank of England note for £50. I called casually. I had not applied to him for the money. That was the first transaction I had with him. Mr. Strawbridge, examined by the Attorney General, said, on the 19th of November Palmer had an account at the bank, and there was a balance of £9 and 6s. in his favour. Nothing was paid to his account after that. The 10th of October was the last date on which anything was paid to the account. The amount then paid was £50. Herbert Wright, examined by Mr. E. James. I am a solicitor in partnership with my brother at Birmingham. I have known Palmer since July 1851. In November 1855 he owed my brother £10,400. We had a bill of sale upon his property. It was produced and read. It recited that Palmer was indebted to Edwin Wright in the sum of £6,500 on account of bills of exchange accepted by Sarah Palmer and endorsed by Palmer to Wright, and as security for that amount and a further sum of £2,300 which had been advanced to him, a power of sale subject to redemption was given by Palmer over the whole of his property, including his horses. All the advances were made upon bills, together with other collateral security. All the bills are here. The bills purporting to be accepted by Palmer's mother were produced, also an acceptance of Palmer's for £1,600. In the early part of November I was pressing Palmer for payment. Many of the bills were overdue. Palmer always said the money would be paid after the Cambridgeshire races at Newmarket. I put the bill of sale in force in December, after the verdict of the coroner's jury was returned. I was present when the property was taken. I found no papers in the house. Cross-examined by Mr. Serjeant Shee. A sheriff's officer effected the seizure, and an auctioneer followed him. Should you have objected to give Palmer more time for payment if you had been asked? I hardly know. Probably I should not. I was not hostile to him. I never accommodated Cook. I had offered to do so, but the transaction never assumed completion. A laugh. Re-examined by the Attorney General. These bills were discounted at 60 per cent. Per annum, and would have been renewed probably at the same rate of interest. Mr. Strawbridge proved that the acceptances produced by the last witness were not in the handwriting of Mrs. Palmer. Cross-examined. They are a bad imitation of her hand. The Attorney General said that Mr. Weatherby was the only remaining witness for the prosecution, and, as he was not now in court, he hoped their lordships would allow him to be examined in the morning, before his learned friend opened the defence. Mr. Serjeant Shee asked the court to permit the witness Mills to be recalled, in order that he might examine her as to where she was now residing. The Attorney General: She was cross-examined upon that point. Lord Campbell: We are of opinion that there is no ground for recalling her. Mr. Serjeant Shee asked permission to put some further questions to Dr. Devonshire with regard to his having been pushed by Palmer during the post-mortem examination. Lord Campbell: By all means. Mr. Justice Cresswell observed that he did not think it was a circumstance to which much importance could be attached. He had not taken a note of it. Mr. Baron Alderson expressed a similar opinion. There was nothing extraordinary in a person who was interested in the examination being anxious to see all that was going on. Mr. Serjeant Shee, after that intimation of their lordships' opinion, would not press his request. Lord Campbell hoped that the jury would have an opportunity given them of breathing the fresh air that fine evening. The court adjourned at 3:30 until 10 o'clock Wednesday morning. Section 12.